Summary: Shinshi was the daughter the Jiang family had mistakenly taken home. After their real daughter, Jiang Shui, returned, Shinshi's foster mother asked Shinshi to stay, hoping she could help Jiang Shui get used to life in the city as Jiang Shui had been living in the countryside all this while. Alas, everyone claimed that Shinshi was clinging to the Jiang family because she refused to part with the family's wealth. Her foster parents didn't clarify this accusation. Then, Shinshi's fiancé ended up getting engaged to Jiang Shui instead. One day, Jiang Shui killed someone when she was driving. Shinshi's foster parents knelt before Shinshi, begging her to take the fall for Jiang Shui with tears in their eyes. Shinshi agreed to their request to repay their kindness for raising her. However, she didn't know that the person Jiang Shui had killed was her foster father, in other words, Shinshi's biological father. While Shinshi was in prison, Jiang Shui even indirectly killed Shinshi's biological mother. In an instant, Shinshi became an orphan. After experiencing her foster family's ruthlessness and persecution, Shinshi exposed the sinful deeds the Jiang family had committed over the years and Jiang Shui's crimes after being released from prison. Then, she detonated a bomb, sacrificing her life to take revenge for her biological parents. However, after the bomb exploded, Shinshi was shocked to find herself returning to many years ago when Jiang Shui was first found. And Shinshi's identity of not being the Jiang family's real daughter was about to be exposed. During this time, she was still a rich young lady dressed in expensive clothes as she sat in the Jiang family's car on the way to her fiancé's birthday banquet. Shinshi's lips curled up slightly. A good show was about to begin. She wanted to change her fate and her biological parents' fates. However, she never expected that both her parents were heirs to a large financial group. Also, the renowned movie star, a young genius doctor, and a domineering CEO were all her biological brothers. She, who wasn't loved in her past life, was being pampered in this life. Then, the paparazzi caught her on camera, entering a hotel with a rumored big shot. The crowd gasped. Was this big shot Shinshi's brother as well? The big shot hugged Shinshi's waist and kissed her. Nope. I'm her lover. Chapter 1, Devil from Hell. In Rong City, which was located in the southern boundary, it was snowing. The strong wind carried ice and snow, whistling through the gloomy cemetery, leaving a bone-piercing pain on Shinshi's face like an ice blade. She knelt in the cemetery, clutching the suicide note that her mother had secretly left in her hands. Her back was straight and her expression was indifferent, but her eyes were full of hostility and hatred. At this moment, in an art gallery in Rong City, there was a solo art exhibition by the daughter of the president of Kunlun Construction, an outstanding painter who had appeared out of nowhere in the past 3 years, Jiang Shui, Jiang Luan. Dressed in a formal suit, stood in front of the curtain, smiling as he looked at his daughter who was giving a speech on the stage. Jiang Shui was dressed in a high-fitting gown. She stood in the middle of the stage and calmly gave a speech with a microphone in her hand. Dear leaders, dear guests, hello. I feel very honored to have so many people come to my art exhibition today. I would like to thank the leaders, guests, and my colleagues who have come to attend the opening ceremony of my art exhibition. Jiang Shui's graceful manner and polite words won a round of applause from the guests. Xia Chen listened to the praises of her daughter from the crowd. She was amazed and felt very proud. Her face was full of pride and her eyes were full of love. She was truly the real daughter of the Jiang family. I've always heard that the Jiang couple doted on their daughter. Seems like it is true. They must love her so much to be able to hold such a grand solo art exhibition for her. If I had such an outstanding daughter, I would be happy to flaunt her around like this too. It's a pity that I don't. Sigh. It's infuriating. I heard that she's the last disciple of the famous painter of Rong City, Xiang Lao. That means that she must really be something. Of course she is. If it was that fake from before, the Jiang couple would be so embarrassed by now. What fake? Don't you know? Apparently, there was a switch-up at the hospital. Their previous daughter wasn't their real daughter. However, the Jiang couple was kind-hearted, so they kept her and raised her as their own daughter. However, she was never grateful. She kept comparing herself with Miss Jiang and was even jealous of her. When the family couldn't take it anymore, she was sent back to her biological parents. When she heard that she was going to be returned to her biological parents and would have to live a hard life, she drove her car into her biological father and killed him. She's currently in jail. Ah? Really? Why would I lie to you? Their whole family is messed up. I heard that her father was an alcoholic. Her mother was a gambler, and now the daughter is a criminal. As expected, dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. Yes, she was greedy for wealth and wanted to live a wealthy life in the Jiang family. She ran over her father, who brought her home and killed him. Her own mother was also implicated and was knocked into a vegetative state. Miss Jiang was very kind-hearted. She took care of her adoptive mother for 4 years and used her own money to pay for her treatments. However, I heard that she couldn't hold on a year ago and died. How can there be such a heartless and vicious person? As they were discussing, the crowd in front suddenly split into two. The people who were discussing in private looked towards the door. A white-haired old man and a handsome man appeared at the door. They were the renowned painter of Rong City, Xiong Lao, and the third-generation leader of Xiong Group, Xiong Qing. When Jiang Luan's family of 3 saw them, they immediately looked at each other in surprise. They didn't expect Jiang Lao to come. The 3 of them immediately went to greet him. Jiang Shui was Xiong Lao's last disciple, but for some reason, after seeing her, Xiong Lao wasn't particularly cordial. Instead, he was very distant. That was why Jiang Shui wasn't very confident that he would come, but it didn't matter. The reason she was learning painting from him was to get close to Xiong Group. Xiong Lao coming was just icing on the cake. She wouldn't have minded if he didn't come, because she had already gotten what she wanted. Jiang Shui took a deep breath and plastered a smile on her face. She gave Xiang Qing the most perfect smile. Xiang Qing looked at Jiang Shui, who was slowly walking towards him, and the smile on his face deepened. The 2 of them stood together. They were a perfect match made in heaven. Many of the guests present were envious of them. It seemed like the rumor that 2 of them were getting married was true. The Jiang couple were filled with joy and relief as they stood behind the 2 of them. However, another person suddenly appeared behind the perfect couple. It was an extremely skinny girl. She had long black hair, a pale face, deep dark green eye sockets, and dark purple lips. She looked like an evil spirit that could drag people into hell at any time. She was quiet and her eyes were as cold as icicles, staring right at the Jiang family members. Who is this? She doesn't seem like a guest who came for the art exhibition? I don't know. Judging from the bulging bag on her back, she must be an errand girl, right? Seeing that the people around them were beginning to rustle with curiosity, the Jiang couple's expression started to change. Jiang Luan said angrily, "Who let you in? Get out." The corners of Shen Shi's mouth curled as she smiled. She gave off creepy vibes. All the works here are mine. How can I not come to my own solo exhibition? When Shen Shi said this, everyone was in an uproar. Some people looked at each other while others looked at Jiang Shui. Even Xiong Lao and Xiong Qing looked at Shen Shi and Jiang Shui confusedly. Jiang Shui didn't expect Shen Shi to come and say such things, but even though she was a little flustered, she still steadied her mind. She pretended to be calm and said, "After you got out of prison, you disappeared. I have been worried about you. The prison psychologist said that your current mental state is not very good. You need to rest more. Be good. Follow me to the restroom to rest. It makes me sad to see you like this." Saying this, Jiang Shui was about to pull Shen Shi away. She wanted to pull her away as soon as possible. Shen Shi took a step back and continued watched Jiang Shui put on her act. Jiang Shui portrayed herself as a kind and loving person, who treated the thief who had stolen her wealthy life with love. She even cared to check up on Shen Shi's mental health from the prison psychologist. This was what everyone who was watching what was happening thought. The crowd began to look at Shen Shi with a disgusted expression. Jiang Shui withdrew her hand awkwardly and continued, "I know that you've been blaming me for reuniting with my parents. Blaming me for suddenly appearing and stealing your wealthy life. That's why you went crazy, thinking that I was a thief, bullying me in every way, and even fantasizing that Qing liked you back, and that I stole him from you. But I've never blamed you for it. Just like what Dad and Mom said, you're still their child. I've worked so hard to create everything in this art exhibition these past few years. Just this once, let me have my moment, please. I really can't give in to you anymore. Chapter 2, Revealing her true colors. Everyone started whispering in disbelief again. She's that fake daughter, Jiangxi? How is she so shameless? After stealing Jiang Shue's parents, she still wants to steal everything else. Exactly. I've never seen such a shameless person. It's actually expected considering the family she's from. She must have really gone crazy. How is she so delusional? I've never seen anyone like her. I thought she was in prison? She might have been released. I heard that she was sentenced to 5 years. That's about it. She's being ridiculous. How can an ex-convict be able to create such beautiful paintings? Exactly. She's shameless. She even thought that the young master of Xiong group liked her? She is absolutely delusional. Exactly. She should take a good look at herself. Does she think her looks is worthy of him? She ignored the taunts, accusations, and curses from the people around her. She knew how capable the Jiang family was at distorting the truth. Is that so? Your hard work? She grinned with a bright and frightening smile. She used her skinny knuckles to point at an ink painting with a black background. Do you know what the source of inspiration for this painting is? Jiang Shui looked at the painting and was extremely annoyed. The painting made no sense to her. Jiang Shui stared at the painting for a long time without saying anything. Finally, she stammered, I'm afraid of the dark. So I wanted to add some luster in the dark. Stop messing around. Ha ha ha, you're ridiculous. Have you taken a serious look at the painting? Do you know that the source of inspiration is written at the bottom of the painting? Prison release. The source of inspiration for this painting is my 5 years of suffering despite being innocent. Also, you may not know this, but throughout these 5 years, I've hidden my initials in all of my paintings. When everyone heard this, they immediately took a closer look. At the bottom of the painting, there were indeed small words saying prison release. The only person here who had gone to prison was Shi. Moreover, when they took a closer look at each of the other paintings, they were able to find the imprints of Shi's initials. Everyone's expression when they looked at Jiang Shui immediately changed. A young lady taking credit for an ex-convict's hard work. The people who saw Jiang Shui as intelligent and graceful just a moment ago immediately put on a mocking expression on their faces. However, since she was still the daughter of the president of Kunlun Construction, they didn't gossip about her out loud. They all turned their heads to the side and secretly gossiped about her. Jiang Shui did not expect Shi to hide her initials in her paintings. She turned to look at Xiang Lao with a panicked expression. Xiang Lao's expression was stern, and even Xiang Qing had an unpleasant expression. Stop talking nonsense. You've been in prison for the past 5 years. How would you be able to paint? As for this mark, I saw that Mom and Dad was missing you so much, so I wrote it in, hoping that you would be released early. Jiang Shui turned around and explained. Although her explanation about the mark was a bit far-fetched, Jiang Shui was right. How could Shi paint in prison? For the sake of your dad and I, can you stop messing around? I will take you home first. Xia Chen really couldn't bear to see her own daughter being embarrassed. Dad and you? You're not my parents. Stop pretending. No parent would allow outsiders to bully their own child. 5 years ago, you were the one who told me to stay to accompany Jiang Shui and help her adapt to her new environment. Because of this, many people pointed their fingers at me and called me shameless for coveting the wealth of the Jiang family. Did you defend me at all? No, you didn't. You let me get laughed at and scolded. You've done so many bad things to me. Would you like me to list them all out? Why did Jiang Shui pretend to want me to stay with your family? What happened after that? Do you dare to say it in front of so many people? Nonsense. Jiang Luan immediately became angry from embarrassment. Then, he rushed toward Shi and raised his hand to drag her out. However, before he could even touch Shi, She violently pushed him away. He staggered a few steps forward, and the president of Kunlun Construction almost fell to the ground. Shinshi looked at the person whom she used to regard as her father, who was in such a sorry state, and could not help but laugh. After 5 years in prison, she was no longer the Shinshi who was weak, had to submit to others and could be bullied. No matter how much nonsense I spout, an outsider like you has no right to do anything to me. Jiang Luan, who had barely managed to regain his stability, burst out in anger. Outsider. Out of kindness, I raised you for 18 years, and this is how you repay me. Even a dog knows how to wag its tail at its owner. You're worse than a dog, you're an ungrateful wretch. Shinshi laughed hysterically. Ungrateful wretch? You raised me out of kindness? She pulled Jiang Shui aside. Which ungrateful wretch would take the blame for your daughter? Which ungrateful wretch would obediently stay in prison and take the blame for your stupid daughter for 5 years? And now you're even lying about her being a painter. Shinshi's eyes were bloodshot, like a malicious ghost stained with blood. She stared fiercely at Jiang Shui and her voice suddenly became louder. Back then, when you committed murder with your new sports car, you weren't like this. You knelt in front of me and cried like a pitiful worm, begging me to take the blame. Then, with her slightly trembling hands, she pointed at the Jiang couple fiercely. And the two of you, remember? You two knelt in front of me and cried until your tears and snot flowed out. You grabbed my white dress and begged me to take the blame in account of the 18 years that you raised me. This is what you call kindness? You've raised me for 18 years, and my biological parents raised Jiang Shui for 18 years. When have I ever owed your family anything? As Shinshi revealed everything, Jiang Shui's face instantly turned pale. However, she knew that she couldn't admit to this, so she immediately tried to make herself the victim and started crying. I know that you still blame me, so you cannot move on. It's my fault. On the day you were released from prison, I should have gone to pick you up and reminded you to take your medicine. Then, your hallucinations wouldn't be so bad and you would not think that someone else committed your crime. You can't change the fact that you broke the law. Even if you live in your own world, you can't change this fact. Everyone started to be confused. Shinshi had proof behind her words. She was probably telling the truth. However, Jiang Shui was saying that Shinshi was mentally ill and was delusional. It was really confusing. Chapter 3, Beating Up the Liar. Jiang Luan understood what Jiang Shui meant and immediately said, Shinshi, for the sake of our 18 years together and Shui's soft-heartedness, I have always been patient with you. However, the truth of the matter is that you committed the crime. The car accident back then was investigated and it was proved that you were the one who caused it. You can't slander Shui without proof. In a society ruled by law, being mentally ill is not an excuse to act recklessly. Jiang Shui secretly laughed in her heart. Her father was indeed as evil as her and was able to quickly understand what she meant. Dad, don't say that. Mentally ill? She just can't accept the fact that she has nothing left after living a prosperous 18 years of her life. Then, Jiang Shui frowned and looked at Shinshi with a worried expression. Don't blame Dad. He's just disappointed to watch his daughter, whom he had raised for 18 years, become like this. He was angry that you didn't live up to his expectations, so he said what he said in a fit of rage. Let's go home, okay? From now on, we'll be real sisters. Dad and Mom will treat you well and we'll all be a family. As if in response to Jiang Shui's words, Xia Chen wiped her tears and leaned into Jiang Luan's arms. She was like a mother who was sad to see her daughter so sick. Jiang Luan also sighed, hugged his wife, and comforted her. The entire hall was silent. A sister who repaid resentment with kindness. A gentle and soft-hearted mother, a father who only wanted the best for her daughter, and an ungrateful adopted daughter. Shinshi sneered and looked at Jiang Shui in disgust. She was extremely done with her. Shinshi used all the strength in her body and gave Jiang Shui a hard slap on the face. Jiang Shui's exquisite makeup was immediately ruined. Her fair face was covered with 5 red marks that were dripping with blood. Jiang Shui immediately screamed, "My face, my face." Immediately, Shinshi went forward and pulled Jiang Shui's hair and threw her on the ground. She slapped her hard a few more times, grabbed her hair, and slammed her head on the ground. Her body was filled with hostility. And her eyes were red. I can't believe you killed my biological father who raised you for 18 years. In order to cover up your crime, you even caused my biological mother to fall into a coma. You even used her medical fees to threaten me to paint for you. They raised you for 18 years, 18 years. Yet you killed them. You're disgusting. The one who should be dead is you. Die. Jiang Shui was scared out of her wits. Her face was hurting from the beating. Other than crying, there was nothing else she could do. Xiang Qing, who had been standing by the side, saw the situation and immediately tried to pull Shenxi away. However, Jiang Luan stepped forward and kicked Shenxi away. He kicked Shenxi in her chest, resulting in her coughing out blood. Jiang Shui was crying nonstop. Her tears were mixed with her blood, making her look especially horrifying. She burrowed herself into Xiang Qing's arms and cried pitifully, "Cheng, what she said is not true. Trust me, she has gone crazy. She blames me for everything bad that happens to her. She even thinks that I stole you from her. The psychiatrist said that her mental illness is quite severe. Although I'm very worried about her, I can't let myself be wronged, especially by you. I care about you very much." Xiang Qing had doubts in his heart. However, when he saw Shenxi beating his injured lover crazily, he could not help but believe that Jiang Shui was innocent. "I know. I believe you." Then, he looked at Shenxi with an ice-cold gaze. "Enough. Shenxi. Shui has been worried about you all this time. I didn't expect you to be so vicious. Shui will not give me up just because you're acting like this. It's true that we were engaged before. My mother also likes you very much, but that was because at the time you were the daughter of the Jiang family. The engagement is set between the Xiang family and the Jiang family, understand? Also, I was the one who fell in love with Shui first. I've never liked you, and I'll never like a crazy woman like you." Shenxi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and snorted coldly. What the hell was Xiang Qing talking about? She had never liked him either. Chapter 4, Mutual Destruction. She was here today to make the Jiang family pay for their sins with their blood. The people around were still pointing and discussing about this farce. Xiang Lao's last disciple had been made a joke, and even his grandson's marriage was ridiculed. He couldn't stand it anymore and turned around to leave. The three members of the Jiang family panicked, but when they saw Xiang Qing holding Jiang Shui's hand with concern, they felt relieved again. Finally, someone called the security guards in. Shenxi sneered. The Jiang family was too much. If it weren't for the fact that they wanted to portray their family as kind and gentle to their adopted daughter, so as not to damage Jiang Shui's image of gentleness and magnanimity, they wouldn't have let her talk nonsense here. That was why she had so much time to upset them. Shenxi quickly took off her backpack and unzipped it. Then, she looked around the crowd with a murderous aura and finally looked at the security guard. Shenxi opened her mouth slightly and said something that made people tremble in fear. "The thing in my hands is a bomb. Those who don't want to die, get out of here." Is that a real bomb?" Someone saw the thing in Shenxi's arms and screamed in fear. In an instant, the guests were all in a panic. They pushed each other and ran out. Even the security guard who came in to deal with Shenxi immediately turned to run. The three people from the Jiang family were also in a panic. They wanted to escape, but Shenxi blocked them. Xiang Cheng's mind went numb. He wanted to escape too, but Jiang Shui was holding on to him. Shenxi approached the three members of the Jiang family step by step. "It was you guys who killed my parents. It was you guys who destroyed my family. It was you guys who made me suffer in prison. Let's go to hell together." Looking at the slightly crazy Shenxi, Xiang Qing started to panic. His breathing became heavier. "Shenxi, are you crazy? Quickly put down the bomb. We'll forget this ever happened." Shenxi looked at Xiang Qing. "Yo, you're still here? Looks like you really love Jiang Shui a lot. If you really want to die together, I don't mind. I just have to pull the fuse." Hearing the word pull, Xiang Qing was so scared that his whole body trembled. He unconsciously swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and turned around to escape. Jiang Shui steadied her mind and grabbed Xiang Qing. Don't be afraid of her. How could she have a bomb? Even if we had the money to buy it, we wouldn't be able to buy it. Her? She just got out of prison and doesn't even have any money. Jiang Shui's words made everyone heave a sigh of relief. Buy? Why would I have to buy it? Guess what? My prison mate was a chemistry professor who was imprisoned for making a bomb. Do you know how hard it was to please her? You know what else? I sold a diamond necklace to buy the materials I needed to build this bomb. That's right, the diamond necklace that you guys gave me. Don't you guys think you brought this upon yourselves? At this moment, Shenxi was not angry. Her smile was maniacal. It was terrifying. When Xiang Qing heard this, he wanted to leave immediately. He was afraid of death. He still had a bright future ahead of him. Why would he give up his life for a girl? Xiang Qing struggled to break free from Jiang Shui's hand. He aimed at the door and ran. Jiang Shui shouted in disbelief, Qing. Xiang Qing suddenly fell. Then, he got up embarrassingly and ran away without looking back. Jiang Shui couldn't believe that the man who ran away was the man who told her day and night that he loved her more than anything else in his life. Lunatic, you lunatic. Jiang Luan looked at the bomb in Shenxi's hand and was about to snatch it away. Jiang Shui couldn't help but say, aren't you afraid of death? You will die too. Shenxi wasn't afraid. She pulled the fuse through it in the direction of the Jiang family. Afraid? What would she be afraid of? She had nothing but a notorious reputation. What would she be afraid to lose? She was dead set on bringing this family of demons to hell to pay for their sins. She wasn't afraid of anything. No matter what happened, she would bear the consequences. In just a few seconds, an explosion was heard, and fire shot out in all directions, burning everything in the surroundings. Chapter 5. Back to 5 years ago. Buzz. Shenxi suffered a heavy blow to the head, and a long ringing sound rang in her ears. She fell to the side, leaned against the wall, and slid down to sit on the ground. A person in front of her frantically waved his hand. Only after some time did Shenxi notice him. Are you okay? The hotel staff looked at Shenxi worriedly. Most of the guests here were guests of high status. He couldn't let anything happen to them. Shenxi shook her head and said softly, I'm fine. The attendant was still a little worried. Are you really fine? Shenxi nodded her head in annoyance. I'm really fine. After receiving an affirmative answer, the attendant walked away. Before he left, he even carefully picked up the sign that had fallen down and had people reinstall it. Shenxi only realized that something was wrong when she stood up from the ground. She quickly took out her phone, but what she took out was a phone of the same model as her phone 5 years ago. On it was written the date, June 13, 2021. It was the summer before her 3rd year of high school. Shenxi touched the place where she had been hit just now. It hurt. She then pinched her own thigh. It hurt too. At this moment, she realized that she had come back to life. She had returned to 5 years ago before everything happened. At this time, she was in Beijing attending Xiang Qing's university graduation banquet. She had never really liked Xiang Qing. He was all looks and no heart. However, the Xiang family and the Jiang family had an agreement that they would get married. As the only daughter of the Jiang family, she had no choice but to comply. Therefore, she had no choice but to attend his graduation banquet. Initially, she thought that it would be held at a hotel in Rong City. She did not expect to have to come all the way to Beijing. The Xiang family spent $1 million and booked a place at the most luxurious international hotel in Beijing. They invited many people. There was smoke in the room. Shenxi couldn't take it, so she went out to get some air. Then, she was hit by a sign that fell down. It was basically the same situation she had just encountered. Walking to the private room where Xiang Qing and the others were, Shenxi looked coldly at the group of people inside and left. If she remembered correctly, she would receive a call in a while. As expected, the phone rang. Shenxi swiped the answer button. Even after 5 years, Mama Lin's voice was still so familiar. After Shenxi listened to what she said, she hung up the phone with an ambiguous smile on her face. She now had an opportunity to settle the score before they killed her family. In her previous life, it was also at this time that Xia Chen and Jiang Luan quarreled. They went to the mall to squander and saw a girl who looked very similar to her and Jiang Luan, and she was also of similar age as Shen Shi. This time, Xia Chen and Jiang Luan also quarreled because Shen Shi did not look like the two of them. So when she saw the girl who looked like her and her husband, a strange thought occurred to her. She went to chase the girl and accidentally hurt her knee. The girl sent her to the hospital and the two of them exchanged contact details, just in case. Xia Chen found someone to investigate the girl's background and found out that the girl was born at the same time and place as when she gave birth to her daughter. Hence, she became suspicious and brought the girl to the house. She said that she was a distant cousin who came to visit and did a paternity test. When they received the results of the paternity test, both husband and wife were furious at her. This was when she got the scar on her face. "Miss, we're here." The driver turned around and whispered. She pulled herself back to reality. She opened the car door and looked at the home she had lived in for 18 years. She was full of emotions. In her previous life, she had actually already accepted the fact that she was not the daughter of this family. They were the ones who stopped her from leaving the day she tried to leave. Moreover, she did not have the contact information and address of her biological parents. She understood that she had no choice but to stay with them for a while longer. She resigned herself to her fate and stayed in the house with Jiang Shui for some time. She planned to soon return to her real home. She thought that Jiang Shui sincerely wanted to have a sister, and that her parents, who had raised her for 18 years, really didn't want to part with her. It turned out that everything was an illusion and a lie. Her deciding to stay was the start of the tragedy that would unfold in her life. That was when her life started to turn upside down. Chapter 6, Going Home. After entering the house, Mama Lin came out with a smile, just like in her previous life. She skillfully took out the indoor slippers from the shoe cabinet at the door and bent down to put them at Shen Shi's feet. "Miss, please change your shoes." Mama Lin's actions were considerate and proper, with the submissiveness and humility of a nanny and the amiability of an elder. At this moment, no one could see the slightest bit of reluctance and hypocrisy. However, it was also this person who had watched her grow up and treated her so well who, after learning that she was not the real daughter of the Jiang family, she became completely unrecognizable in order to curry favor with Jiang Shui. She was like a lackey who helped Jiang Shui to bully her wantonly. In her previous life, when she was locked in the basement, Mama Lin would deliberately send over rotten leftovers. When it was hot in the basement, she would burn charcoal. She would release rats and watch her panic. In order to make Jiang Shui laugh, she would taunt her with words and kick her. She now looked at Mama Lin with a ridiculing smile on her face. One indeed could not judge a book by its cover. Everyone in the Jiang family, including the nanny, was two-faced. Shen Shi did not bend down and take off her high heels as usual. Instead, she used her feet to pull at each other and then kicked the shoes off forcefully. Seeing Shen Shi's action, Mama Lin was a little dumbfounded. Usually, Shen Shi would say to her, "Thank you for your hard work," Mama Lin with a smile, and then take off her shoes. She would then put them away carefully before entering the house. Mama Lin felt that Shen Shi's way of taking off her shoes was rude and disrespectful. No matter what, she was still considered an elder and had even watched her grow up. Thinking of this, a flash of anger appeared in Mama Lin's eyes. Then, she quickly suppressed the unhappiness in her heart. When Mama Lin got up, she suddenly noticed that Shen Shi's forehead was red. She asked anxiously, "Aya, what happened to your forehead? Does it hurt?" "Aya, it hurts me to see you in pain," Mama Lin yelled, wanting everyone in the house to hear her concern, but she did not go to get the medicine box. Shen Shi quietly watched Mama Lin's performance. Thinking of Mama Lin's true colors, Shen Shi could not help but sneer. From the moment she entered the house, Shen Shi had been carefully observing Mama Lin's expressions. She did not miss the fleeting anger of Mama Lin just now, and she could also see through her superficial heartache. How stupid was she in her previous life? She fully believed that Mama Lin loved her a lot and cared about her genuinely. Shen Shi was a little impressed by Mama Lin now. It was also a skill to be able to act so well. Shen Shi didn't reply her and immediately put on her indoor slippers and dragged her feet into the house. Mama Lin was dumbfounded by Shen Shi today. Usually, if Shen Shi had a small injury, she would say this, and Shinshi would be so touched and say that she was fine. Perhaps, she was worried about her mom's injury, so she was not in the mood to talk to her. Yes, that must be it. Mama Lin quickly picked up the high heels, wiped away the dirt, and then neatly put them in the shoe cabinet. Then she went to look for the medicine box. That way, when Xia Chen saw her wound, she would not be scolded too badly. Shinshi went straight upstairs and pushed open the master bedroom door. The conversation between the Jiang couple in the room came to an abrupt end. Jiang Luan looked at Shinshi, who came in without knocking on the door, and snorted in anger. She was becoming more and more impatient with age. He had never liked this daughter who did not look like him at all. Seeing her uncouth behavior, he was even more upset. Xia Chen, on the other hand, was embarrassed. She didn't know if Shinshi had heard what they had just said. After all, the paternity test had just been done, and the results were still unknown. She did not want to make any assumptions and break her daughter's heart. Then, she quickly waved at Shinshi. You're back. Come over here quickly. I haven't seen you for a day, and I miss you already. Chapter 7, Getting Stood Up. Initially, she wanted to ask Shinshi about Xiang Cheng's graduation banquet and the progress of their relationship. However, when she remembered that Shinshi might not be her daughter, she immediately shut up. She wanted to reserve all good things for her daughter. At this time, Shinshi thought that it was not time for her to settle the score with them yet, so she obediently walked over to Xia Chen's bed. When Jiang Luan saw that Shinshi was feeling depressed, he left the master bedroom and went to the study. The sound of the door being slammed resounded. Xia Chen understood how her husband must have been feeling. After all, after finding out that the daughter that he had raised for 18 years might not be his biological daughter, it would be more surprising if he was able to remain calm. Even earlier, Jiang Luan had already said that he wanted to do a paternity test because he felt that Shinshi did not look like him. However, Xia Chen was unwilling. They were of high status in Rong City. If word got out, the first thing people would think of was that Xia Chen had cheated on him. She was not willing to be embarrassed like that. Moreover, she was very sure that she had not cheated on Jiang Luan. The child that she had carried for 10 months was definitely Jiang Luan's. There was no doubt about that. Therefore, she was sure that Shinshi was her and Jiang Luan's daughter. Moreover, if they did a paternity test, when their daughter found out, she would be extremely hurt. This would also cause a rift between her and her husband's relationship. She would not be able to forget how her husband had once suspected her of cheating and even had a paternity test done. This was also why she refused to do a paternity test no matter what. She did not want to ruin her relationship just because of her husband's paranoia. However, when she saw the girl who looked like her and her husband that day, she could not help but wonder, could it be possible that they brought home the wrong baby? She knew that she did not cheat on Jiang Luan. However, what if it was the hospital that got it mixed up? Looking at Shinshi in front of her, she could not see a trace of resemblance to her and Jiang Luan at all. Xia Chen gave Shinshi a few words of concern before asking her to go back to her room. Shinshi replied with an indifferent okay. Her slightly cold and distant expression made Xia Chen a little stunned. She knew Shinshi's character well. Shinshi was very persistent. In the past, if she had a bump, Shinshi would be so worried that her eyes would turn red. She would nag beside her and be so clingy that she wouldn't be able to chase her away no matter how hard she tried. She would also blow on her wound. Why was she so obedient today? As she watched Shinshi walk out of the bedroom without turning her head back, Xia Chen felt as if she was being neglected. She couldn't help but feel a little angry in her heart. Shinshi returned to her room and sat in front of the dressing table. The wound on her forehead was reflected in the mirror. Just like in her previous life, the Jiang couple was dealing with the matter of whether Shinshi was their real daughter. They did not notice the wound on her forehead at all. Messages started to pop up on the phone on the dressing table. They were from Xiang Qing. She did not need to look to know what Xiang Qing was texting her about. He must have been embarrassed because she had left without telling him and was angry. Xiang Qing only saw her as his future trophy wife. So in her previous life, after it was found out that she was not really the Jiang family's daughter, he quickly changed his target and took a fancy to another family's daughter. It was only later that Jiang Shui spent a lot of effort to seduce Xiang Qing. In her previous life, because of the Jiang couple, she would try her best to curry favor with Xiangqing, this idiot-brained young master. In this life, she would not do that anymore. Xiangqing, who didn't receive any reply from Shenxi, was completely dumbfounded. Usually, Shenxi would reply to his messages within no more than 5 seconds. He once joked that she would even bring her phone with her when she went to shower as she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to respond to his messages in time. When he told this to all his friends, he couldn't help but feel proud. After all, she was the daughter of an influential family. She was not bad-looking, had an outstanding temperament, and was also a well-behaved girl and a straight-A student. She would even follow him around every day. What was there not to be proud of? He saw himself as better than his childhood friends who played with women. However, Shenxi's actions today had thoroughly infuriated him. He had originally wanted to get her to light cigarettes for his friends to show them that he had tamed a rich young lady. Chapter 8, Xiangqing was beaten up. He had boasted about her, but she left without telling them. This was extremely embarrassing. He decided to call her since she wasn't responding to his messages. He wanted her to apologize to him in front of his friends. In the end, more than a dozen calls were made, but there was still no response. Fuck. Xiangqing was fuming with anger. He swore and kicked the trash can next to him. The trash can was kicked a few meters away and fell at the feet of the person who just came out of the elevator. Xiangqing did not expect someone to appear in front of him. He looked up from the person's spotless white sneakers, gray sports pants, and a simple black t-shirt. He wore a cap on his head and looked like an ordinary teenager, even though Xiangqing had drunk a little too much and his vision was a little blurry. He could still feel that angular face staring at him coldly. The cold air around him made him shudder a little. The teenager looked at Xiangqing with disgust. His well-defined hands unfurled the mask on his hand and he slowly put it on, covering his obscure sneer. Then, he kicked the trash on the ground with his long and straight legs. He looked at Xiangqing with a sinister look in his eyes. Damage to property. This trash can is worth 1 million yuan. The young man said with a cold smile. As the cold air from the hotel swept over, it was so cold that Xiangqing shivered. What did he say? 1 million yuan for a trash can? Xiangqing immediately cursed. Damn it, where did this poor kid come from? He must be obsessed with money. He wants to scam me? Does he want to die? Xiangqing angrily pointed at the young man. Due to the alcohol, he lost his aim and leaned towards the person next to the young man. If he doesn't have 1 million yuan, then strip and beat him up before throwing him out. When Xiangqing heard this, he rushed over to beat him up. He was the young master of Xiang Group. Who was he to provoke him like this? However, before Xiangqing could even get close to the youth, he was ruthlessly thrown to the ground by the bodyguards beside him. His right arm was dislocated with a crack sound. He immediately let out a pig-like scream. Ah! How dare you? I'm the young master of Xiang Group. I'm a VIP of Jin Hao International Hotel. Who do you think you are? Huh? At this time, Xiangqing's friends were looking for him, so they went to the presidential suite to look for him. When they came out of the hotel, they saw that Xiangqing was beaten up, kneeling on the ground and crying. Everyone was stunned. Usually, it was others who knelt on the ground begging Xiangqing for mercy, but now, Xiangqing was the one who was beaten up and kneeling on the ground begging someone else for mercy. Seeing that there were only a few people across from them, the group of them went forward to help. Their family businesses depended on their relationship with Xiangqing. So the few of them rolled up their sleeves and went forward to rescue Xiangqing. But in just a few rounds, the few of them, like Xiangqing, were beaten till they cried. Their heads were held up as they knelt in front of the young man. Soon, the hotel's security department came. When Xiangqing saw that it was the hotel's security, he immediately became arrogant again. He said fiercely, quickly beat this bastard to death. I'm an extremely important VIP of your hotel. If the hotel doesn't handle this well, I'll make you pay. The few people who were beaten also shouted indignantly. In the end, the head of security only had a cold expression on his face. He first bowed respectfully to the youth, then, he said to Xiangqing who had been beaten up, Mr. Xiang, is it? I'm sorry, but you've been blacklisted in our hotel. Please leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for what is going to happen. Xiangqing and the others looked at the head of security in disbelief, as if they didn't understand. I'm the young master of Xiang Group, you. Before he could finish, the youth sneered. Remember to make them pay for the trash can. Otherwise, strip them naked and throw them out. After he finished speaking, his eyes were filled with unbridled arrogance as he left with his men. In Rong City, Shenxi, who had just finished washing up, was wearing silk pajamas and leisurely sitting in front of the makeup mirror. Chapter 9, Learning from Mama Lin. Shenxi only glanced at the dozens of missed calls on her phone. Then, she turned her eyes away and took out a hair dryer to dry her hair. At this moment, Mama Lin came up with a band-aid with a plate of fruit in her hand. The wound on my face needs to be properly treated. I would disinfect it and put on a band-aid, but we don't have iodophor at home. Mama Lin tore the band-aid open and was about to put it on Shenxi's forehead. Shenxi turned sideways to avoid Mama Lin's hand and caressed the wound as she said, Mama Lin, I need iodophor to disinfect it first. Can you also get some anti-inflammatory medicine? It looks like the wound is inflamed. Mama Lin was stunned. It was already past 11 at night. And the shops nearby had already closed. It was even darker outside, and it even seemed like it was about to rain. June was a very rainy month. Why was Shenxi suddenly so insensible and inconsiderate today? Where would she even be able to get iodophor and anti-inflammatory medicine at this time? Oh, right, she could call an errand boy. As if she knew what Mama Lin was thinking, Shenxi immediately said, Didn't you say yesterday that your family sent over some homemade whole grain biscuits? Mama Lin, I want to eat them. Mama Lin was stunned. When she asked Shenxi if she wanted any yesterday, she said that she didn't want them. Therefore, she kept the biscuits in a studio apartment that she had bought quite far from here. Usually, when she went out to buy vegetables or when she was resting, she would go over there. Do you want to eat it now? Mama Lin asked carefully, hoping to get a negative answer. Yes, I want to eat it now. Shenxi pursed her lips, looking like a greedy kitten. She didn't look like she was playing a prank. She was very clear. She wanted Mama Lin to go and get the homemade whole grain biscuits right now. Mama Lin frowned, but then she remembered that this job with such a high salary was hard to come by. She immediately stood up and smiled fawningly. Even the wrinkles at the ends of her eyes were piled up layer by layer. I left the biscuits at my brother's house. It's quite a distance away. So I will be back quite late. But since you want to eat it, I'll go and get it right now. As Mama Lin said this, she thought that Shenxi would be heartbroken when she heard that she would have to go very far to get the biscuits, and then say that there was no need to go. In the end, she was disappointed. Shenxi, who was usually the most considerate person, seemed to not understand at this moment. She sat quietly in front of the mirror and looked at Mama Lin with a smile. Seeing this, Mama Lin could only resign herself to fate and turn around to leave. Shenxi looked at the departing figure, and her smile suddenly disappeared. In her previous life, she respected Mama Lin very much. She loved her like how she loved her grandmother. After all, she had watched her grow up, therefore, she naturally would not be so mean and ask Mama Lin to go out and buy things for her in the middle of the night. However, after knowing her true colors, she could not care less. She did not care about what Mama Lin would think of her. She was only going to be in this house for a few more days. Naturally, she had to avenge herself. As for Mama Lin's brother's house that she had mentioned, it was clearly her house. For so many years, Mama Lin had been greedy for a lot of good things in the Jiang family. In her previous life, Shenxi often lost things. At that time, she thought that she had forgotten where she put them. Later, she found out that Mama Lin had stolen them and sold them. She used the money to buy her house. When Xia Chen found that the things in the house were inexplicably missing, Mama Lin put the expensive accessories that she could not bring out in time in the basement. She lied and said that she couldn't bear to see Shenxi being locked up all the time, so she let Shenxi out for a walk. She didn't expect Shenxi to steal things and planned to sell them and escape. At that time, Xia Chen was already extremely disgusted with Shenxi. She didn't listen to Shenxi's explanation and chose to believe Mama Lin without hesitation. Thus, Shenxi was forcibly convicted of theft. Thinking of this, Shinshi looked at herself in the mirror and her lips curled into a smile. In her previous life, she was stupid. She was ready to get revenge in this life. She turned her head and looked out of the window. After a while, a strong wind carried raindrops and violently hit the floor-to-ceiling window. Just like in her previous life, it was raining at this time. This was also why she insisted that Mama Lin go out at this time. It was not time for her to settle the score yet, so she could only antagonize the Jiang family with small matters. She locked her door and put on earplugs. Shinshi fell on the bed and fell asleep peacefully. Chapter 10, Real Daughter. The next morning, after a good night's sleep, Shinshi went downstairs with a face full of satisfaction. When she saw Shinshi, Mama Lin's expression changed. She did not know why, but she felt that Shinshi had changed. Mama Lin was still considerate as she prepared breakfast for Shinshi. Even the milk was warmed to the right temperature. Then, she took out the anti-inflammatory medicine and iodophor that she had bought yesterday, as well as the multigrain biscuits that Shinshi said she wanted to eat. "Miss, why did you fall asleep yesterday? I knocked on the door for a long time, but you didn't wake up. I was afraid of waking up your mother, so I didn't dare to continue calling you," Mama Lin said with a thick nasal voice. There was also a little grievance and reproach in her words. Shinshi pretended to be dumb and said lightly, "Thank you, Mama Lin. You can leave the biscuits here for now. I'll eat them when I'm hungry." Mama Lin felt that Shinshi was different. As a nanny, she was always able to quickly sense the emotions of her employers. This was an important skill needed to be able to please her employers. However, when she thought about how well-behaved Shinshi usually was, she shook the thoughts out of her head. Mama Lin stopped probing Shinshi. She raised her habitual smile and returned to the kitchen. Shinshi looked at the scratches on Mama Lin's arm. It seemed that the trip last night was not easy. She might have fallen down. Even so, Shinshi did not feel a trace of guilt. There were many marks on her body from being abused by Mama Lin. This was because Jiang Shui was very fussy. When Jiang Shui first arrived at the Jiang family house, Mama Lin thought that she was poor, so she gave her a lot of rude looks. Later on, when Jiang Shui returned to the Jiang family with the status of being their real daughter, naturally, she wanted to properly deal with this servant who looked down on her. Jiang Shui liked to keep people by her side and torture them. Seeing people who once looked down on her being suppressed by her and begging her made her feel proud and happy. Therefore, in order to please Jiang Shui, the real daughter of the Jiang family, Mama Lin treated bullying Shinshi as a peace offering. The more miserable Shinshi was, the happier Jiang Shui would be, which would make Mama Lin's life better. After all, the remuneration paid by the Jiang family was relatively high compared to other families. This was because Xia Chen and Jiang Luan were both people who cared about their reputation. If they didn't pay their employees well, they would appear inferior and be embarrassed. Because of this, no matter how uncomfortable Mama Lin felt when working in the Jiang family, she would not show it in front of them. After finishing breakfast, Shinshi saw that it was about time that Jiang Luan would arrive with Jiang Shui. So she took a book and sat on the sofa to wait. After a few minutes, Jiang Luan brought Jiang Shui into the house. At this time, Xia Chen had also come downstairs. Even though the injury on her knee was only a small wound, Xia Chen was still extremely careful when she went downstairs. She was afraid that if she was not careful, it would leave a scar. Shinshi sat on the sofa calmly. She did not move. She just watched coldly as Jiang Luan brought Jiang Shui in, a simple blue t-shirt with a white pleated skirt and a pair of white shoes. She looked beautiful nonetheless. Her shoulder-length hair hung loosely behind her ears and covered her forehead. She looked a little uneasy. She grabbed the bottom of her t-shirt and was looking at the magnificent villa helplessly. In her previous life, Shinshi had not carefully looked at Jiang Shui's appearance. Looking at her now, indeed, she looked like Xia Chen and Jiang Luo. No wonder Xia Chen was suspicious. When Xia Chen saw Jiang Shui coming in, she did not care about the wound on her knee. She walked quickly towards Jiang Shui in joy. She held Jiang Shui's hand and warmly greeted her. "How was your journey? Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something?" Xia Chen was full of care and love. In Shinshi's previous life, she didn't realize what was going on. She didn't pay attention either, as she had no reason to think that her parents would disown her as their daughter. When Jiang Shui saw the caring look on Xia Chen's face, she was even more at a loss. At the same time, she was pleasantly surprised. Yesterday morning, Jiang Luan told her that it was very likely that he was her biological father. She didn't believe it at first and thought that he was some kind of liar. Chapter 11, Cousin. When Jiang Luan showed her his business card, and she saw that he was the president of Kunlun Construction, she was speechless. Jiang Shui had fantasized about such a thing happening to her before, not actually being the biological daughter of the poor family she was raised by, but the daughter of a rich family who had brought home the wrong baby, and then returned to their side and living a wealthy life, because she really did not look like the parents who raised her. If she told other people that she was adopted, everyone would believe her. God knows how much she hated her poor and destitute family. Jiang Luan's arrival was like an angel coming down from heaven. She was ecstatic, so, even if Jiang Luan was a liar, she still had to take the gamble and obediently follow him. When Jiang Luan brought her to the hospital to do a paternity test with his wife, Jiang Shui was so excited that she almost cried. She was confident that she was the child of the Jiang family. At night, Jiang Shui looked at herself in the mirror for a long time. Her eyes were very similar to Xia Chen's, and her nose and mouth were very similar to Jiang Luan's. Therefore, Jiang Shui was so excited that she couldn't sleep. Early in the morning, she told her parents that she was going to her classmate's house to study for her finals. In reality, she had already applied for leave and planned to wait at the Jiang family's house until the results came out. Then, she wouldn't have to go back to the Shen family's slum-like dilapidated house. Jiang Shui, who had come back to her senses, obediently and timidly replied, "I'm okay. I've already eaten." Xia Chen looked at this girl who looked so much like her and her heart softened. "You've eaten? Then, eat some fruits. Mama Lin, cut some fruits." Xia Chen's face was full of happiness. She pulled Jiang Shui's little hand and walked towards the sofa. Previously, she had not yet taken a good look at Jiang Shui's appearance. Now that they were at home, she would have to take a good look. When they were almost at the sofa, Xia Chen noticed Shen Shi, who had been sitting on the sofa the whole time. The smile on her face froze, and her heart skipped a beat. She nervously pursed her lips before she regained her senses. She held on to Jiang Shui's hand and introduced, "She, come, let me introduce you. This is your distant cousin. She's staying here for a few days." Xia Chen was still stunned when she introduced Jiang Shui. Facing Shenxi, she actually felt a little guilty, as if she had betrayed her daughter. Shenxi had a smile on her face. When she heard Xia Chen's introduction, she slowly stood up, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she gently greeted, "Hello, cousin." Jiang Shui also looked at Shenxi curiously, looking at this robber who had stolen her life for the past 18 years. Jiang Shui was full of anger, but when she saw Shenxi, who seemed extremely charismatic, she even had thoughts of timidity and inferiority. Shenxi wore a navy blue silk knee-length dress that outlined her graceful and outstanding waist. Her skin was snow-white and tender. Jiang Shui could not help but feel jealous. Jiang Shui felt extremely inferior as she stood beside Shenxi. The overwhelming inferiority complex made Jiang Shui breathless. She even forgot to respond to Shenxi's greeting. Her hands were nervously clutching the cheap clothes in her bag, afraid that they would accidentally fall out and cause her to get laughed at. Shenxi's eyebrows were as dark as the stars, and her eyes were as bright as the stars. As she looked around, she looked extremely arrogant. The outline of her eyes and nose were very similar to Jiang Shui's adoptive father. They were deep, three-dimensional, and charming. However, her naturally clear eyes and red lips were very similar to Jiang Shui's adoptive mother. Seeing this, Jiang Shui's heart was filled with jealousy and hatred. At the same time, she was even more certain that they were switched at birth. Ever since she was young, there had been people saying that she might not be the Shen family's biological daughter because she looked too different from them. Every time she heard people saying that it was a pity that she did not inherit her parents' good looks, she would get extremely angry, thinking about it now. So what if she looked how she was? Without money, they were nothing. Thinking of this, Jiang Shui also secretly encouraged herself. She raised her head and said confidently, "Hello, cousin. I'm Shen Shui. You can also call me Shui." Chapter 12, Greetings. It wasn't just Shenxi and Jiang Shui who were sizing each other up, Xia Chen and Jiang Luan were also comparing their looks. After comparing, they were very sure of their suspicions. Xia Chen felt uncomfortable, especially when she saw Jiang Shui's timid and fearful gaze when facing Shenxi. She was heartbroken. However, the results were not out yet, so she couldn't make assumptions. Mama Lin placed the fruit on the table and then took out disposable indoor slippers for Jiang Shui. She had been busy just now and accidentally let this wild girl come in without changing her shoes. When she thought about how she would have to mop the floor later, she instantly felt annoyed. However, in front of her employers, Mama Lin still said very politely, "Miss, please change your shoes here." Mama Lin did not expect that her words would somehow provoke Jiang Luan. She was immediately scolded, "Bring that pair of pink indoor slippers over here." Why would you make a guest wear disposable indoor slippers? Mama Lin was shocked by the scolding. Shouldn't guests wear disposable indoor slippers? However, Mama Lin did not refute Jiang Luan. For the sake of her salary, Mama Lin still answered with a smile on her face. Then, she took out the indoor slippers that were obviously much better in quality. She stood aside respectfully and waited for Jiang Shui to change her shoes. However, the disdainful look in Mama Lin's eyes when she lowered her head was noticed by Shenxi, who had been staring at the two of them. The smile on her face deepened. At this moment, Jiang Shui could not suppress the excitement in her heart. This was her life now. She was high and mighty and others had to kneel at her feet and wag their tails at her. She could have had all these 18 years ago. It was all because of Shenxi, the robber who had stolen her wealthy life. It was all because of her that she had led a miserable life for 18 years. Shenxi was the culprit. When the results of the paternity test was out, she would seek justice for herself. She wanted Shenxi, who was now high and mighty, to kneel in front of her and repent. She wanted her to bow down in front of her and be submissive. With this thought, the excitement in Jiang Shui's heart swelled up, but it was well hidden under her obedient face. Xia Chen spoke softly to Jiang Shui at the side, and asked Mama Lin to bring some exquisite pastries and tea. Jiang Luan also sat on the sofa. Unlike his usual self, even his eyebrows and eyes were much more relaxed than usual, and he appeared much more amiable. From time to time, he would interject a few words to respond to Xia Chen. He was not as serious as he usually was to Shenxi. Jiang Luan was someone who was kind to everyone outside, but he always treated Shenxi harshly at home. She did not think much of it and thought that that was just his personality, but apparently this wasn't the case. After sitting with Jiang Shui for a long time, Jiang Luan got up and said that it was time for him to go to work. He also brought Xia Chen to the hospital to check on her knee. Then, the couple handed Jiang Shui over to Shenxi to take good care of her. "Mama Lin, help cousin carry her luggage," Shenxi said with a slight smile. Mama Lin was not particularly willing, and Jiang Shui's face was also red with displeasure, but in the end, Mama Lin still listened to Shenxi's instructions. She did not care about Jiang Shui's wishes and snatched the cloth bag. Mama Lin looked at the gray cloth bag in her hand that had been overwashed after overuse, and the contempt and disdain in her heart deepened. She wondered why her employers would like such a poor girl who had come out of nowhere. She felt disgusted when she looked at the poor girl. Having worked as a nanny for rich families for decades, she had a higher standard of living. Naturally, she looked down on poor people. Mama Lin brought the two of them to the room where Jiang Shui would be staying. She threw the cloth bag in her hand on the bed, making a loud noise. Jiang Shui immediately blushed in embarrassment and clenched her fists tightly by her side. When the result of the paternity test was out in a few days, she would definitely teach Mama Lin a lesson. Shenxi looked at the two of them and could see the tension between the two. She said to Jiang Shui with satisfaction, "Let's go. I'll show you around the house." Jiang Shui looked at Shenxi walking in front. Just by looking at her back, she looked extremely elegant. Then she looked down at herself. She was like a girl walking behind a princess. The inferiority complex in Jiang Shui's heart reappeared, making her a little annoyed. Chapter 13, Contradiction. When she saw Shenxi's cloakroom, Jiang Shui was full of anger. The cloakroom was filled with a dazzling array of things, as if she had entered a huge shop. The clothes inside were of all kinds, all ironed and neatly hung there for the owner to choose from. There was also a special row with all kinds of gowns hanging there. Jiang Shui didn't even dare to touch them for fear of dirtying them. There were several rows of shoes. There were all kinds of shoes, but they were also wiped clean, as if they were on display. Unlike Jiang Shui, who wore white shoes all year round, only when they were worn out would she get new shoes. Her shoe cabinet was never full. And it was extremely shabby. There were all kinds of shiny necklaces, bracelets, and earrings. They were so shiny that her eyes nearly went blind. Finally, they arrived at the cosmetics area. The cosmetics that Jiang Shui had been saving for a long time to buy but could not buy, were now neatly arranged. Some of them had not even been opened yet. Thinking about how she had to be so stingy in order to buy these cosmetics, and how she had lived a poor life, jealousy and anger rose in her heart. This was supposed to be her life. She was supposed to be a princess and admired by everyone. Shenxi looked at Jiang Shui's jealous expression and then looked at the ragdoll cat that was rubbing against her feet. Shenxi squatted down, and the ragdoll cat climbed onto Shenxi's knees and used its furry head to caress Shenxi's palm. Jiang Shui also looked at the beautiful cat. The cat was very expensive. Its fur and its blue eyes were very beautiful. She had wanted to raise one before, but it was too expensive, so she couldn't. Shenxi held the cat in her arms and teased it. Looking at Jiang Shui's expression, she handed the cat over. Jiang Shui was pleasantly surprised and hugged it in her arms. The cat's fur was smooth, and its entire body was fragrant. However, perhaps it was because it had been raised by a rich family, it was extremely arrogant. The cat was extremely unhappy in Jiang Shui's arms and wanted to break free. Jiang Shui was also extremely angry and refused to let it run away. In the end, she was so angry that the cat started meowing very loudly, which finally attracted Mama Lin's attention. Seeing Xia Chun's favorite cat being held in the arms of a poor girl and Shenxi squatting at the side with an aggrieved look on her face as she watched the cat being snatched away, she could not help but get angry. She stepped forward and pushed Jiang Shui away, taking the cat away from Jiang Shui's arms. If Xia Chun saw that her cat was dirted, she would definitely be scolded again. Moreover, Shenxi seemed to be upset as well. She had to teach Jiang Shui a lesson. Jiang Shui was pushed to the ground. Her eyes instantly became unfriendly, and anger surged in her eyes. Mama Lin was not polite at all. She started to point at the cat and scolded it. "Mimi, you are the madam's precious cat. You can't let dirty things from unknown sources dirty you." After saying that, she stole a glance at Shenxi's angry expression. Mama Lin felt that she had done the right thing. In her heart, she applauded herself. She had avenged Shenxi. Seeing Mama Lin leave with the cat arrogantly, Shenxi seemed to have come to a realization. "Cousin, don't sit on the ground." Jiang Shui was so angry that she gritted her teeth. As soon as the result of the paternity test was out, she would not let these two people go. Jiang Shui stood up angrily and patted the dust off her body. "There's no need to pat yourself. This floor is cleaned every day. It's not dirty." Jiang Shui looked at Shenxi. The smile on her face was especially glaring. What did she mean? Was she saying that she was dirtier than the floor? Jiang Shui, who could not take it anymore, said, "I'll go back to my room first." Then she left. Shenxi turned around and took the whole grain biscuits that Mama Lin gave her in the morning. She followed her. The moment Jiang Shui was about to close the door, she blocked the door. "This is the local specialty that Mama Lin brought over this morning. I brought some for you to try." She did not care about Jiang Shui's resistance and went straight into her room and placed it on the table. "It's very delicious. Remember to eat it." "I'm going back to my room," Shenxi said and left. However, when she heard the loud sound coming from inside her room, the corners of Shenxi's mouth curled up. If she didn't draw the hatred first, how could she proceed to the next step? Chapter 14, Conflict. Shenxi saw that it was about time. She flexed the muscles on her face and then put on a sullen and aggrieved look. Looking at her increasingly skilled acting skills in the mirror, Shenxi couldn't help but laugh. Sure enough, she had to fight fire with fire. After going downstairs, the sad and aggrieved look on Shinchi's face immediately attracted Mama Lin's attention. Shinchi was clearly in a good mood just now. So why was she unhappy now? Was it because of that poor girl Shin Shui? Miss, are you in a bad mood? Were you bullied? Mama Lin immediately put down the food in her hands and hastily wiped her wet hands on her apron a few times. She asked Shinchi with a worried expression. No, I was just thinking, Mama Lin, your whole grain biscuits were so delicious, but in the end, cousin threw it away. I felt that it was such a waste. How are their classes when it came to biscuits? Biscuits are just biscuits. Shinchi's beautiful eyebrows were furrowed high. When Mama Lin heard this, she was shocked. How dare a poor girl despise her food? She even humiliated Shinchi by throwing it away in front of her. Where did she even come from? How dare she be so rude to you? I'll go up and tear her apart. As Mama Lin spoke, she rolled up her sleeves and took 2 steps forward. Her fat butt twisted and turned as she went upstairs. When she passed by Shinchi's room, Mama Lin went in and took out 2 gold bracelets. She never fought unprepared battles. The sound of banging on the door made Jiang Shui, who had just arrived, open the door in a panic. As soon as the door was opened, Mama Lin rushed in and tore Jiang Shui's things apart, scattering them all over the floor. Jiang Shui saw the mess on the floor and screamed. She had spent so much money to buy all these. Mama Lin looked at the makeup scattered all over the floor and was overjoyed. She originally wanted to frame Jiang Shui. That's why she went to Shinchi's room to take 2 gold bracelets and stuffed them into her bag when Jiang Shui wasn't paying attention. In the end, she didn't even need to frame her. Jiang Shui delivered the evidence herself. She didn't believe that with Jiang Shui's shabby appearance, she could afford so many branded cosmetics. Mama Lin glanced at the biscuits that were thrown into the trash can and was instantly enraged. How dare she look down on her food? I can't believe you stole your cousin's gold bracelet. Mama Lin's voice was sharp and ear-piercing. Jiang Shui looked at the gold bracelet on the ground. She was in a daze. She definitely didn't steal it. Someone was trying to frame her. Shinchi stretched lazily downstairs and barely stood up. Xia Chen finally returned. Why are you here alone? Xia Chen saw Shinchi walking upstairs as soon as she returned and looked around for Jiang Shui. I'm here to drink some water. As soon as Shinchi finished speaking, a sharp scream came from upstairs. The 2 of them looked at each other and quickly went upstairs. At this time, Jiang Shui's room was in a mess. Jiang Shui's cloth bag was teared, and the things inside were scattered all over the floor. Seeing that Xia Chen had come over, Mama Lin had a sinister smile on her face. Mama Lin immediately went forward and pointed at the things on the ground. Madam, young miss, she has been stealing since she arrived. Look at this gold bracelet. Didn't the young miss wear this when she was young? Madam was the one who designed it, saying that it was a Buddhist symbol to ensure her safety. There are also all these branded cosmetics here. With her shabby appearance, it doesn't make sense that she was able to buy so many of these. They aren't cheap. Where did she get the money from? She must have stolen them too. Jiang Shui's mind spun quickly. Then, with tears in her eyes, she shook her head and said, No, I didn't steal them. I really didn't steal them. Xia Chen looked at the scene in front of her. She was shocked. Could it be that her daughter had been raised by that poor family to be a thief? Even if she really liked her daughter, it would be very embarrassing if it were to spread that her daughter was a thief. Xia Chen's expression became serious when she thought of this. Tell me, what's going on? Did you take these? Chapter 15, The Real Daughter's Scheme. Jiang Shui saw Xia Chen's serious expression and was at a loss. She had just met them, and even if she was really the daughter of this family, if she and Jiang Luo believed Mama Lin, they might not be able to forgive her. Tears immediately poured down her face. She cried and said, I really don't know why this gold bracelet is with me, but these cosmetics are second-hand goods that I bought myself. Auntie, you might not know this, but my family is poor. My father is an alcoholic, and my mother is a gambler. Other than tuition fees, I earn my own living. I make a living by selling second-hand cosmetics. At this point, Jiang Shui cried even harder. Her expression was filled with embarrassment and shame as she continued, "My classmates gave me their used cosmetics after seeing that I didn't have it easy. They believed in my character, so they gave them to me without me paying up front. They said that I could pay them back after I sold them. I only took a little bit of the profit." As if she was talking about a sore spot, Jiang Shui suddenly squatted on the ground and burst into tears. Xia Chen felt her heart ache when she heard this. She didn't expect Jiang Shui to live such a life. She couldn't imagine her biological daughter living such a life. Xia Chen immediately squatted down and patted Jiang Shui's back, comforting her. Seeing that this wasn't the reaction she expected Xia Chen to have, she immediately went forward and continued, "Madam, I think she is lying. I don't think many of these cosmetics have been used before. How could those poor students have so many branded cosmetics? Besides, she even stole the young Mrs. Gold bracelet." Jiang Shui suddenly raised her head and stood up. Her eyes were red from crying as she said, "I, Shen Shui, swear that I didn't steal it." Just as Jiang Shui stood up, Xia Chen's sharp eyes saw a gold bracelet hanging on a hole in Jiang Shui's dress. Shen Shi and Mama Lin also saw it. Xia Chen stood up and told Jiang Shui not to move, then took off the gold bracelet on Jiang Shui's dress. It seemed that it was a misunderstanding. Perhaps the other gold bracelet was also caught on Jiang Shui's dress. That was probably how Shen Shi's gold bracelet came to be in Jiang Shui's room. At this time, Jiang Shui seemed to have discovered the hole in her dress. Tears fell again. "What happened to my dress? This is the only beautiful dress I have. I usually never wear it. It was only because I came to meet important people today that I put it on." Jiang Shui looked as if she had lost the most precious thing in the world. When Xia Chen heard Jiang Shui's words, her heart ached. The important people that Jiang Shui was talking about were herself and her husband. When she thought of how much this child valued herself and her husband, her heart ached even more for Jiang Shui. Xia Chen hugged Jiang Shui in her arms. She said softly, "Don't cry anymore. I trust you. It seems that this bracelet was accidentally caught on your dress. It wasn't you who took it. I understand. It's been hard on you." Mama Lin wanted to say something, but she was glared at by Xia Chen. Perhaps it was because she knew that Jiang Shui had been living a miserable life for the past 18 years. Xia Chen was in an extremely bad mood. Jiang Shui just shook her head and said, "I'm okay. I don't care about what others think of me. As long as you believe me, I'm very happy." When Xia Chen heard this, she was extremely touched. She felt sorry for Jiang Shui for enduring such a tough life. She felt sorry for Jiang Shui who was framed. She felt sorry for Jiang Shui who had to expose her miserable life in front of everyone so that she could prove her innocence. Xia Chen looked at Mama Lin with an unfriendly gaze. "Mama Lin, start cleaning up Jiang Shui's items. Pick them up one by one and put them back." Mama Lin was stunned when she heard this. This was the first time that Xia Chen had been so harsh to her. She glanced at Jiang Shui and felt hatred in her heart. However, in the end, she still squatted down and picked them up one by one. After she was done, Mama Lin was berated by Xia Chen and sent out. Xia Chen looked at Shen Shi and suppressed the displeasure in her heart. She glanced at Shen Shi and said, "You should go out too. Take the bracelet too. It's not something valuable, but it caused such a big fuss." Then, she didn't even look at Shen Shi. She grabbed Jiang Shui's hand and continued to comfort her. Shen Shi looked at the bracelet in her hand as she turned around and left. She didn't care about Xia Chen's attitude at all. She had experienced worse in her previous life, but now, it seemed that Jiang Shui already had quite a hold on Xia Chen. Jiang Shui looked at Shen Shi's back as she walked out of the door, and she felt proud. Shen Shi failed in her scheme. Chapter 16 Evil Plot. After sending Xia Chen away, Jiang Shui still had a lingering fear. If the gold bracelet had not caught onto her dress, she would have torn her dress by herself and pretended that the gold bracelet had accidentally caught onto it. Then, she would cry about her tragic past and arouse Xia Chen's sympathy. Jiang Shui obviously did not steal the gold bracelet, so it must have been Shen Shi who had asked Mama Lin take the gold bracelet to her room to frame her. It seemed that before the paternity test's result was out, it would be better for her to avoid Shinshi. It would not be wise for her to go against Shinshi now. As for dealing with Shinshi, Jiang Shui had an idea of how to finish her off with one move. Shinshi had stolen her life for 18 years. She would not let her leave so easily. Although she had told Xia Chen just now that her foster parents were very poor, her father was an alcoholic, and her mother was a gambler, that was just nonsense to arouse Xia Chen's sympathy. Right now, apart from being a little poor and constantly bragging, Jiang Shui's foster parents were actually pretty good to her. Therefore, Shinshi might be poorer when she returned to them, but it wouldn't be so bad, no way. Shinshi had stolen Jiang Shui's wealthy life for 18 years. She would not be able to forgive herself if she let Shinshi go easily. How could she let go of the humiliation that she had suffered for the past 18 years for being poor? Shinshi should get a taste of it. At the thought of this, Jiang Shui's eyes flashed with bloodlust and excitement. She couldn't wait to see the noble and elegant Shinshi being bullied by dirty and vulgar people. She could not wait. Right away, Jiang Shui picked up her phone and made a call. "Hello, brother Haozi, it's me, Shin Shui." As soon as the call went through, Jiang Shui immediately said in a coquettish voice, "Oh, hello. What's the matter? Are you going to return us our money, or are you itching down there? Do you miss us?" Ha ha ha. A wanton and licentious laughter came from the other end of the phone, which made Jiang Shui recall when they had sex previously. Her other hand tightly gripped her bedsheet, and a surging sense of shame instantly enveloped her whole body. Her body could not stop trembling. Then, she forcefully suppressed her nausea and said calmly, "I'm here to deliver good goods to you, a fair and beautiful virgin." Jiang Shui did not know whether Shinshi was a virgin or not. She just wanted to interest Haozi and the others. She wanted Shinshi to experience what she went through. "Are you serious? Is this a trap?" Haozi was quite alert. "Why would it be? I wouldn't dare. Look at the photo I sent you." Jiang Shui sent Shinshi's photo over. The moment Haozi and the others saw Shinshi's photo, they could not hide the evil thoughts and desires in their hearts. They looked at each other. They could not wait to have sex with such a goddess. At this moment, Jiang Shui spoke again. "Brother Huizi, did you receive it? That woman is a goddess. She came from a rich family." Haozi knew that nothing good was ever free. He asked directly, "Tell me, what do you want?" When Jiang Shui heard this, she sighed in relief. "I know I owe you money, but if I send this woman to you, you can ask her parents for money. Can you offset my debt?" The other end of the phone went silent for a while, and Jiang Shui became anxious again. She was afraid that Huizi would reject her offer. Really, such a woman is very hard to come by. When the time comes, you can film the entire process. You can also ask her parents for money, and you can use this video to threaten this woman to serve you obediently. You can even threaten this woman to sell herself for you to earn money, or make a film. Her face is worth a lot of money. Jiang Shui wanted to raise Shinshi's value so that Huizi would be interested. "I didn't expect you to be even more ruthless than us. Damn it, why didn't I think of this when I fucked you last time? Such a good business idea, ha ha ha." Jiang Shui held back her anger and waited until Huizi finished laughing before carefully asking, "Can I give her to you as payment? You have nothing to lose." Chapter 17, The Situation at the Hotel. "Okay, bring her out to meet us first." After receiving an affirmative reply, Jiang Shui's nervous shoulders suddenly relaxed, and she took a few deep breaths happily. When she finished planning with Huizi, the corners of Jiang Shui's mouth curled. In the darkness, her 2 rows of sharp teeth flashed with a white light like sharp blades, perfect to rip someone apart. In another room in the villa, Shinshi looked at Jiang Shui's student ID in her hand. On it was written, "Rong City No. 6 High School, Grade 12, Class 8, Shin Shui." Shinshi's expression went from confusion to clarity, and then tears fell from her wide eyes. After a while, she laughed self-mockingly. She was so stupid in her previous life. Finding her biological parents. It was clearly such a simple thing. In her previous life, she knew that Jiang Shui was a student in grade 12, Class 8 of Rong City No. 6 High School. Shinshi only had to go to Jiang Shue's class and ask about her parents casually. Why did she think that getting her biological parents' contact information from Jiang Shui was the only way to find her biological parents? In her previous life, the result of the paternity test came out after Shinshi finished the end-of-term safety education class at school. When she returned home, it was noon. The moment the door opened, her luggage was thrown out. Then, she learned that she was not the Jiang family's biological daughter. The news completely shocked Shinshi. She was completely dumbfounded, unable to believe this fact. Shinshi begged the Jiang couple to stop joking around. But in the end, the door that was always open to her slowly closed in front of her eyes, extinguishing her last glimmer of hope. She remembered that it was a scorching summer day. She stood foolishly in the Jiang family's courtyard until she felt dizzy, her ears ringing, and she fainted from heat stroke. When she woke up again, Shinshi was finally able to accept it calmly. She didn't think about anything. She just wanted to leave the house as soon as possible. However, when she asked for the contact details of her biological parents, Jiang Shui stuttered. Then, things took a turn for the better. Jiang Shui said that she had just arrived at the Jiang family and wasn't used to it. She was also afraid that Shinshi wouldn't be used to the life of a poor person. So she discussed with Xia Chen and the others and asked Shinshi to stay in the Jiang family to accompany her. However, Shinshi had already sorted out her emotions at that time and rejected Jiang Shui's proposal. In the end, Xia Chen said that she could not bear to part with Shinshi and asked her to stay for a while in account of their 18 years as mother and daughter. That was why Shinshi stayed. During that period, Shinshi had mentioned to Jiang Shui more than once that she wanted the contact details of her biological parents, but Jiang Shui always gave her excuses. In the end, Jiang Shui finally relented and said that she had picked up the Shin couple, Shinshi's biological parents, and sent them to a hotel. Then, she gave her the hotel room number. Jiang Shui also said that she did not give her the contact details earlier because she wanted to give her a surprise. At that time, when Shinshi heard Jiang Shui say this, she was very grateful. She thought that Jiang Shui person was very kind. However, she did not expect the following events. That day, Shinshi pushed open the door of the hotel room. What greeted her was not her biological parents, but 5 wretched men. In that dark and chaotic hotel room, everything was stinky and dirty. She was violated by those 5 men. They even filmed her being gang raped, when Shinshi was naked and surrounded by the 5 men. The Jiang couple and Jiang Shui suddenly pushed the door open. The 5 men were indifferent as they threatened the Jiang couple for money. The Jiang couple's faces were full of shock and anger, and Jiang Shui's face was also full of worry. So much so that Shinshi later thought that it was Jiang Shui and the Jiang couple who had saved her. The 5 people said that Shinshi owed them money and promised to sell her body to pay them back. If they did not want this video to be released, then they would have to buy it. Shinshi cried and explained that what they were saying was not true. However, the Jiang couple didn't believe her. The Jiang couple were very proud people. In the corporate world, everyone knew Shinshi's face. If word got out, the Jiang family would be humiliated. Therefore, they spent a lot of money to buy the video and repay the 5 men. Chapter 18, Paternity Test. After that, Shinshi was locked in the basement, and the video fell into the hands of Jiang Shui. Whenever Jiang Shui was in a bad mood, she would show Mama Lin the video of Shinshi to show her Shinshi's shameful side. It was not until she was in prison that Shinshi found out that it was Jiang Shui who owed the 5 men money, and it was also Jiang Shui who sold her out in exchange for her freedom. Later on, when the 5 people came to the Jiang family with the video to threaten them, Jiang Shui bought it immediately. She thought that the Jiang family had saved her, but in reality, what happened to her was the Jiang family's doing. Shinshi tightly held Jiang Shui's student ID in her hand. Her eyes were cold and sharp, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She revealed a cruel and bloodthirsty ruthlessness, just like a demon warrior who had been through hundreds of battles. Shinshi was ready to win this time. The next few days, Jiang Shui was inexplicably well behaved. She practically avoided all the places where Shinshi would be. After Shinshi returned home from school, Jiang Shui would stay in her room obediently. Then during the day, she would go shopping with Xia Chen. She would shop for various brands of clothing. bags, accessories, and cosmetics. Jiang Shui excitedly took all kinds of photos and stored them in her phone. She waited patiently for the results of the paternity test to come out. Finally, the day came. The moment the Jiang family's door opened, Shenxi deftly hid to the side. Sure enough, a rag bag was thrown out. It was the gray rag bag that Jiang Shui had brought with her that day. In her previous life, at this point, she still didn't know what was going on. She was hit by the rag bag and even got bruises. Jiang Luan did not expect Shenxi to dare to hide. The raging anger in his heart could not be calmed. He threw the paternity test result document in his hands at Shenxi. Shenxi remained unperturbed. She did not grab the document. She allowed the few pieces of paper to slide off her body. Then, she slowly brushed the clothes on her body as if she was flicking away dirt. In her previous life, she had looked at the paternity test reports on the ground several times in disbelief. There were not only Jiang Shui's paternity test reports, but also Shenxi's. After all, the idea of raising someone else's daughter was a very hard-to-believe matter. Jiang Shui stood at the side and looked at Shenxi, looking forward to watching Shenxi cry miserably. In the end, Shenxi stood at the bottom of the steps. Her eyebrows were frivolous, and she indifferently glanced at the few people standing on the steps. There were the furious Jiang couple, Jiang Shui, who was looking at her arrogantly, and Mama Lin, who had already turned against her. Finally, her limpid eyes landed on Jiang Shui. She asked, "What about my parents' contact information?" Actually, Shenxi had already gone to Jiang Shui's school. She already knew where her biological parents lived. But now, she did not want to leave so soon. She could not give up such a great opportunity to get her revenge. Jiang Luan stared at the calm Shenxi with his mouth agape. They had raised Shenxi for 18 years, but Shenxi did not even show any emotion on her face. She even asked about her biological parents. Jiang Luan could not believe his eyes. His heart was burning with anger. He raised his hand to slap Shenxi's face. Shenxi seemed to have foreseen what he wanted to do and quickly retreated to avoid the slap. Jiang Luan missed and he staggered a few steps forward. Fortunately, Jiang Shui and Xia Chen caught him in time, or he would have fallen down the stairs. Jiang Luan, who had managed to stabilize himself, could not help but shout, "Bastard, we raised you for 18 years. You ingrate, how can you call other people your parents so easily? Where's your conscience? Even a dog would be more filial than you. You raised me, and my parents raised your daughter. This is called fairness. I don't owe you anything. Since I'm not your daughter. Mr. Jiang, I advise you to control your temper and not hit me. I am not afraid to sue you." Shenxi was neither servile nor overbearing. She looked directly at Jiang Luan without any fear. "Get lost. Get out of my house right now." Jiang Luan was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged. He roared at Shenxi. Chapter 19, Staying with the Jiang family. "Don't worry, as long as you give me my parents' contact information, I will leave immediately." In her previous life, Shenxi would still be frightened by the angry Jiang Luan, but in this life, he was just a clown to her. She was not afraid. After Shenxi said that, she looked at Jiang Shui with a faint smile. The heat had already caused sweat to appear on Shenxi's forehead, and her hair was slightly wet. Even so, no one could see the state that she was in. Jiang Shui wrung her hands with hatred. Originally, she wanted to leave Shenxi under the sun for a while before she started her show. However, seeing how Shenxi was acting, Shenxi would probably just leave. Then, how would she carry out her plan? Therefore, Jiang Shui quickly said in a gentle voice, "Dad, Mom, can you let she stay for a while to accompany me? Everything here is new to me. I'm not familiar with the place. I want a sister to accompany me. Moreover, the Shen family is very poor. She has had a certain standard of living for the past 18 years. She might not be able to adapt to her new environment so quickly. So, let her stay for a while, okay?" "Impossible. I can't live with this ingrate a second longer." Jiang Luan wanted to tear Shenxi into pieces right now. He just wanted to get rid of Shenxi as soon as possible. Out of sight, out of mind, Shenxi took his daughter's place for 18 years. living in luxury while his real daughter suffered. The sullen feeling in his heart made him feel unsettled. Xia Chun also did not agree, but when she saw her daughter looking at her with a disappointed expression, her heart suddenly softened. She couldn't reject such a small request of her daughter's. Jiang Luo, Shui has come back to us. This is the first time she has made a request to us. Just agree, okay? Xia Chun's voice was soft, making Jiang Luan feel a little better. Jiang Shui also came forward at the right time and shook Jiang Luan's arms. She pouted and said coquettishly, "Dad, please. Just treat Shenxi as a servant of the family and play with me only. Is that okay?" Jiang Shui's soft and sweet coquettishness made Jiang Luan feel a lot better in an instant. What she said was true. He could just treat it as if he had raised a servant for the past 18 years. Jiang Luan glared at Shenxi and said coldly, "For Shui, you can stay. Serve her well." When Shenxi heard Jiang Luo consider her as a servant, she sneered in her heart. Jiang Shui had no idea what was in store for her. "Thank you, father." Jiang Shui's face was full of joy. It broke the tense atmosphere and she appeared to be very happy. The Jiang couple thought that their biological daughter was indeed a kind girl. The guilt in their hearts toward Jiang Shui increased, and their hatred toward Shenxi also deepened. In that case, Mama Lin, Shenxi's things should be moved to the guest room. Jiang Luan instructed Mama Lin. A servant was not worthy to live in such a grand room. There's no need to trouble yourselves. I'll move out today. Give me my parents' contact information. Shenxi knew that Jiang Shui would not let her leave, but she just wanted to see Jiang Shui's flustered look and tease her. Sure enough, when Jiang Shui heard Shenxi's words, she immediately panicked. If Shenxi left, she might not be able to find her later. Thus, she immediately said, "Don't be like this. It's only for a few days." When Mama Lin heard this, she felt that her chance to show her worth had come. She immediately went forward and said fawningly, "Young miss, it's no trouble. I promise to clean up well for you. I'll definitely clean up any traces of dirty things for you." Hearing this, Jiang Shui felt a little better in her heart. However, what Mama Lin said was not something that would help her agenda, so she glared fiercely at Mama Lin, scaring her so much that she immediately shut her mouth. "Dad, you promised me, okay?" In the end, under Jiang Shui's persuasion, Shenxi continued staying with the Jiang family. Although the plan was for her to stay for a few days, she would actually only be staying for one night because tomorrow was the day that Shenxi would be lured to the hotel. Chapter 20, The True Daughter of the Devil. Jiang Shui followed Shenxi to her room with a caring and genial smile on her face. She said comfortingly, "You can stay here. As for your parents' matter, it's not that I didn't want to tell you earlier, but I just wanted to give you a surprise. I brought your parents over. They will be at the hotel around 2 p.m. tomorrow. When the time comes, I'll book the room. I'll give you the address and you can go over yourself." Shenxi looked at Jiang Shui's face, which was filled with relief and a smile. It was exactly what happened in her previous life. When she thought of her previous life, she remembered being so touched when she heard these words. At this moment, she couldn't help but curse herself in her heart, "Stupid. Okay, I got it. Thank you. I'm a little tired and I want to rest." Shenxi said politely. Jiang Shui felt a lump in her heart. Shenxi was already like this, yet she still wanted to leave. It didn't matter. She would have a great time tomorrow. "Okay then. Have a good rest. I'll leave." Jiang Shui left with an understanding look on her face. Shenxi went forward and locked the door of the room. Then, she packed up some of her documents. She didn't care about her other things. Of course, the Jiang family wouldn't allow her to take them away. After she dealt with tomorrow's matter, she would return to the Shen family to meet her parents. In her previous life, she had never seen what her parents looked like. After she was gang raped, she was locked in the Jiang family's basement. Later, on the day she was let out of the basement, it turned out that Jiang Shui had killed someone. The Jiang couple knelt in front of Shenxi and asked her to take the blame for Jiang Shui. The Jiang family had taken care of her for 18 years. and they had indeed spent a lot of money to buy her gang rape video and even dealt with the people who bullied her. Therefore, Shinshi compromised and she was willing to take the blame. However, on the day before she was sent to prison, Jiang Shui proudly told her everything. At that time, Shinshi was devastated to know that the person who was killed was actually her biological father, Shen Yi. At that time, she wanted nothing more than to kill Jiang Shui. But what Jiang Shui said next forced her to calm down. Her biological mother, Lu Shan, whom she had never met before, fell into a coma and needed money for her medical treatments. Jiang Shui used this to threaten Shinshi, telling her to obediently go to jail as her scapegoat. Because of what happened to Shinshi, the marriage agreement between the Jiang family and the Xiang family stagnated. Xiang Qing's mother was not satisfied with a poor girl who had been wandering outside for more than 10 years being her daughter-in-law, so she quickly found another girl for her son. Therefore, Jiang Shui decided to try to get close to the Xiang family's old master, Xiang Lao, who was the president of the Painters Association in Rhone City and was also a master in this field. Jiang Shui thought of the paintings in Shinshi's previous room. During Shinshi's 5 years in prison, Jiang Shui used the psychiatrist as a bridge between the two of them and took all of Shinshi's works for herself. She successfully wooed Xiang Lao and became his last disciple. She portrayed herself as a well-read, well-mannered, and talented painter. Xiang Qing naturally began to like her. After Shinshi was released from prison, she found out that her mother, Lu Shan, had already woken up from her coma a year before she was released from prison. However, Jiang Shui got hold of her immediately after she woke up. Jiang Shui was afraid that Shinshi would no longer listen to her, so she wanted to find a place to lock Lu Shan up and use her to threaten Shinshi. However, she did not expect a car accident to happen along the way. The 4 people in the car, including Lu Shan, died tragically. When Shinshi went to the hospital where Lu Shan was staying at, she only found the young nurse who had taken care of Lu Shan for 4 years. The young nurse said that when Lu Shan woke up, she was taken away by force. The person said that she was Lu Shan's daughter. Because it was the person who had been paying the medical fees, the hospital released her. Lu Shan had left a suicide note, but the young nurse did not have time to give it to her before Lu Shan was taken away. So, when Shinshi met the young nurse handed the suicide note to her. Although it was called a suicide note, it only had the words Shin Shui ran over with her car written on it. There was nothing else. It was likely that before she could write anything else, she was taken away. The Shin couple did not even know that Jiang Shui was not their biological daughter before she killed them. Up till her death, Lu Shan still did not understand why her daughter had killed her husband and even wanted to lock her up. Chapter 21, Miserable Xiang Family. Before going to bed, Shinshi called Xiang Qing. How could Xiang Qing, Jiang Shui's future boyfriend, miss the exciting event that was going to take place tomorrow? What Jiang Shui wanted in this life, Shinshi would never let her get. She wanted Jiang Shui to be greedy, and then lose everything. Only then could she repay the blood debt that she owed to the Shin family. Shinshi called a few times, but no one picked up. In the end, Shinshi could only give up. It seemed that Xiang Qing would not be able to enjoy the live version of what was going to happen. What a pity. Meanwhile, the phone that rang several times was currently abandoned in Xiang Qing's bedroom. Wailing alone, Xiang Qing was kneeling in his father's study room with a miserable look on his face. The young master who used to be arrogant and domineering now had a pale face and looked like a weak and fragile boy. Xiang Tian dialed the number again. His eyebrows were tightly furrowed and his purplish lips were tightly pursed, revealing his extremely angry mood. As expected, no one picked up. Xiang Tian slammed the phone in his hand onto Xiang Qing, who was kneeling on the ground. Xiang Qing, who was already dizzy from hunger, was hit on the forehead by his father's phone. He fell to the ground and wailed in pain. Wang Yu, who had been monitoring the situation in the study nervously outside, heard the sound and immediately pushed the door open and entered. When she saw her son lying on the ground on the verge of death, her heart broke. She rushed over and hugged her precious son. She looked at her husband with tears in her eyes and said, "It's been 3 days. He's going to die if you make him kneel down any longer. We only have one son. Do you want to kill him? Besides, our son was also wronged that day. Not only was he beaten, but he also lost 1,000,000 yuan. Hearing Wang Yu's crying, Xiang Tian felt even more frustrated. He angrily grabbed the documents beside him. Fortunately, he did not throw them at Xiang Qing this time. They just fell to the ground. Anger filled Xiang Tian's chest. He pointed at Xiang Qing and said, "I want to kill him? He's the one who wants to kill our family's reputation. Do you think I care about 1 million yuan?" After saying that, he was almost in a frenzy. He put his hand on his forehead. His temples were throbbing with anger, and his head was about to explode. He glanced at his son who was lifeless on the ground. His anger surged up again. "How did I end up with a son like you? Do you have a pig's brain or something? I thought you knew better. Why did you provoke young Master Guan? Is he someone we can provoke? In just these 2 days, do you know what has happened to our business? How much our stock price dropped? Do you know?" Ah. Xiang Tian recalled what had happened the past few days. He angrily gave Xiang Qing another kick. Wang Yu, who was protecting him, also got kicked. At this moment, Xiang Qing did not know what to say. That day, he was only running his mouth. He didn't even do anything to the other party. Moreover, he was the one who got beaten up and even lost money. He even got humiliated in front of his group of good friends. The other party was able to leave unscathed. Who would have thought that he would even ruin the Xiang family's business? He was also very aggrieved. Is it young Master Guan from High City? Wang Yu was a little reluctant to believe it and confirmed it with her husband. Xiang Tian snapped back, "Who else could it be?" Wang Yu did not expect her son to have offended the young master of Guan Group. She started to panic. The person who had offended young Master Guan previously was now bankrupt. Thinking of this, Wang Yu could not help but worry. If their family became bankrupt, how would she be able to survive? How would she be able to afford her branded bags and jewelry? Would her relatives and friends laugh at her? She also wouldn't be able to hire helpers at home anymore. Thinking of this, Wang Yu started to break down. She couldn't imagine living like this. Xiang Tian vented his emotions and took a few deep breaths before continuing to make the call. Wang Yu also started to look at her husband nervously. She asked carefully, Are you calling young Master Guan?" Chapter 22, Nightmare. Xiang Tian did not answer. He only glared at his wife with anger in his eyes, wondering why she was so naive. Was the contact information of the Guan family something that he could get just because he wanted it? At this moment, he could not help but feel a little frustrated. He must have been crazy when he was young. He was attracted by beauty, married an empty-headed wife, and gave birth to an equally empty-headed idiot son. Not only was his business not progressing well, but one was squandering while the other was dragging him down. He was really fucking fed up. In the room of the most luxurious villa in High City, a suppressed voice could be faintly heard in the dark and silent space. The sleeping youth on the bed seemed to be deep in a nightmare. His eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and fine beads of sweat dripped down his face. His originally handsome face looked extremely anxious. The youth tried his best to open his eyes, but all he could see was a vast expanse of whiteness. Then, someone appeared. It was the back of a girl. The girl seemed to have sensed that someone was behind her. She suddenly turned her head to look at the youth. Her eyes were filled with fear, and she shouted, "Go, quickly!" Before he could react, there was a boom in front of him. A billowing heat wave rushed at him rapidly. He was instantly thrown into the air, and his internal organs felt as if they were exploding. Then, he fell heavily to the ground. The sound of bones breaking could be clearly heard. Guan Lei suddenly opened his eyes. His breathing was rapid, and he swallowed his saliva in fear. Why was he having this dream again? Guan Lei did not know what was wrong with him. He had been having this dream repeatedly for the past few days. The scary thing was that the dream felt extremely real. Just as Guan Lei was calming himself down, there was a knock on the door. Guan Lei took a few deep breaths and said, "Come in." The person who came saw that the room was dark. He raised his hand and turned on the lights in the room, even though Guan Yan only turned on a relatively dim light. Guan Lei, who had just woken up, still blinked a few times trying to adjust to the sudden brightness. Watching Guan Lei casually wipe the sweat off his face, Guan Yin sat on the chair beside the bed and asked with concern, "Did you have a nightmare?" Guan Lei just nodded silently. It had been like this for the past few days. He had been trying to see the girl's face, but he never succeeded. He did not know what was going on, but he did not want to talk about it. Otherwise, Guan Yin would make him see a psychiatrist again. He was not sick, so he did not want to see a psychiatrist. How about, Guan Yin was just about to start persuading Guan Lei to see a doctor when he was interrupted by Guan Lei. "Stop, I'm not going." Guan Yin could only sigh helplessly when he heard Guan Lei's refusal. "Oh right, how do you want to deal with the person who was at our hotel a few days ago?" Guan Yin recalled what his assistant had said. The Xiang family had been calling the whole day, so he asked Guan Lei. After all, the person who had been provoked was Guan Lei. Only then did Guan Lei remember the kid who provoked him. He did not expect him to be so desperate so quickly. He wasn't any fun. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. He smiled and said to Guan Yin, "Let's leave it like this. There's no point anymore. I'll take this matter into my own hands." Guan Yin looked at Guan Lei's interested look and said gently, "Okay, whatever makes you happy." After Guan Yin said that, he got up and went out. Before leaving, he said, "I'll ask Mama Wang to cook a spirit-nourishing soup for you. Remember to drink it. It'll help you sleep better." Guan Lei answered perfunctorily. Then, as Guan Yin closed the door and went out, Guan Lei turned off the lights in the room again and continued to sleep under the blanket. He wanted to see if he would have the same dream again. He was determined to see the girl's face. The next morning, Jiang Shui, who had been so excited that she could not sleep the whole night, called Haozi early in the morning to check if they had already booked a hotel room. Hearing that everything was going smoothly, Jiang Shui finally felt at ease and laid back in bed. She fantasized about the scene of Shenxi being abused. At this moment, Shenxi sent her a message. "Have you picked up my parents? Which hotel will they be staying at? What's the room number?" Jiang Shui did not expect Shenxi to be even more anxious than she was. Then, she forwarded her the message that Haozi had sent her. Kunlun Hotel, 1669. Chapter 23, Disguise. Shenxi looked at the message on her phone, then got up and set off. However, instead of going to the hotel, she went to a very private tea room. This was her favorite tea room, and the Jiangs knew about it. When she entered, she deliberately walked under the surveillance camera. Ordered a few cups of tea at the front desk to be delivered at 3 p.m. She put her phone on the table and played the video of an online class. The day after her rebirth, Shenxi started making preparations. She bought men's clothes and shoes from several stores near the school with cash and left them at the school. Then she booked the tea room yesterday and put the things she had bought in the tea room. Taking out her mirror, Shenxi quickly put on makeup and changed into blue men's clothes. She put on several layers of cloth and a fisherman's hat. With her height of 168 centimeters, coupled with the insoles in her shoes, she looked extra tall. Her originally relaxed eyes now look more serious. In order to appear more masculine, Shenxi deliberately used some skin wax bought from the store to raise the bridge of her nose and modify the shape of her face. With her increased height and makeup skills, a young man looking like a hooligan immediately appeared vividly in Shenxi's mirror. Shenxi looked at herself with satisfaction and then set off to a remote public toilet near the hotel. She went in and changed into a set of black clothes and also changed her shoes. The clothes she previously wore were put in a bag. She stuck a fake mustache on herself and changed into a cap. Then, she climbed out of the window of the public toilet, closed the window slightly, and rushed to the hotel. Although she knew that Jiang Luan probably would not investigate this matter with great fanfare, Shenxi still had to be fully prepared. It was already 12 o'clock. Shenxi tried her best to avoid the security cameras in Kunlun Hotel. Then, she came to room 1669 and knocked on the door. Haozi and the others inside were playing cards. When they heard the knock on the door, they were all stunned. They had come to the hotel in advance to play around before Shenxi arrived. It was a waste not to take advantage of the air conditioner. It was not yet 2 o'clock. Could it be that Shenxi had arrived? they looked at each other, then stood up and looked outside through the peephole. A man? Haozi asked warily, who is it? Outside the room, Shenxi's voice was slightly lowered as she said, are you in Haozi? Haozi, who was inside, cautiously peeked through the peephole a few times. It was indeed a man. Why did his voice sound so feminine? However, it seemed like there was only one person. Moreover, if he was looking for a fight, they had the advantage in numbers, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Therefore, Haozi signaled with his eyes and his underlings opened the door. When the door opened, they saw that the person was about 172 centimeters tall. He was dressed in black, but his skin color was relatively pale, and he had a mustache. Haozi asked, you are? Shenxi immediately pushed them aside and entered the room. She ran under the air conditioner to cool down and scolded Haozi and the others, Haozi, are you stupid? Haozi and the others were confused. Who was this person? Why was he scolding them? Don't you guys have plans with the young lady of Kunlun Construction today? Shenxi finally calmed down and sat down on the chair. Haozi finally had a clue and asked, young lady? Are you saying that the girl is the young lady of Kunlun Construction? Shenxi was a little disappointed and said, take your phone and search for Kunlun Construction's anniversary banquet. See what Miss Jiang looks like. Haozi did as he was told. In the end, he saw a photo of the Jiang family of 3 on his phone. It seemed that they really looked a little alike, so Haozi pulled up the photo of the girl Jiang Shui had sent them and compared them. Damn, they were the same person. The expressions of the few of them changed drastically. They were just low-status hooligans who wandered around. No matter how powerful they were, they did not dare to provoke those with power. They only dared to make a move on some small townsfolk. Kunlun Construction was a big enterprise in Rong City. Even the mayor was at their anniversary banquet. If they provoked Kunlun Construction's young miss today, they would be in terrible trouble. How dare that bitch Shenxue lie to them? Could it be that she wanted to get rid of them by baiting them into provoking the Jiang family so that she wouldn't have to pay back the money she owed them and regain her freedom? Thinking that this was a possibility, Haozi's eyes suddenly narrowed and flashed with a vicious light. Chapter 24, Conning. Seeing that the few of them seemed to have realized the seriousness of the matter, Shenxi picked up the cigarette on the table. She leaned lazily against the back of her chair and started puffing. Then, she glanced at Haozi and the others. She continued, Brother Hui asked me to deliver news. When Haozi heard Brother Hui, he was stunned. After a while, he recalled that Brother Hui might be the person whom he had helped before. He heard that he had been developing in the neighboring city, but hadn't they not been in contact for a long time, Huang Hui? Haozi asked sneakily. Shenxi glared at him. She was so angry that she extinguished her cigarette in the ashtray. What Huang Hui? Brother Hui's surname is Wang, and his name is Huang Hui. To think that he was in a hurry to ask me inform you about the news. He even knows that your name is Haozi, but you forgot about him. Sigh. After saying that, Shenxi shook her head with a look of unworthiness for Huang Hui. However, she secretly sighed in her heart. Huishi was indeed very vigilant. When he heard Shenxi mention Huang Hui, the vigilance in his heart eased. Yes, he was bluffing Shenxi just now. Haozi also sat down on another chair, relaxed. He smiled embarrassedly and said, we haven't seen each other for a long time. We haven't been in contact. By the way, how did Hui know about this? Are you his? At this point, Shenxi was embarrassed. Obviously not. If he knew how to contact you, I wouldn't have to rush all the way here. Who am I? Brother Hui is just some guy in my house. At this point, Shenxi was shy for a while, which made Haozi believe her even more. The line of defense in his heart instantly disappeared. Hui was gay and liked men who were effeminate. At that time, while competing for a man, he offended a lady big shot. Later, Haozi was the one who helped him get away. No wonder this person sounded effeminate. Seems like he is the bottom in the relationship, Shenxi continued. Today, I accompanied him to attend his morning meeting. At the meeting, someone said that Kunlun Construction's young miss would be fooling around with a few hooligans in her own hotel, and that there would be a video later. Everyone was so excited to watch the show. Apparently, everyone even knew the hotel room number. At that time, I was thinking, why would the young miss do such a thing? I was afraid that she was being schemed against by someone. Brother Hui thought the same, so he wanted to send a message to Jiang Kunlun, or whatever his name is. In the end, when he heard the name Hao Zi, Brother Hui didn't dare to send the message. Instead, he told me to immediately drive back to look for you. I went to your house to look for you, but I couldn't find you, so I came here to try my luck. I didn't expect you to really be here. Speaking of which, if you want to do such a thing, you have to keep a low profile. Why did you even leak the room number? When Hao Zi heard this, he roughly understood. Damn it, that bitch had set him up. Brother Hao Zi, did that bitch Shen Shui leak the room number? We only told her about this hotel room number. And she was also the one who suggested recording a video. She even said that she wanted a copy. Did she think that if we were killed, she wouldn't have to pay back the money? Since no one can threaten her anymore. One of the lackeys recalled the phone call with Jiang Shui yesterday. When Shen Shi heard this, she was overjoyed. The lackey took the words out of her mouth. In her previous life, not long after Hao Zi died, Shen Shi was sent to prison. Later on, a person called Wang Hui hired someone to cause trouble for her in prison. Fortunately, Shen Shi teamed up with a prison bully, Jiao, and escaped. In order to live to see her biological mother, she did not mind lowering her pride for a while. The prison bully, Jiao, had a grudge against Wang Hui, so Jiao helped her and was willing to protect her. Jiao, who was not in prison yet, used to be a big sister. She raised a gigolo, but the gigolo got together with Wang Hui, so Jiao wanted to kill him. In the end, Hao Zi helped Wang Hui escape. Jiao wanted to kill Wang Hui, but she ended up being caught. Therefore, when Jiao thought that Shen Shi had killed Hao Zi, she started to favor Shen Shi more and didn't let others bully Shen Shi anymore. It was because of this that Shen Shi knew that Wang Hui liked effeminate men. Chapter 25, Reap What You Sow. Shen Shi collected her thoughts from her memories. With an ignorant look, she asked, "Who is Shen Shui? Your enemy? Otherwise, why would she scheme against you? Once the Jiang family finds out about this, you will all probably be dead by tomorrow. Damn it, bitch. How dare she set us up? I'll call her right now and get her to explain herself." Hao Zi immediately picked up his phone. Shen Shi immediately stopped him. "Wait, if you call her right now, won't you alert her? If she dares to scheme against you like this, she might have someone powerful backing her up." Hao Zi sneered when he heard this. A student who owes money to loan sharks. What backer could she possibly have? Shen Shi was immediately surprised. A student? I heard from Brother Hui that you're quite clever. What happened to you? You actually let a student fool you. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to take this lying down. That's right, Brother Hao Zi. That woman is so ruthless. We can't let her off so easily. Why don't we do it to her instead? Didn't she say that she would come and get the video herself after this? The underling said angrily. Hao Zi's face revealed a fierce look. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Naturally, we'll have to make her pay the price." Seeing that this matter was settled, Shen Shi also stood up and said, "Since I'm done with what I came here to do, I'll leave first. You guys can do what you want. I won't get involved. Brother Hui is waiting for me." "Right, why don't we exchange contact information? So that we can contact each other in the future?" However, when Shen Shi picked up the phone, it seemed to have run out of battery. Shen Shi sighed and said, "Sigh, I forgot to charge it. How about next time? Brother Hui will be back in Rong City soon. When that time comes, Brother Hui and I will go over to your place for a drink." Hao Zi's expression slowly changed, and he also stood up and said, "Help me thank Brother Hui for today." Shen Shi clicked her tongue and said, "There's no need for thanks." Shen Shi bid farewell to Hao Zi and the others. Immediately lowered the brim of her hat, and left the hotel. When she reached the public restroom, she climbed in through the window. After changing back into the blue men's clothes and the fisherman's hat, she swaggered out and threw the black outfit away on the way back. It had only been about an hour since she entered the public restroom. If anyone found out about this, they would just think that this person had diarrhea. She returned to the tea room, removed her makeup and put on her clothes. She put the blue men's clothes in a black trash bag, then put it in a brown bag and brought it to the bathroom. She threw the contents of the bag into the trash can. When she returned to the tea room, she obediently watched the video. When it was about time, she slowly walked out and deliberately walked past the surveillance cameras. When she arrived at the hotel lobby, she was 40 minutes late and bumped into the Jiang couple. "Why are you here?" Jiang Luan was a little confused when he saw Shi standing in the hotel lobby. Jiang Shui had sent a message to Jiang Luan saying that Shi was being bullied in their hotel and was even filmed indecent. Why was Shi still standing here? Could it be that it was over? Jiang Shui asked me to come over. Shi looked at the Jiang couple in confusion. At this moment, the Jiang couple were also confused. Xia Chen immediately had an annoyed look on her face. Jiang Luan wanted to clarify this matter, so he went to the front desk, took the key card to room 1699, and dragged Shi over to take a look. The room had not been checked out of yet, so the people must still be inside. Shi pretended to know nothing and let Xia Chen drag him to room 1699. The moment the door was opened, the three people outside were stunned. Jiang Shui was lying naked under the five men. There was not a single spot on her body that was not being touched by them. When Haozi saw the people at the door, he arrogantly shook his lower body, making Jiang Shui moan a few times. Haozi did not recognize the person at all. It was the president of Kunlun Construction. Jiang Luan. Shi looked at the same scene as in her previous life, but the person in the middle had changed from her to Jiang Shui, and she felt extremely happy. Jiang Shui brought this upon herself. If Jiang Shui had not plotted against Shi, this incident would not have happened. When the Jiang couple saw this scene, they were instantly dumbfounded. They did not recognize that the woman was Jiang Shui. It wasn't until Jiang Shui turned her head and saw the people at the door that she cried out mournfully, "Mom, Dad, save me." Chapter 26, Usury. Xia Chen was so shocked that she immediately screamed. Jiang Luan also felt his blood pressure rise instantly, and anger filled his chest. Haozi and the others finally realized that something was wrong. Weren't the three people at the door the Jiang family they saw online now? Then why did the bitch underneath them call them Mom and Dad? They looked at each other, quickly packed up, and prepared to leave. "Stop!" Jiang Luan shouted angrily at them. Xia Chen immediately went forward and casually pulled a quilt to cover Jiang Shui. Her expression was absent-minded and full of disbelief. Haozi and the others did not know what was going on either. They could only stand there in a daze. "Why did you do this?" Jiang Luan suppressed his anger. He wanted to figure out the whole story first. Haozi nervously swallowed his saliva. Shui owed us a huge sum of money, more than 5 million yuan, and then said that she would use her body to pay us back. We just collected the debt. Did you take anything? Photos? Videos? Jiang Luan was most afraid that if this matter was spread, it would completely destroy the Jiang family's reputation. Haozi did not understand the relationship between Shui and the Jiang family, so for the sake of safety, he still said, "We've taken a video and sent it to one of our friends. As long as we leave safely, we'll delete it immediately. If anything happens to us, it's hard to say." After Haozi said that, he even showed Jiang Luan the video. He was afraid that Jiang Luan would not believe him and kill them on the spot. Jiang Luan knew that this was because the other party did not trust him. Jiang Luan originally wanted to just deal with them someplace else. He did not expect them to have a trick up their sleeves. "I don't believe you. Go and get the video. I'll keep the 4 of your friends. When you show me face to face that you've deleted the video, I'll let them go." Jiang Luan's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Haozi thought for a while and said, "I don't believe you either. If you don't let us leave, in an hour's time, the video will be posted online." Haozi was very puzzled. Why did Jiang Luan care so much about Shui's video? They clearly had different surnames? But now was not the time to think so much. Haozi knew very well that this was the Jiang family's hotel. If they said the wrong thing, they might not even be able to leave the hotel. "Alright, I'll let you go. But if you don't delete the video when you go back, you will pay. Also, leave your cell phones behind or smash them all right now. Jiang Luan gritted his teeth angrily, his cheeks were even slightly trembling from the clenching of his teeth. It could be seen how much anger he was suppressing. Hao Zi and the others saw that the other party had compromised, so they chose to smash their cell phones on the spot. After all, there were many unspeakable things stored in their cell phones. Then, they ran out of the door dejectedly. Jiang Luan saw that the few of them had left, so he picked up his phone and made a call. Get someone to follow the people who left room 1699. Don't let them find out. Report to me if anything happens. After putting down the phone, Jiang Luan stared at Jiang Shui with a pair of scarlet eyes. The suppressed anger surged out from his nostrils, and even the air that he exhaled was hot. More than 5 million? Why do you owe so much money? Xia Chen looked at her daughter and started to feel a little disappointed. After all, she had been raised in a poor family for so many years. Perhaps her character had also been raised poorly. She was mixing around with such a lowly and dirty people and even had an indecent video of her filmed. Jiang Shui was speechless, and she tried to bluff her way out by crying. However, she did not expect that Jiang Luan would not fall for this trick at all. His angry roar was deafening, and it was obvious that he could no longer suppress the violent emotions that had been stirred up in his body. Speak. Jiang Shui was shocked by the shout. She cried miserably. I don't owe that much. I just borrowed a few 100,000 yuan. I didn't expect them to be loan sharks. In the end, I don't know how it got to 5 million yuan. It's their fault. You're just a student. Why do you need to borrow a few 100,000 yuan? Ever since Jiang Luan picked up Jiang Shui, the clothes Jiang Shui was wearing were all cheap goods. Jiang Luan really could not think of why Jiang Shui needed to borrow so much money. Chapter 27, Pulling Shenxi into the water. Jiang Shui lowered her head. She rolled her eyes and said, It's because of my adoptive parents. One of them is a drunkard, and the other is a gambler. It's because of the money they owe, and they forced me to borrow money to pay back the people they owe, or else those people would chop off their hands and feet. I had no choice. At that time, I thought that they were my biological parents. I was helpless. How could I let my biological parents suffer like that? When the Jiang couple heard this, they were shocked. They did not expect such parents to exist in the world. They also did not expect Jiang Shui to be so filial. If it were not for the fact that she had been swapped at birth, Jiang Shui would not have to suffer such an undeserved disaster. Therefore, the couple began to feel guilt and deep heartache towards Jiang Shui. When Jiang Shui saw that her parents' expressions seemed to have softened, she immediately wrapped herself in the blanket and struggled to get up. Kneeling on the ground, she cowed out hard. I'm sorry for letting you guys down. I'm sorry, I don't know what I was thinking. I can't believe I actually embarrassed my own biological parents. It's all my fault, sob 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 sob. Xia Chen could not hold it in any longer. She hugged Jiang Shui and started to cry. It's not your fault, we don't blame you. You're too kind, that's why you were bullied. You're a good person, how could we blame you? Jiang Luan held his anger in his heart when he saw this. He had nowhere to vent and was burning up. Only then did Jiang Shui free her mind to think about Shenxi. She was supposed to come at 2 o'clock. Why did it take Shenxi so long to come over? She could not help but suspect that all of this was Shenxi's doing. Jiang Shui raised her red and swollen eyes and questioned Shenxi. Are you the one who harmed me? You were the one who said that you would come over at 2 in the afternoon. I thought that you would be here with your parents, so I came to see you. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Did you conspire with your parents to set me up? In order to pin this usury on me. Hearing this, Jiang Luan seemed to have suddenly found a punching bag. His gaze was like a sharp blade as he shot a glance at Shenxi, who was standing at the side. Shenxi frowned, feeling wronged. She said, I don't even have my parents' contact information. How can I work together with them to set you up? You were the one who told me to come here to meet my parents. If I had my parents' contact information, why would I go through you? If you don't believe me, you can check for yourself. Shinshi opened the message that Jiang Shui had sent to her in the morning. The Jiang couple took a look and found that it was indeed so. Jiang Shui didn't believe that Shinshi had no part to play in this. She continued to ask, then why did you arrive so late? You clearly left early in the morning. Did you actually arrive early and deliberately watch me go in? I really didn't. I just wanted to go to the tea house that I liked. It's expensive there. When I go back to live with my biological parents, I probably won't have the chance to go to such a high-end place again. And you said my parents were poor, so I wanted to take them there to enjoy together. I also ordered 3 drinks and asked the waiter to deliver them to my tea room at 3 o'clock. At this point, Shinshi's expression showed a little embarrassment and discomfort, as if she was embarrassed. When the Jiangluan couple heard this, they didn't think Shinshi was lying. Shinshi had liked to read books and do her homework in the tea house before. Previously, whenever they were free, they would go there to pick Shinshi up and bring her home. It was true that Shinshi wouldn't be able to afford to go there anymore in the future. Shinshi glanced at the Jiang couple. Seeing that the two of them did not make a sound, she continued to look at Jiang Shui and said, "It's just that last night, when I thought about meeting my parents today, I could not sleep well. I fell asleep in the tea house just now. So I came late. If you don't believe me, you can ask the staff in the tea house. I've been in that tea room the whole day. Also, you can look at my taxi app," Shinshi explained anxiously. She took out the taxi app from her phone and showed her ride from the tea house to the hotel just now. Jiang Luan looked at the time on the screen. It was indeed 2:15 p.m., and she only arrived at 2:35 p.m. Jiang Shui didn't want to believe it. She wanted to make Shinshi take the blame for this matter. Only then could she be the victim and gain the Jiang couple's sympathy, so she continued, "Maybe you came to set it up in the morning." Jiang Luan didn't want to argue meaninglessly here. He said coldly to Jiang Shui, "Put on your clothes. I'll go check the surveillance cameras." Jiang Luan wanted to find a legitimate reason to get angry at Shinshi. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to calm down the anger in his heart. Shinshi followed Jiang Luan to the surveillance room. Jiang Shui and Xia Chun followed him. Chapter 28, Forced back to the Jiang family. Just in case, Jiang Luan chased everyone out of the surveillance room. Then, he pulled up the surveillance records. From the start of the morning check-in, in 1699, besides the 5 people just now, there was another man who came after them. That man was much thicker and taller than Shinshi. He was wearing a cap. When looked at from the side of his face, one could see a bit of a beard and a bigger face. No matter how he looked at it, it couldn't be Shinshi. Then, after he left, Jiang Shui came. Jiang Shui looked happy and excited. She even circled around the room a few times happily before entering the room. When he saw this, Jiang Luan's face immediately turned dark again. With such a happy look, it looked that Jiang Shui was going to meet her lover. Jiang Shui saw Jiang Luan's angry face and immediately explained, "I thought that she was reunited with her parents. I was happy for them, that's why I was so happy." Seeing this, Shinshi thought that this was the end of the matter. However, she still had to put on a good show, so she still pretended not to know where her parents were at the moment. She directly asked Jiang Shui, "Since I haven't met my parents yet, can you give me my parents' contact details? There's no need for you to make any arrangements." When Jiang Shui heard Shinshi's words, she began to feel frustrated. She had never thought of letting Shinshi go back to that family. Firstly, she wanted Shinshi to stay to serve her in the Jiang family. She wanted to see how a rich young lady would look when she was humiliated. Secondly, if Shinshi returned to the Shin family, she would naturally know that she was lying. What if Shinshi told the Jiang couple she had just returned to the Jiang family? If the Jiang couple found out that their biological daughter was a person full of lies, they might not love her anymore. No, she could not let Shinshi leave now. Jiang Shui quickly made the best decision for herself. Tears immediately welled up in her eyes. She sobbed and said, "Dad, Mom, we can't let Shinshi leave. Shinshi already knows about what happened today. What if she goes out and spreads it? Then how am I supposed to live? How can our family still dare to live in Rong City? She didn't expect that Jiang Shui still wanted her to stay with them. Since she didn't want to stay in the Jiang family moving forward, she immediately said, "Don't worry, I won't say anything. After all, the Jiang family has raised me for 18 years. Ruining the Jiang family's reputation won't do me any good." Jiang Shui bit her lower lip, unwilling to give up. She stared at Shi with tears in her eyes. "I don't believe you." Then, Jiang Shui turned around and buried her head into Xia Chen's arms. She cried extremely miserably, her voice was filled with pleading. "Mom, you can't let her go. What if she goes back and those two people from the Shin family see that I'm wealthy and stick to me? I'm afraid of them, Mom." Xia Chen heard her daughter's pleas and hugged her in her arms. Then, she looked up at Shi and said, "Since Shui wants you to stay, you can stay. You can go back after the matter is over." Shi didn't want to bother with this family and turned around to leave. "Let's see if you can leave this hotel today." Jiang Luan's voice sounded eerily behind Shi. "Damn it." Shi could not help but swear in her heart. She was a little regretful now. She should not have come to watch the show just now. She should have gone straight to her parents' house. Now, she could not go back. Sure enough, there was a price to pay for watching the show. But thinking about it again, if she wasn't here to see Jiang Shui's miserable appearance with her own eyes, she would never forgive herself. Forget it, she decided to go back home with the Jiang family first. She would figure out how to escape later, but when she remembered that there was something she still had to do, Shi's expression immediately changed. She said aggrievedly, "I'm not leaving, I'm just thinking about the bag that Mom." "No, the bag that Mrs. Jiang gave me before. It is still in room 1699. I want to go back and get it. Mrs. Jiang picked it out for me for a long time. I can't bear to part with it." Xia Chen was stunned when she heard this. After all, she was a child who she had raised for 18 years. She still had some compassion in her heart. Jiang Luan saw Shi's expression. Compared to the ungrateful look that Shi had when she disowned them and referred to the Shin family as her parents, she was much more pleasing to the eye. So he said in a deep voice, "Go and come back quickly." She pretended to be upset and left the monitoring room. The moment she left the room, her sad expression disappeared. She put on a cold smile and quickly went to room 1699, chapter 29, wound dressing. It was still a mess inside. She closed the door and quickly went to the place where she had been sitting and smoking when she had tipped off Hao Zi. This place was next to the window, and the whole room could be seen. It was also close to the bed. She took out her high-definition mini camera from the flower basket on the table. After all, things were different from her previous life. She wasn't sure if Hao Zi and the others would take a video or if there would be other issues, so she wanted to be sure. She couldn't let such a good opportunity go to waste. When they returned to the Jiang family, Mama Lin welcomed them warmly, but was stopped by Jiang Luan. Mama Lin didn't know what had happened, but she felt that the atmosphere was tense. Then, when Mama Lin saw Jiang Shui's strange walking posture, she was shocked. "What happened to you? Are you not feeling well? Or are you injured somewhere?" Xia Chen immediately stood between Jiang Shui and Mama Lin and said coldly to Mama Lin, "She just accidentally bumped her knee. Go do your things. Take the medicine box and follow me upstairs." Xia Chen had to be on guard. Mama Lin was also a woman. If she found out about Jiang Shui's incident, it would be difficult to handle the matter. When she saw this scene, she sneered in her heart. In her previous life, she had encountered the same thing. Xia Chen did not avoid Mama Lin as much as she did now, so Mama Lin quickly realized that something was wrong. Later on, Mama Lin would also use this matter from time to mock and humiliate Shi. She would use shameless, slutty, and lewd words on Shi. Shi obediently took the medicine box and went upstairs. When she passed by the study, she heard Jiang Luan say fiercely, "I want them to die." Outside the room, Shi could hear the ferocity of Jiang Luan's gnashing of his teeth. In her previous life, Jiang Luan and Xia Chen were not so protective of Shi. After Shi returned to the Jiang family with injuries all over her body, All she heard was insults about how she ruined the family's reputation and vulgar words. Even Jiang Luan did not want to take revenge for Shenxi. It was only when Hao Zi and the others got cocky and thought that they couldn't be touched that Jiang Luan dealt with them. However, Shenxi did not care anymore. It was good that she had thought it through. After all, she was not their biological children. She sneered, thinking about how the Jiang couple would have to deal with the situation more carefully this time. After all, this was a matter caused by their biological daughter herself. When Shenxi entered Jiang Shue's room with the medicine box, Xia Chen was cleaning Jiang Shue's body. "Mom, I'll do it myself. You can stop looking." Jiang Shui covered her lower body with an embarrassed look. Jiang Shui really couldn't accept having her mother do such a thing for her, especially after being raped. "You can't see the wound below. I'll have to apply the medicine on you later. Be good, I will clean it for you. Otherwise, it'll be bad if you get a fever or inflammation later. You can't go to the hospital like this," Xia Chen comforted Jiang Shui. Shenxi couldn't help but find it funny. The fact that she wasn't allowed to go to the hospital was exactly the same as in her previous life. The Jiang couple cared a lot about their reputation. If Jiang Shui went to the hospital in this state and was seen by others, then the matter of the Jiang family's true daughter being humiliated would be exposed. Therefore, Jiang Luan would not allow Jiang Shui to be sent to the hospital. Xia Chen carefully used a towel to gently wipe the wound below. In the end, Jiang Shui sucked in a breath of cold air. The pain shot directly from the wound to her forehead, causing her entire body to tremble in pain. Jiang Shui immediately could not stop her tears from falling. She cried and complained, "Mom, what should I do? If people find out about this matter, what should I do?" Xia Chen looked at her daughter's tears and her heart could not help but ache. Her heart ached so much that tears started to fall out of her eyes. She rolled down. "Nothing will happen. No one will find out about this. You are still a pure and innocent girl. Mom and Dad will help you. Do you believe in us?" When Shenxi heard the words pure and innocent, she became curious. How should she restore her innocence? Could it be that she had to repair her hymen? She had to take birth control pills first. Otherwise, if a virgin had to give birth or have an abortion, it would be like miracle. Xia Chen finally calmed Jiang Shui down with much difficulty. Only then did she pick up the medicine box in Shenxi's hand. Chapter 30, Jiang Shui showing off. The moment she took the medicine box, she saw Shenxi standing by the side, looking like she had lived a peaceful life. Her heart inexplicably felt stifled. Xia Chen had also groomed Shenxi in all aspects, so now Shenxi was decent and generous. When she looked at Jiang Shui, she was in a sorry state, and now she had lost her innocence. The Shen family had returned a daughter who had been brought up in such a state to the Jiang family, and the Jiang family wanted to return the Shen family a daughter who was elegant, pure, and innocent. At the thought of this, Xia Chen felt extremely upset. She even thought viciously, why was it that the person who had suffered today was not Shenxi? But Jiang Shui, that kind of dirty and unbearable thing should be experienced only by lowly commoners like the Shen family, not Jiang Shui, who was her beautiful daughter. Shenxi did not know what Xia Chen was thinking. Of course, she could tell that it wasn't anything good, because Xia Chen looked at her with hatred and malice in her eyes. Shenxi did not want to have too much conflict with Xia Chen and the Jiang family. After all, she was under their roof now and had no choice but to lower her head. "Mrs. Jiang, should I go buy birth control pills for Xia Chen?" Shenxi wanted to find an opportunity to go out. Although she knew that the possibility was not high, she still wanted to give it a try. "You're not allowed to go out." Jiang Shui was now afraid that Shenxi would run away. Xia Chen covered Jiang Shui with the blanket and said, "Let Mama Lin go." Shenxi pretended to be troubled and said, "Then what if Mama Lin finds out?" Xia Chen said casually, "Just say that you want to use it." After saying that, Xia Chen realized that it wouldn't work. One was her biological child, and the other was her foster child. Both of their matters would affect the Jiang family's reputation. Thus, Xia Chen retorted, "Forget it. I'll get Mama Lin to buy it. You go back to your own room and watch your mouth. If you dare to say anything, you'll suffer." Shenxi nodded obediently. Then, the moment she turned around, her expression suddenly turned cold. However, Shinshi still wanted to try her luck. She went downstairs to the main door, but was stopped by the two bodyguards standing at the door. Shinshi laughed in anger. Was she being placed under house arrest? It seemed that Jiang Shui's matters had not been settled, so she was not able to leave. Fighting head-on was not smart for Shinshi, who wanted to live a good life with her parents, so she could only go back to her room. Jiang Shui rested at home for 7 days before her body recovered. However, Shinshi only recovered after half a month in her previous life. At that time, Shinshi was locked in the basement and was not treated as well as Jiang Shui. At that time, Shinshi did not have enough food, nutrition, and even no medicine. The first 3 days were filled with repeated inflammation and fever. 7 days was enough for Jiang Luan to deal with Jiang Shui's matters, and even Hao Zi and the other 5 people. Jiang Shui was in a good mood now that her body had recovered and the bad things had been buried. Compared to Shinshi, who liked elegant and textured clothes, Jiang Shui liked princess-like clothes more. How is it? It's the latest style. Mom specially chose it for me. Her taste is much better than yours. Jiang Shui deliberately changed into clothes to show off in front of Shinshi. Xia Chen, who was following behind her, was overjoyed when she heard this. She did not expect that Jiang Shui's taste in beauty was so in tune with hers. As expected of Xia Chen's biological daughter, in the past, Xia Chen also liked to buy clothes for Shinshi. In the end, Shinshi decided that she preferred buying clothes for herself, so Xia Chen rarely had the sense of accomplishment of buying clothes for her daughter. Now, she got it from Jiang Shui. She was so happy that her eyes were curved into crescent moons. Jiang Luan's mood became better seeing his daughter's cute appearance. Sitting at the side, he said happily, "But these clothes can only be considered casual wear. Today, you and your mother will go to buy some dresses. You will need them for the banquet in 3 days. When the time comes, your mom and I will officially introduce you to everyone. We will let everyone see our Jiang family's real precious daughter." When Jiang Shui heard Jiang Luan's words, her eyes instantly lit up. In 3 days' time, she would officially become their acknowledged daughter. She would no longer be the poor girl who was chased around by loan sharks. Instead, she would be a princess who lived in luxury. Thinking of this, Jiang Shui could no longer suppress her excitement. She said happily, "I've finally found my parents. Dad and Mom, I really, really love you guys." Chapter 31, Family of 3. Jiang Luan's face was also filled with a smile. He then continued, "By the way, didn't you say that you wanted to go to Rongwan Amusement Park? Tomorrow, your mother and I will go with you." Jiang Shui said in surprise, "Really?" Jiang Shui was extremely happy. Rongwan Amusement Park was quite famous in Rong City. It was famous for being expensive. Actually, there were many more amusement parks that were more famous than Rongwan. However, Jiang Shui had an obsession with Rongwan. It was because a nouveau riche female classmate of hers had gone there before. She even ridiculed Jiang Shui that she could never afford to go. Therefore, at that time, she secretly swore that she would definitely go to Rongwan Amusement Park in the future. Xia Chen looked at Jiang Shui's cheerful look with amusement. "Of course. Our family owns it. You can go whenever you want. You can even bring your classmates to play with you in the future." Xia Chen really liked Jiang Shui's childlike innocence and cuteness. It gave her a sense of accomplishment as a mother. It wasn't that she wasn't innocent and cute, but she was too obedient. She never showed such a happy expression when they went to the amusement park. Xia Chen's words made Jiang Shui jump for joy. Such an expensive amusement park was actually owned by her family? Then wouldn't she be the owner of this amusement park? Jiang Shui felt that her chance to redeem herself had come. "Oh right, Xiangqing is coming tomorrow too. Remember to dress up nicely," said Jiang Luan as he put down his phone. Jiang Shui asked curiously, "Who is Xiangqing?" Xia Chen hugged her daughter and said with a smile, "Xiangqing, he's the son of Xiang Group's president, Uncle Xiang. He's tall and handsome. You two should get to know each other better." When Jiang Shui heard about Xiang Group, she was instantly overjoyed. As expected, her new social circle. Xiangqing was the young master of Xiang Group, someone she didn't even dare to think about in the past. Then, she thought about her previous home, where those who came and went were all poor families. And those classmates of hers. Most of them had to work hard to have a good future. It was funny that their final destination would not even be as good as her current starting point. As expected, she had the life of a princess. Being with a prince was her final destination. The Jiang family of 3 was harmonious. Shen Shi, who was at the side, could not help but clench her fists. Blue veins could be seen on the back of her fair hands. The hatred in her heart had already filled her eyes. She remembered very clearly that her father had died at the Rongwan amusement park the next day. After the collision in her previous life, Jiang Shui ran home in fear and asked Shen Shi to take the blame for her. The Jiang couple who came back later also knelt on the ground and begged her. Hence, she went to prison with her injuries that had not yet healed. Since the Jiang family owned the amusement park, the surveillance video of Jiang Shui hitting someone with a car at that time could be hidden. No one could find it. This was also why Shen Shi was able to successfully take the blame for Jiang Shui. But why was she able to get away with murder? Jiang Shui and her parents could live happily while the Shen family was destroyed. At this moment, Jiang Shui saw Shen Shi, who was silent at the side. She couldn't help but feel proud in her heart. She suddenly thought of a way to punish Shen Shi. Jiang Shui wanted Shen Shi to go to the amusement park with her tomorrow. She wanted Shen Shi to follow behind her like a servant girl, carrying a bag and serving her with water. After all, Shen Shi had left a deep impression on Jiang Shui the day she returned to the Jiang family. She clearly remembered how humble and embarrassed she was, so she wanted to trample Shen Shi under her feet, to avenge her past humiliation. Therefore, Jiang Shui slightly put away her sarcasm and said casually, "What about she? Do you want to go with us? After all, Rongwan amusement park is so expensive. You will never have the chance to go there again in the future." Xia Chun frowned when she heard Jiang Shui's words. She didn't want to bring Shen 11 out to meet people at all. She doesn't have to go. Jiang Shui knew that would be the answer. So she thought about how to ask her parents to agree to let Shen Shi go with her. However, before Jiang Shui could say anything, Jiang Luan said, "Shen Shi, you go with her and apologize to Xiangqing personally." Xiangqing's mother had suddenly become cold to Xia Chun these few days. Could it be that because Shen Shi had offended Xiangqing, the Jiang family had also been implicated? At the thought of this, Xia Chun's face was filled with displeasure. "How did you offend Qing that day?" Chapter 32, Change Rooms. Shen Shi didn't answer. She just didn't pick up the phone? How did Xiangqing get upset over that? He was so petty and stupid. This was also good. It saved Shen Shi the trouble of thinking about how to get rid of the bodyguards and go to the amusement park. She had to protect her father in this life. Shen Shi silently prepared to return to her room. She did not want to watch the Jiang family being intimate here. However, just as she walked to the stairs, Mama Lin's voice rang out, "Sir, Madam, should we change the young Mrs. room? After all, that room does not match her current status." Mama Lin looked at how Jiang Luan and Xia Chun doted on Jiang Shui, and her thoughts of sucking up to her became active again. She had previously offended Jiang Shui. If she did not gain some goodwill, it would not be easy for her in the future. Mama Lin's words reminded the Jiang family that they hadn't changed rooms before because Jiang Shui wasn't feeling well. It was indeed time to change rooms. The guest bedroom was small and shabby, so Jiang Shui definitely couldn't stay in it for long. Therefore, Xia Chun looked at Shen Shi, who was parked on the stairs, and said, "Shi, you can move into the guest room today. Mama Lin, help Shui pack her things and move into the room that Shen Shi is staying in now." Shen Shi lightly replied, "Okay." Mama Lin received the order and immediately smiled so much that her eyes and eyebrows could not be seen. She said to Jiang Shui in a fawning tone, "Young miss, you can rest assured and eat the fruits here. I will keep the things in your room intact and pack them properly for you." Jiang Shui thought about the things in her room and there seemed to have nothing that she could not see. So she readily agreed. When she was tidying up, Shen Shi only packed some of the clothes that she had just bought, a few pieces of cheap clothes, and some of her documents and books. Shen Shi thought very clearly. Since the Shin family was poor, there was no need for her to bring these expensive clothes to the Shin family. She didn't want to give the impression that she was not approachable or that she was deliberately taunting them. Moreover, those expensive things, the Jiang family would not let her take them away, and she did not want to pack them up. Jiang Shui went upstairs to see Shinxi's sad and dejected face, but what she saw was that Shinxi's face was calm. Her movements were elegant. And she did not look sad at all. Jiang Shui originally thought that when Shinxi packed up her stuff, she could taunt her with her expensive things. In the end, Shinxi only took some valuables, which made Jiang Shui speechless. Jiang Shui was extremely upset that she didn't see what she wanted to see. She, Jiang Shui, was a high and mighty princess, while Shinxi was a poor servant in her family. In such a situation, how could Shinxi be so calm and composed? Hence, she changed her plan. Jiang Shui said to Shinxi, "Actually, you don't have to be like this. These clothes are just some worthless things. You should bring them along. After all, when you return to the Shin family, you won't have the chance to wear such high-end brand clothes in the future." Shinxi closed the bag in her hand. This bag was a cheap item that Shinxi had bought near school, but the quality was not bad. Then, Shinxi stood up and looked at Jiang Shui. "Since we are going back to our respective positions, it's better to be clear. What kind of clothes did you wear when you came here? I will only bring clothes of the same level as yours." After Shinxi said that, she went around Jiang Shui and went to the guest room. Jiang Shui felt that Shinxi seemed to be able to accept the poor Shin family. She couldn't help but feel that Shinxi was a little naive. Shinxi must have been used to living a rich and noble life, so she did not know what kind of life a poor family was living. That was why she was so calm. It did not matter. When she had a firm foothold in the Jiang family, she would put Shinxi back in her place. She would let this pampered Shinxi, who had lived in luxury for 18 years, experience the taste of poverty. After Mama Lin packed up Jiang Shui's things, Shinxi entered the guest room. Sure enough, the guest room was in a mess. Rubbish was thrown all over the floor, and all kinds of messy things were thrown on the floor. Mama Lin appeared at the right time and said with a contemptuous look, I accidentally messed it up. Since you're no longer the young miss, you have to clean it yourself." Jiang Shui, who was at the side, was very satisfied with what Mama Lin had done. Shinxi was just a servant now, so it was already a favor to let her stay in the guest room. If Jiang Shui did not want to show her kindness in front of the Jiang couple, she would have arranged for Shinxi to live with Mama Lin in the nanny room downstairs. Chapter 33, Photo. Shinxi did not say anything. She just entered the room silently and looked at Jiang Shui and Mama Lin, who were outside the room indifferently before closing the door. Jiang Shui was about to go crazy. Why wasn't Shinxi angry? Why didn't she show any emotion at all? Why couldn't she feel the pleasure of torturing Shinxi? Inside the room, Shinxi quickly tidied up the entire room and took out a photo from her handbag. This was the photo that Shinxi had brought back from Jiang Shui's school. At that time, the photo was very eye-catching. It was pasted outside the classroom. Shinxi saw it at a glance. The little girl with a bright smile on her face was Jiang Shui. The woman with exquisite eyebrows and bright eyes was Shinxi's biological mother. In her previous life, Shinxi had first seen her mother in a video that Jiang Shui had sent her. At that time, her mother's eyes were tightly shut, and she was lying on a hospital bed with a pale face. Shinxi had never even seen her mother when her eyes were open. Looking at her mother like this, it turned out that her mother was so beautiful. The man beside her with prominent facial features and deep-set eyes was probably her father. So that was what her father looked like. The family of 3 in the photo looked very happy. How could a pair of people who would actively participate in their child's school activities be people who were not good to their children? How could Jiang Shui defame her parents who had raised her for 18 years? Shinxi remembered that her father was killed by Jiang Shui's new car in the parking lot of the amusement park in her previous life, and her heart ached even more. Suddenly, Shinxi thought, yes, that car. Yesterday, Xia Chen bought a sports car for Jiang Shui in order to compensate her, and tomorrow, Jiang Shui would drive this car to the amusement park. If Jiang Shui didn't drive, would her father not have died? Although she might be a little naive, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, she wouldn't give up. In fact, Shinshi had thought about whether she should contact her parents directly. However, she thought that if her parents came, they probably wouldn't be able to enter the house and might even provoke the Jiang couple. Shinshi did not believe many of Jiang Shue's lies, but there was one thing that Shinshi believed, and that was that her biological parents were really poor, a poor family that was so poor that they couldn't afford to go against such a big shot in Rong City, so Shinshi now planned to leave secretly, so as to avoid her parents and the Jiang family from having a direct confrontation. With this in mind, Shinshi went downstairs to the garage, stuffed the rags from the kitchen into the exhaust pipe of Jiang Shue's car, and then walked away as if nothing had happened. As expected, when Jiang Shui started up the car next day, the car broke down. Jiang Shui was going to drive the car out to show off and make a grand entrance as a princess, but her car broke down, so how could she make a grand entrance? Thinking of this, Jiang Shui cried, but it was too late to fix it now, so she could only follow in her parents' car. As soon as they arrived at the amusement park, Jiang Shui put her water bottle, bag, and umbrella in Shinshi's hands, and let Shinshi follow behind her with an umbrella. It was as if she was using Shinshi as a maid. Shinshi decided to endure it. As long as her father was safe, everything was worth it. The manager of the amusement park personally came to greet the Jiang family and then led them to the VIP room of the amusement park. He said that the Xiang family had already arrived. Shinshi was naturally left to wait outside the VIP room. Xia Chen didn't want Shinshi to be in the way. Xia Chen originally wanted to wait until the introduction meeting later to introduce Jiang Shui and Xiang Qing. That would be more formal, but Xiang Qing heard that Jiang Shui was coming to the amusement park to play and wanted to join in the fun, so Xia Chen thought that they could get to know each other in advance. At the same time, she wanted to get closer to Xiang Qing's mother, Wang Yu. Standing at the door, Shinshi heard someone shout, "Jiang Shi." Shinshi turned her head and saw Xiang Qing holding something in his hand. She ignored him and looked away. Xiang Qing was stunned. The person who usually stuck to him did not react at all when he called her. Xiang Qing was kneeling in the study room for 3 days when Shinshi made a few calls to him. Later, when Xiang Qing called Shinshi back, she did not pick up. She did not care about him at all. Xiang Qing was instantly enraged. He quickly walked in front of Shinshi and said, "Jiang Shi, how dare you ignore me?" Chapter 35, Painting. Xiang Qing's rich appearance attracted Jiang Shui instantly. Jiang Shui had once fantasized about a tall, rich, and handsome man who loved her. Although it was only the first time they met, Jiang Shui was confident that she could seduce Xiang Qing. "Hello, Sister Jiang. I'm Xiang Qing." Xiang Qing was polite and had a pleasant voice. Jiang Shui's heart thumped wildly, and her face suddenly turned red. "You. Hello. My name is Jiang Shui. You can call me Shui." Xiang Qing enjoyed the feeling of adoration of this little girl, unlike Shinshi. Even when she chased after him in the past, she always had a cold face, and she didn't even know how to be shy. She was simply terrible to the extreme. The Jiang Shui in front of him was what a girl should look like. It was just that Jiang Shui was much uglier than Shinshi's. Her looks were slightly unsatisfactory. She could only be considered a delicate beauty. Xiang Qing remembered the painting he wanted to give to Jiang Shui, so he took it out and said with a smile, "This is a gift for you." Although he called it a gift, it was just a random painting that Xiang Qing got from his grandfather. He didn't understand paintings, but he knew that his grandfather's paintings had a certain value, so they would be good as gifts. Jiang Shui asked in surprise, "What is it? Can I open it and have a look?" Xiang Qing nodded and said, "It's just a Tibetan painting. I heard that you like Tibetan paintings, so I'm giving this to you. You can open it and have a look." When Jiang Shui heard that it was a Tibetan painting, she was immediately delighted. A Tibetan painting, then it must be very valuable, right? It must be very expensive. When the time came, she would find someone to appraise it and see how much it was worth. When Wang Yu heard that her son had given her a painting, she was shocked. When she heard that Jiang Shui had been living in a poor family since she was young, she did not like it. When she saw Jiang Shui's appearance just now, it was much worse than that of Shinshi outside. She was even more upset, with Shinshi's current status. She was not worthy of her son. However, Jiang Shui, who had been wandering outside for more than 10 years, might not be worthy of her son too, therefore, she did not even bother prepare a gift for Jiang Shui. She did not expect her son, who had always been stupid, to prepare it himself. She did not know what was wrong with Xiangqing, however, now was not the time to think about this matter. Wang Yu pulled her son down slightly. Did you go to your grandfather's place to get the painting? Do you know that the paintings there are expensive? Xiangqing did not think much of it. It's just a painting. There are so many of them at grandfather's place. He won't find out. Wang Yu pursed her lips and sighed. Jiang Shui opened the packaging. Inside was a majestic landscape painting. The brushstrokes were sophisticated and well-balanced. The overall artistic conception and details were well-defined. It could be seen that the painter's skill was extraordinary, however, Jiang Shui could not understand it. She knew that the Xiang family's old master loved to paint and was also a famous painter, so she thought that since she was going to cultivate a relationship with the Xiang family's young master, why not also try to study the Xiang family's old master? And among the crowd, someone with sharp eyes recognized this painting and asked in shock, could this be Lin Lu's Jiangshan Duejiao? Hearing this, Jiang Luan instantly became excited. He focused his eyes on the signature below the painting. As expected, it was written, Lin Lu, back then, I was going to go see this painting. However, I was delayed by something. I regretted it for a long time. Later on, this painter even went missing. I couldn't even get his other paintings. I didn't expect it to be bid off by the Xiang family. This is too valuable. How can we accept it? Although Jiang Luan said this, his heart was already drooling over the painting. At that time, he had taken a liking to the high value of the painter and the name of the painting with the character Jiang, so he had always wanted to bid for it. Unfortunately, there was a delay, so he missed it. Later on, just as he had expected, the value of the painting rose steadily. After the artist retired, the value of the painting rose directly. Every time Jiang Luan thought about it, his heart would ache. When Wang Yu saw that it was Lin Lu's painting, her expression instantly turned ugly. No matter how little she knew about painting, she had been in the Xiang family for so many years and had heard of Lin Lu's painting. In short, it looked very expensive. Chapter 36 took a liking to the painting, however, since they had already given it away, they couldn't ask for it back, right? It would be embarrassing. In short, Wang Yu was extremely upset with her son. How could this painting be given away so casually? Compared to Wang Yu's pale face, the three members of the Jiang family were very happy, especially Jiang Shui. It didn't matter whether she liked the painting or not. As long as the painting was valuable enough, worth a lot of money, and the kind that was very expensive, she would be happy. This meant that she, Xin Shui, had a high status and was worthy of something valuable. Jiang Shui quietly put away the painting and then looked at Xiangqing with rosy cheeks. Her eyes were filled with the shyness of a young girl. She said to Xiangqing in a gentle voice, "Thank you, Brother Qing." Xiangqing was overjoyed to be called Brother Qing. It was not that no one had ever called him Brother Qing, but Xiangqing felt a sense of accomplishment when the daughter of the Jiang family called him Brother Qing. Unlike the previous daughter of the Jiang family, Xinxi, who would only call him Xiangqing without any change in expression even though she was trying to please him. Everyone thought that Xinxi was the one chasing Xiangqing, however, only Xiangqing himself knew that Xinxi was very cold. If one day he could hear Xinxi call him Brother Qing so softly, Xiangqing felt that he would be very happy. However, when he thought of this, Xiangqing felt that it was a bit of a pity. He hadn't even held Xinxi's hand yet. Was he going to let Xinxi go just like that? In his mind, Xinxi's delicate and fair face and exquisite figure appeared. Xiangqing couldn't help but feel his throat tighten. Damn it, thinking of this, Xiangqing realized that his breathing had become heavier. He could not help but feel that he had lost his composure. Xia Chen thought that the two kids were embarrassed, so she immediately said with a smile, "You two young people go play by yourselves. Take this bracelet. You can go on any ride in the amusement park." Xiangqing was still thinking about what reason he should use to leave. After all, his suit pants were relatively tight, and he could already feel the excitement of his object between his thighs. Okay, then Shui, shall we go together? Xiangqing asked very gentlemanly. Jiang Shui was mesmerized by Xiangqing's gentlemanly demeanor. Her cheeks were flushed red, and her hands were nervously clasped together. Then, she nodded her head. However, Xia Chen had an extra trick up her sleeve, allowing the two of them to go out from the other door of the VIP room. In the past, Shenxi and Xiangqing had spent some time together. What if Shenxi still had feelings for Xiangqing and went to cause trouble? Xia Chen, who was watching the backs of the two, was very happy. Only a good-looking boy from a decent family would be worthy of her daughter. Wang Yu, who was standing at the side, did not think so. Looking at Jiang Shui's petty manner, she was not at all as graceful as a lady from a big family. How could she be worthy of her outstanding son? Jiang Shui's bashful look was much worse than Shenxi's. Thinking of this, Wang Yu was extremely dissatisfied. At home, she wanted to have a good talk with Xian Tian and see if she could find another marriage partner for her son. Otherwise, if she were to bring such a daughter-in-law out in the future, it would be very embarrassing. Xiangqing did not know where to bring Jiang Shui to play. However, he had recently gotten a new car, which he had driven during the graduation banquet that day. Hence, he said to Jiang Shui, "Let me take you out for a ride." Xiangqing wasn't interested in this amusement park at all. He had come here for Shenxi. Jiang Luan had said that he wanted Shenxi to personally apologize to him, but now, Xiangqing still had to put on a show and accompany Jiang Shui. At this time, Jiang Shui had already completely forgotten her plan to torture Shenxi yesterday. She only had eyes for the handsome boy in front of her. Naturally, she would go wherever Xiangqing said. Xiangqing quickly brought Jiang Shui to the outdoor parking lot. When Jiang Shui heard Xiangqing say that the sports car in front of her was worth tens of millions, she was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. Xiangqing felt that Jiang Shui's unworldly appearance was extremely cute. He was showing off with a sense of satisfaction. Unlike Shenxi, who would only say lightly, "Oh, it's pretty." Jiang Shui did not expect that this car would actually cost 10 million yuan. That was money that her previous poor family could never earn in their entire lifetime. Chapter 37, Ambiguous. Jiang Shui swallowed her saliva. She wanted to touch the expensive car, but when she thought of the first time she had touched such an expensive thing in her life, her hands could not help but tremble. Xiangqing looked at Jiang Shui's trembling fair and tender hands carefully touching his car. He could not help but laugh. This girl was quite cute, so he went forward and held Jiang Shui's hand. He held Jiang Shui's hand and said generously, "You don't have to be so careful. It's just a car. If you want to touch it, feel free to touch it. You are much more precious than a car." Xiangqing was also an experienced man in the sex scene. He had been playing with women since he was 16 years old. Naturally, he knew how to use words to please women. Other than Shenxi, Xiangqing was surrounded by women. All kinds of methods to seduce women were easy for Xiangqing. However, these methods had no effect on Shenxi at all. In Xiangqing's eyes, Shenxi was like a rock in a cesspool. Hard and smelly. Every time he was with Shenxi, Xiangqing would be left doubting his attractiveness to women every time. This was also the reason why later, when Xiangqing and Shenxi were together, he never gave Shenxi a good look. However, Shenxi also had some advantages. For example, she would be patient and say good night every day. She would personally deliver soup to him when he was sick. She would reply to his messages and calls instantly. She would wait for him outside school for a few hours without getting angry, and when he brought her out to show off, Shenxi's beauty and temperament would make Xiangqing especially proud. Jiang Shui did not notice that Xiangqing was daydreaming about another woman. However, when she heard Xiangqing say that she was more expensive than this 10 million yuan car, she was touched. She even felt that her value had increased by quite a lot. She was now a noble woman. At this moment, Jiang Shui's heart was already filled with Xiangqing. Her hand was held by Xiangqing. This kind of intimate action made her feel shy. There was also an uncontrollable lust in her eyes. Xiangqing lowered his head and saw Jiang Shui, who looked like a maiden in love. The lust that had been aroused by Shi just now had suddenly increased by a lot. His object was so hard that it made him feel uncomfortable. After being locked up at home for so long, Xiangqing had not yet vented his sexual desires in the past few days. Since Jiang Shui had delivered herself to his doorstep, he would not stand on ceremony. Xiangqing rubbed Jiang Shui's hand a few times. His voice was a little hoarse and deep. "Shui, you're so beautiful. I don't know why, but the first time I saw you, I could not help but want to get close to you." The greasy and vulgar words of love made Jiang Shui immediately blush. Her face was burning hot, and she couldn't help but think, are all these tall, rich, and handsome people so direct? Jiang Shui was so embarrassed that her face turned red. She wanted to withdraw her hand, but she only pretended to move it in a reserved manner and didn't use any force. She was afraid that if she used too much force and offended Xiangqing, then where would she find such a high-quality partner like Xiangqing in the future? Xiangqing saw through Jiang Shui's intentions. He went on to say, "Why are you so shy? Why are you so cute? Do you know that you're very special? You're different from all the girls I've met. There aren't many girls as pure and cute as you now." Seeing Jiang Shui's red cheeks that were almost bleeding, Xiangqing stopped. He rubbed Jiang Shui's head and said, "All right, I won't tease you. I'll take you for a ride." Then, Xiangqing let go of Jiang Shui's hand and walked her to the passenger seat. He opened the car door in an extremely gentlemanly manner and gestured for her to get in. "Get in, my noble little princess." Jiang Shui thought that she was being too conservative, so Xiangqing suddenly let go of her hand. However, when she saw Xiangqing open the car door for her, she realized that she was thinking too much. This was the first time Jiang Shui felt this kind of treatment. She was excited, however, Jiang Shui secretly encouraged herself. Later, she had to be more proactive. She couldn't let Xiangqing run away. Once the two of them got in the car, Xiangqing couldn't hold it in anymore. He had never been a person who could suppress his desires. Other than Shi, no one could escape his teasing. Xiangqing covered the windshield with a large sunshade, and then the curtains were automatically lowered on both sides of the car. The car suddenly turned dark. Going for a ride? No, Xiangqing's goal was not going for a ride. Chapter 38, a private meeting between the two of them. In the cramped and dark interior of the car, Xiangqing leaned sideways and looked at Jiang Shui with a burning gaze. His hand covered Jiang Shui's hand and gently caressed Jiang Shui's smooth and tender little hand. That strength carried a lingering and intimate feeling. He was a little surprised that a poor girl who had lived in a poor family for 18 years actually had a pair of soft and smooth hands. Xiangqing's hands began to move slowly down on Jiang Shui's body. When he touched Jiang Shui's thigh, he massaged it in an extremely lecherous manner. His slow and heavy breathing was exceptionally clear in this narrow and quiet space. The atmosphere instantly became ambiguous. Seeing that Jiang Shui did not resist, Xiangqing slowly extended his hand under her short skirt. Jiang Shui was shocked. She was a little at a loss as she pressed down on Xiangqing's hand that had already touched her underwear. Xiangqing only chuckled and pulled out his hand. Then he pulled Jiang Shui's hand and put it on his erect penis. Even through the cloth, Jiang Shui could clearly feel the momentum that was ready to be unleashed. Jiang Shui was so scared that her heart suddenly trembled and she nervously swallowed her saliva. She tried hard to pull her hand out, but Xiangqing held it firmly. Xiangqing's low voice suddenly rang in Jiang Shui's ear. "Shui, my buddy down there is excited because of you. You have to compensate me." Hearing Xiangqing's sexy voice ringing in her ear, Jiang Shui felt extremely shy. Her sensitive ears could feel the hot air coming out of Xiangqing's mouth. It was so hot that Jiang Shui was a little at a loss. Xiangqing didn't want to be too impatient all of a sudden. If he scared her away, she wouldn't be able to find such a good venting tool. Xiangqing hugged Jiang Shui on his lap and said with a low groan, "Just help me touch it, can you?" A handsome man couldn't help but make a sound with lust in front of her. At the same time, he was very gentlemanly in seeking her opinion. There was a sense of accomplishment and respect. Jiang Shui couldn't deny that she was mesmerized. She replied in a low voice, "Yes." Xiangqing led Jiang Shue's hand and said bewitchingly, "Shui, open the zipper and let it out." Jiang Shui obediently untied Xiangqing's belt and zipped his pants. Under Xiangqing's passionate gaze, she pulled down the man's underwear and Xiangqing's penis instantly popped out. Seeing the erect penis, Jiang Shue's breathing stopped. Her panicked eyes started to drift and she looked away in embarrassment. Xiangqing found it funny. He grabbed Jiang Shue's hand and placed it on his own meat stick. He patiently guided Jiang Shue's hand up and down. Xiangqing's other hand took Jiang Shue's hand to knead his 2 testicles, and from time to time, he let out a satisfied sigh. Jiang Shui looked at Xiangqing, who was squinting his eyes and looking happy, and her heart started to itch. Her lower area was actually feeling a little wet from shame. Xiangqing took the opportunity to slowly reach his hand behind Jiang Shue's back and pulled down the zipper of the gown. Before Jiang Shui could react, he had already peeled off the gown from Jiang Shue's body. The remaining 2 lumps of white suckling flesh stuck to the nipple were dangling in front of Xiangqing's eyes, looking extremely lewd. Jiang Shui was so ashamed that she wanted to protect her breasts. However, her hands were forced back by Xiangqing, and her breasts instantly straightened up. Her 2 slender wrists were firmly controlled by one of Xiangqing's hands, and she couldn't move. Xiangqing tore open her bra and eagerly leaned forward. He opened his mouth and grabbed Jiang Shue's trembling nipples. The tip of his tongue quickly teased the bud, and then he sucked hard. His other hand skillfully grabbed and rubbed the soft breast flesh on the other side. A numbing pleasure surged up Jiang Shue's scalp. She could not help but let out a moan. It was not until Xiangqing's hand reached between her thighs that Jiang Shui was startled awake. Panting, she could not do it today. Her hymen had not been mended yet. If Xiangqing knew that she was no longer a virgin, then her value would drop. Jiang Shui quickly stopped Xiangqing from covering her pubic mound with his hot palm. She shyly and timidly said to Xiangqing in a gentle voice, "Brother Qing, not today." Xiangqing originally thought that he could convince Jiang Shui. However, when he was already ready, Jiang Shui refused him. His face immediately darkened, and his pitch-black eyes looked at Jiang Shui with anger. When Jiang Shui met Xiangqing's displeased gaze, she was also panicking in her heart. She said without thinking, "Can I use my mouth?" Chapter 39. Use your mouth to serve me. Xiangqing was stunned at first, then he gave a malicious smile. He didn't mind making the young miss of the Jiang family lower her head and perform oral sex on him. She seemed to be experienced. Could it be that she had a lot of fun in private? Xiangqing's hostility just now instantly disappeared. He crossed his arms behind his head and leaned against the back of the chair. He looked at Jiang Shui in front of him with a half-smile and said, "Then let's begin." Jiang Shui got down from Xiangqing's leg and squatted between his legs. In fact, Jiang Shui had only had intercourse twice. Although she had also given oral sex to others, she was forced to do so. Therefore, she didn't know what to do after taking the initiative. Just as Jiang Shui was thinking about where to start, the bulging penis in front of her jumped as if to warn Jiang Shui to start. Therefore, without thinking, Jiang Shui opened her mouth and swallowed the meat stick. Apart from the fishy smell, Xiangqing's genitals were not as dirty and smelly as Hao Zi and the others. Therefore, Jiang Shui did not feel any repulsion. Jiang Shui licked Xiangqing's huge genitals with her mouth based on her feelings. Xiangqing thought that Jiang Shui must be very experienced to dare to say that she would serve him with her mouth. In the end, his genitals were scratched by Jiang Shui's teeth several times before he realized that Jiang Shui probably really did not know how to do it. Only then did Xiangqing pull out his treasure and said to Jiang Shui, "Lick it first like you're eating ice cream. Otherwise, you will scrape my stick." Jiang Shui knew that Xiangqing wasn't satisfied with her technique and felt a little sad. However, she obediently listened to Xiangqing's words and supported his stiff penis to lick it. Jiang Shui stuck out her little red tongue and licked the bottom of the meat stick, making a lustful sound. Her hands were not idle either. She held Xiangqing's too heavy scrotum and gently rubbed it, looking straight at Xiangqing. It was not until Xiangqing closed his eyes to enjoy it that Jiang Shui once again tried to suck the meat stick into her mouth when she licked the head of the penis. This time, Jiang Shui tried her best to tighten her teeth and suck Xiangqing's penis. However, her gentle technique was still not good enough. Xiangqing couldn't stand it anymore. He sat up, grabbed Jiang Shue's hair, and started to move his lower body, sending the meat stick into Jiang Shue's mouth. Woo! Jiang Shui choked on Xiangqing's sudden movement. She made a whimper in discomfort, and the sound of the meat stick pushing into the deep part of her throat. Jiang Shui retracted her teeth from her mouth and wrapped Xiangqing's penis with warmth. Xiangqing did not care whether Jiang Shui could withstand it or not. The strength was getting stronger and stronger. When the head of the penis stabbed into Jiang Shui's narrow throat, the tight feeling made Xiangqing Shuang's scalp go numb. Following the violent movement, Xiangqing's two scrotums also hit Jiang Shui's mouth. With a paw-paw sound, Jiang Shui's lips began to swell and turn red. Saliva could not be controlled and flowed down. The scene was abnormally chaotic. Xiangqing started to stab faster and faster. His penis galloped in Jiang Shui's mouth like a storm. Then, when it was pressed against Jiang Shui's throat for the last time, the semen spurted out, choking Jiang Shui and causing her to struggle painfully. However, because Jiang Shui's hair was grabbed by Xiangqing and she could not turn her head, she accepted Xiangqing's semen and swallowed a lot of it. After ejaculating, Xiangqing took his penis out of Jiang Shui's mouth in satisfaction. He immediately handed a few pieces of paper to Jiang Shui. His car was new, so he could not let Jiang Shui vomit on it. Jiang Shui choked on the semen and coughed. Then, she spat the semen on the paper. It took a while for her to recover. At this time, Xiangqing was already dressed, while Jiang Shui's hair was messy and her breasts were exposed. She was in a sorry state. Such a sight made Xiangqing inexplicably excited. If he could make Shenxi do the same, it would be so satisfying. The two of them put on their clothes and cuddled for a while. Jiang Shui continued touching the luxury car that was worth tens of millions of yuan. Then, she turned to ask Xiangqing, "Brother Qing, can I drive this car?" Xiangqing had never been too stingy with women. It was just a car. There was nothing wrong with lending it to others. He promised, "Of course you can." Jiang Shui was instantly delighted. With a pop, she planted a kiss on Xiangqing's cheek. Chapter 40, Fate's Similarity. Jiang Shui got off the car happily. However, just as she got off the car, she was pulled back by someone. A familiar voice rang in her ear. "Shui, where have you been these past few days? Why didn't you pick up your phone just now?" Jiang Shui turned her head to look at the person who had come. It was Xing Yan, her adoptive father. Xiangqing also got off the car at this time. When he saw Jiang Shui talking to a middle-aged man dressed in plain clothes, he could not help but ask curiously, "Shui, this is?" Jiang Shui nervously swallowed her saliva and casually said, "This is my new driver. There's something I need to do. Wait for me for a while. I'll come over after I talk to him." After saying that, Jiang Shui dragged Xing Yan to a place further away from Xiangqing. Then, she couldn't help but roar, "What are you doing here?" Xing Yan didn't know why Jiang Shui would say that he was the driver. Then, he was inexplicably yelled at by Jiang Shui, "I came to look for you. Today, I met that classmate of yours who said that you were going to stay for a while. She said that you had never been to her house. Your mother and I were afraid that something had happened to you, so we came out to look for you." After saying that, Xing Yan remembered the man who came out of the car with Jiang Shui. That man seemed to be very rich. Xing Yan knew that car. It was an Apollo Helio sports car, worth at least 10 million yuan. Did that man use a luxury car to seduce his daughter? Xing Yan asked nervously. "You haven't been home for the past few days. Have you been with that man from just now? What's your relationship with him?" "Shui, some things are not worth it. I can get you a better car than that." Jiang Shui instantly understood Xing Yan's meaning. Gritting her teeth, she said, "That kind of dirty sex trade is something only a poor family's daughter like you would do. Also, I'm not your biological daughter at all." Jiang Shui's emotions became more and more agitated as she spoke. "Get a better car? Xing Yan, please stop bragging. Even if you started earning money from the Qing dynasty, you wouldn't be able to afford that car." Hearing Jiang Shui's words, Xing Yan was even more puzzled. Shui, what are you talking about? How can you not be our daughter? Also, I am not bragging. Let's go take a look at sports car now. Your mother is right outside. Let's go take a look together. As Shen Yan spoke, he was about to pull Jiang Shui's hand, but Jiang Shui fiercely shook him off. She didn't want to go back to that poor family. Glancing at Shen Yan, Jiang Shui was extremely anxious. She had to convince Shen Yan that she wasn't his daughter so that she could get away. Oh right, paternity test. Jiang Shui thought of the paternity test taken in the photo album on her phone. If she showed it to Shen Yan, she would be able to prove that she wasn't Shen Yan's daughter. However, the moment she took out her phone, it ran out of battery. Jiang Shui became agitated. Xiangqing, who was smoking beside her, unexpectedly received a call from Shenxi. On the other end of the phone, Shenxi asked in a deep voice, "Are you with Jiang Shui?" Xiangqing thought that Shenxi was jealous, so he said arrogantly, "Yes, she's right next to me." Shenxi didn't waste any time and directly asked, "Where are you?" Xiangqing thought that Shenxi knew about the matter between him and Jiang Shui and wanted to persuade him to stay, so he immediately generously told her his location. After hanging up the phone, Shenxi rushed to the outdoor parking lot as fast as she could. Shenxi waited for a long time before she felt that something was wrong. When she pushed open the door of the VIP room, as expected, there was no one inside. Only then did she realize that there was a back door to the VIP room, so Shenxi immediately called Jiang Shui, but she couldn't get through. Thinking of what Xia Chen said, Shenxi thought that Jiang Shui might be with Xiangqing, so she called Xiangqing to try. She didn't expect it to be true. Shenxi ran to the outdoor parking lot in one breath. When she saw Xiangqing, she immediately ran up. At that moment, Shenxi heard the sound of a car starting up. The sound of a sports car starting up was particularly loud in the parking lot. Shenxi could instantly locate the location of the sports car, and her father, as if fate had arranged it, was still standing not far away from the sports car with its glaring headlights. Jiang Shui didn't expect Shen Yan to not make sense and not be able to shake him off, so she quickly got into Xiangqing's car and thought of driving away from Shen Yan. Seeing Shen Yan suddenly appear in front of the car, Jiang Shui wanted to drive the car back, but for some reason, she panicked and the car rushed forward, heading straight in the direction of Shen Yan. Shenxi suddenly widened her eyes in horror and rushed towards Shen Yan without caring about anything else. She screamed mournfully, "Quickly dodge!" Chapter 41, Saving his parents. Shen Yan's vision blurred, and all he could see was a vast expanse of white. The roar of the sports car echoed in his ears as it whizzed closer. Before disaster struck, two heart-wrenching voices reached Shen Yan's ears. "Dad! Hubby!" Shen Yan, who had yet to regain his senses, was suddenly pushed away by someone. He hugged Lu Shan, who had come running over, and the two fell to the side. Shenxi could not move out of the way fast enough and had her calf clipped by the speeding car. She hit the ground hard, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Xiangqing's sports car crashed into a parked car with a bang. Both cars were badly damaged. When Xiangqing saw his Apollo Helios sports car turned into scrap metal, his eyes grew wide in shock, and his heart ached. Immediately, he dashed to the wreck, checking the extent of the damage it had suffered. Lu Shan choked back tears that had welled up in her eyes. Had it not been for Shenxi, she would have lost her husband. Shenxi cleaned the blood off her pale face, staring at her biological parents, who stood only a meter away, her eyes alight with joy. Her father was safe, and her mother had not been left in a vegetative state. Their family was still whole. It took a few minutes for the couple to snap out of their daze and remember Shenxi's presence. How did she get hurt like this? Hubby, we need to take her to the hospital. Distressed, Lu Shan dabbed Shenxi's forehead with a tissue. Shanshan, hang on for a second. If you're not careful, you might accidentally hurt her. Shen Yan stopped Lu Shan from acting rashly. Lass, is there anywhere else you're hurting? Please let uncle know, it's important. Shen Yan spoke softly, paying close attention to Shenxi. Hearing her father call himself uncle stung. It caused Shenxi's eyes to redden with unshed tears. Looking at Shenxi's puffy red eyes, Lu Shan panicked. What's wrong? Are you in pain? Where does it hurt? Shenxi shook her head and got up, swaying unsteadily on her feet. I'm fine, she said, trying to play down her injuries. Her biological parents were right before her, but they did not know her. Shinshi could not help but feel a little sad. There was no way she could explain that she was their biological daughter in this situation. Xinyan blinked, struck by a sudden sense of déjà vu. His gaze alternated between the red-eyed Shinshi and his wife. He could see a startling resemblance. What was going on? Jiang Shui's words flashed in Xinyan's mind. Jiang Shui had said she was not his daughter, and then the girl before him had cried father, almost as if in desperation. Could this young woman be his biological daughter, as if reading his mind? Jiang Shui got out of the car and strolled toward the Shin couple. What? Have you established your relationship with each other already? That's quick. See. She's your biological daughter. Don't you think she looks like you both? Poverty begets poverty, and like figures are drawn to each other, Jiang Shui scoffed. Lu Shan was confused and asked, Shuer, what are you talking about? What do you mean, she is our biological daughter? Jiang Shui sneered, mocking Lu Shan. What? Are you trying to mooch off me now that I'm rich? You've been talking about diamonds since I was a child. I'd eat my sock if you weren't trying to brainwash me subtly. You're just a bottom-feeding housewife with nothing to your name. If you think you can milk me for what I'm worth, dream on. Are you that desperate or delusional to think talking about diamonds would make me sympathize with you? Huh. Shin Shui. Xin Yan's face darkened, his words rumbling with an unspoken warning. She's your mother. She's always been concerned for your future. How can you talk about her like that? He had never expected that his daughter, whom he and his wife loved so dearly, would become so bitter and cruel, crazed by her newfound wealth. Shin Shui looked down on her poor foster father. Xin Yan, don't you shout at me. You're not much different from her. Chapter 42. Wanting Shinshi to take the blame. I remember you saying that when I become an adult to buy you a car and a house. Haha. Don't you think it sounds ridiculous? The house we used to live in didn't even have air condition, and you still have your head in the clouds? If we're supposed to be family, then we're a family of two different worlds. One waits for her daughter to buy her diamonds to show off, while the other can't wait for his daughter to buy him a new house and car. It's disgusting. Jiang Shui's cut deep and were steeped in venom. A mad glint shone in her eyes as she ridiculed Xin Yan. The Shin couple did not expect the daughter they had painstakingly raised over the years would treat them with so little kindness or respect. It shamed and brought them sadness. Lu Shan held Shinshi's hand. Her head bowed in sorrow. Shinshi could not bear to hear more from Jiang Shui and stepped toward her on wobbly feet. The Shin couple quickly supported Shinshi, afraid she would fall. Are you done? If you're done, get lost. Shinshi's voice was cold and carried the threat of violence should Jiang Shui say another word. Shinshi, you have some nerve. You. Jiang Shui was interrupted by Xiang Qing. Jiang Shui. Handle your matters yourself. Don't drag others into it. Xiang Qing stalked over from the wreckage of his car. He was in no mood to deal with squabbles outside his own and spoke to Jiang Shui through gritted teeth. Someone was pointing and swearing at Xiang Qing. He did not care to stand around listening to Jiang Shui and Shinshi bicker. He was more concerned for his beloved car that had turned into scrap and, to a lesser extent, the car it had damaged. The owner of the car was practically frothing, demanding restitution. Jiang Shui immediately understood the situation from a glance at the angry individual chasing Xiang Qing. From his posture, Jiang Shui could tell that Xiang Qing did not want to get involved in family drama and wanted to be off. Jiang Shui took a deep breath. Now was not the time to bring up the past. In the eyes of the Jiang couple, she was still the poster girl of obedience. Jiang Luan was still unhappy with her regarding the loan sharks incident. If she added this car crash to her name, it would compromise her carefully crafted image. Turning her nose up at Shinshi, she said arrogantly, Shinshi, you are the one at fault here. You will follow that person to settle things with the insurance companies. Do you understand me? Shinshi was so angry she laughed. However, it was not Shinshi who responded, but Xin Yan. You must bear responsibility for your actions. My daughter isn't someone you can order around. Xin Yan was beyond disappointed with Jiang Shui. The woman looking down on them could not be the daughter he and his wife had painstakingly raised for more than 10 years. On this note, he chose to recognize the woman who had saved him as his real daughter. Shinshi looked up in shock. She had not expected Xinyan to defend her, much less call her his daughter, and it warmed the cockles of her heart. Would her father have done the same had he not died in her previous life? Would he have protected her and made Jiang Shui accountable for her actions if he had lived? Shinshi could not help but wonder. The thought caused her to tear up once again. Lu Shan held on to Shinshi's hand and asked concernedly, "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Is your head injury hurting you more?" Meanwhile, Jiang Shui was stunned by Xinyan's words. He had been her father for more than 18 years. Jiang Shui had never thought that one day, her father, who had raised her for 18 years, would protect an outsider over her. Xinyan had never done so in the 18 years he had raised her. Jiang Shui's shocked gaze moved to Lu Shan, holding Shinshi protectively. In the past, Lu Shan would hold her in the same manner whenever she needed someone to comfort her. Every time she was put down for her average looks, her parents would come to her rescue, and Lu Shan would hold her hand and say, "Shui is the prettiest. No one else can compare." Jiang Shui tried her best to tamp down the bitter emotion that bubbled in her heart, convincing herself that those small actions were nothing in the eyes of the rich and powerful. "Xinyan, you don't know who my biological parents are. My father is the president of Kunlun Construction in Rongqing. He is a big name in Rongqing. You had better weigh your options carefully. If Shinshi doesn't admit her mistake today, I'll make sure your family won't have a good time," Jiang Shui threatened. Lu Shan laughed, sorrow touched with disdain lacing the sound. Xinyan also smiled while shaking his head. They were both laughing at Jiang Shui's arrogance. Just then, the owner of the damaged car arrived. Jiang Shui took the initiative to point at Shinshi and said, "The person who hit your car is that woman. Her name is Shinshi. See, she still has a wound on her head. She's the thief who stole our car and crashed it into yours." Chapter 43, Hit on the Head. Xiangqing did not expect Jiang Shui to be so quick to push the blame onto someone else. She exonerated herself of wrongdoing with only a few words while pinning the blame on the supposed thief. Relieved of his burden, Xiangqing took the opportunity to assess Shinshi calmly. He wanted to see how she would react. Xinyan was furious when he heard Jiang Shui's accusation. He raised his hand and was about to teach her a lesson when Shinshi stopped him. Although harsh and highly improper for her to speak to her foster father as such, Shinshi knew Jiang Shui was right. The Shin couple were at the bottom of society's totem pole and could not oppose the Jiang family. Shinshi could not, in good conscience, allow her biological father to confront something so dangerous on her behalf. The damaged car's owner was not clear on the situation, so he took Jiang Shui's words at face value. Moving to pull Shinshi aside, he reasoned, "Since you hit my car, you should accompany me to make the report to our respective insurance companies." Shinshi's alleged identity as a thief complicated the matter at hand. Since she was not the owner of the car but someone who had appropriated and caused mischief with it, there was a lot of paperwork to go through. The damaged car's owner was not about to let her get away so easily. Before he could lay a hand on her daughter, Lu Shan slapped the offending appendage aside, rebuking him sternly, "Don't you dare touch her." Shinshi did not expect her mother, who was normally meek and gentle, would suddenly rebuff the man in such an imposing manner. In her previous life, Shinshi had only seen her mother through videos shown to her by Jiang Shui. By then, her mother had already been in a vegetative coma for a long time. She was as thin as a stick, and her skin clung to her bones for dear life. To see her mother alive and well, bright and moving with such vigor, brought happiness and relief she could not quite put into words. She was a force of nature, unleashed upon the target who had drawn her ire. "Ow! How dare you hit me? You're asking for a beating." The owner of the damaged car charged Lu Shan and Shinshi. Xinyan was by his wife and daughter's side instantly, blocking the man. He stopped the man's fist and swept him off his legs. Jiang Shui frowned as she watched from the sidelines. She could not understand why the Shin couple had suddenly changed so much. Now, they were as fierce as tigers protecting their cub. It was completely different from Jiang Shui's impression of the two. Shinshi pointed at a camera in the corner and said loudly, "Sir, I strongly suggest you check the surveillance footage. It would be best if you did so now. Otherwise, that young woman over there will have someone erase the surveillance footage. Do you understand? The car owner was stunned but hightailed when a dawning comprehension came to him. Jiang Shui had not considered this course of action and hurried toward the man to stop him. She could not let her parents know about this, or everything she had done would come to light. She could not allow her parents to learn of her attempted murder. She tugged on the man's shirt and begged pitifully, "Big brother, don't be hasty. I'll pay you back, I'll pay however much I need to for your car's repairs. Please don't make a big deal out of this, alright?" Jiang Shui noticed the car's owner staring, transfixed by her bulging chest, and she hardened her heart. Puffing her chest, she said, "Let's keep in touch. We'll talk about compensation afterwards, okay?" Lecherous eyes drank in her body, and he added Jiang Shui as a friend without thinking further. He did not forget to touch Jiang Shui's hand a few times as they exchanged contact information. Jiang Shui swallowed her nausea. For now, she would have to do her best to pacify this man. While he was distracted, she would delete the surveillance footage captured. On the other side, Shenxi asked Xinyan and Lu Shan, "Mom, Dad, are we leaving?" When Lu Shan heard Shenxi call her mom, her heart fluttered with mixed feelings. There was the joy of recovering what she had lost, the bitterness of being separated for so many years, and the guilt she felt towards Shenxi. The Shin couple looked at Jiang Shui, who was not far away, and sighed in unison. Then, they turned around and left with Shenxi. Xiangqing felt extremely uncomfortable when he saw Shenxi leave without saying anything to him. After Jiang Shui appeased the car's owner, she saw that Shenxi and the rest were preparing to leave. The profile of the family of three as they departed was warm, and it made her uncomfortable. Shen Shui was so angry she picked up the rearview mirror that had been knocked off the side of the car and tried clobbering Shenxi with it. With a bang, Shenxi felt a sharp pain in her head before losing consciousness. The last thing she heard was Lu Shan's worry-filled cry. Chapter 44, The Failed Honey Trap. Shen Yan carried the unconscious Shenxi and, with his wife, Lu Shan, searched for the nearest hospital. While they were panicking, a black car stopped in front of them. "Get in the car quickly. I'll send you to the hospital." "Hurry up," Shueli said to the Shin couple. Shen Yan and his wife shared a look, reaching the same decision almost instantly. Shenxi's well-being was their foremost concern. The two of them got into the car without a fuss. By the time Jiang Shui and Xiangqing caught up, they had already been left in the dust. Only the flashing taillights of the car glowed in the distance. Xiangqing did not expect Jiang Shui to be so ruthless. He was worried about Shenxi, though not for the reasons one would expect. He had never been together with a woman like Shenxi before. Would it not be a waste if something happened to her and ruined his fun? Eyeing the ferocious-looking Jiang Shui beside him, Xiangqing said coldly, "You'll have to explain things to my father. I'm not taking the blame for you." Xiangqing knew his position in the family well. He was just a third-generation man of wealth without any real ability. Everything he had was given to him by his father and grandfather. His father bought the Apollo Helios sports car after much persuasion. If he learned that it was no better than scrap metal now, soon after being bought, he might blow a gasket. Jiang Shui did not think Xiangqing would treat her so harshly. Whimpering with tears, she pleaded, "Brother Qing, I didn't do it on purpose. Won't you forgive me this time? If Uncle learns of this, my parents will be the first to know. They would never let me accompany you to have fun again." As Jiang Shui spoke, she tugged at Xiangqing's hand coquettishly, her plump bosom gently brushing against his arm. Men were all the same, show them a little skin and daggle something extra, and they danced to her tune. Jiang Shui was the sort to use every advantage she had to achieve her goals. Xiangqing snorted, wrenching his arm free, thoroughly unimpressed by the disgusting display. Jiang Shui was nothing more than a tool in his eyes, a toy he entertained himself with from time to time. It was not a big deal if Jiang Shui could no longer go out with him. He had plenty of women ready and willing to fulfill his desires as and when he wanted. The only reason he bothered with her was because of a lucrative deal between his father and hers. If that deal were to fall through, his father would not be pleased with him. At the end of the day, Xiangqing was aware enough to know what he should and should not do. If Jiang Shui thought she could seduce him so easily, she had another thing coming. Shi was 100 times better than her. Even now, he could not help but envisage Shi, that arrogant woman, lying prone, crying her heart out as he took her. Not in her wildest dreams did she consider the possibility of Xiangqing refusing her. Angry and without an outlet to release her pent-up frustrations, Jiang Shui stomped her. Watching Xiangqing leave her behind, meanwhile, the Shin couple got out of the car with the unconscious Shi, thanking Guan Lei for his timely aid and disappeared into the hospital. "Master, where are we going now?" Shueli looked at Guan Lei through her rearview mirror, inquiring politely. Shueli and Guan Lei had witnessed the entire farce. She did not know what was going on in her master's mind. Why did he suddenly decide to help the Shin couple and Shi? It was very strange to her. "We're going home." "I want to sleep," Guan Lei directed somewhat impatiently. She was unsure why, but it seemed Guan Lei was not in a good mood. Unbeknownst to Shueli, Guan Lei's poor mood lay in the image that constantly replayed itself in his mind, the image of Shi lying unconscious. Perhaps it was because the ally he had found in Shi had been hurt for nothing and by some minor, nameless character no less. "As you command," Shueli respectfully answered as she started up the engine and set the course for home. "Give Zhuqing a call later. I like the entertainment at the amusement park very much. Tell him to wait for me. I will treat him well next time." Guan Lei gnashed his teeth when he said this. His posture made him look like he wanted to rip flesh from bone. Shueli swallowed, assenting. It seemed that someone was going to be unlucky. She opened her eyes to a dazzling white. It was so jarring she needed to close her eyes again. The voices of her parents rang in her ears. "Do you have any more?" "I still need to buy supplements for when Cici is discharged," Lu Shan spoke softly. "There's nothing left. I've already sold the 2 electric fans we had to cover the medical bill. We only have a little left. We should keep the last fan for Cici in case she gets hot. How else will she sleep? Summer nights are anything but cool." Xin Yan sighed, going over their situation with his wife. "No more. I've sold the 2 electric fans. After paying the medical fees, I only have this little left. I'll leave the remaining electric fan for Cici to blow on. Otherwise, how will she sleep on such a hot summer night?" Xin Yan said with a sigh. Shi frowned. She knew her father and mother were not wealthy. But she never thought they would be destitute. Well, it seemed that her poor life was about to begin. Chapter 45. 4 walls. Shi sighed heavily and opened her eyes. When Lu Shan saw that Shi had woken up, she was so happy that she hugged Shi and sobbed. "Cici, you're finally awake. You scared me to death." Her chest tightened as she saw Lu Shan crying, and it caused hot tears to roll down her pale face. It was good that her father was still here and her mother was healthy. This second chance at life was already blessed in her eyes. Xin Yan watched his wife and daughter in tears and grew emotional. He went forward and hugged them both, sobbing quietly. It was so surreal that she did not know how to respond. How could an adult cry without regard for their image? The Jiang family patriarch, Jiang Jun, always had a serious air about him. He was either cold-faced or frowning. Xia Chen was gentler, but she still had the noble airs of a lady. She would never cry so openly and without regard for her image. She realized her parents were very different. They did not seem to care that people were watching, which warmed her heart. A long while later, Xin Yan dried his tears and tried coaxing his wife. All right. Our daughter has just woken up. If you cry, she will cry too. It's not good for her health." "You're right. I should make Cici cry," Lu Shan sniffled, dabbing her tears with a handkerchief. "Cici, are you hungry? Your father made some millet porridge for you. You should eat some. We'll talk after you've had your fill." After eating, Shi learned what had transpired. Shi did not expect that after she was knocked unconscious by Jiang Shui, they would be driven to the hospital by a good Samaritan. She had a big bump on her head due to Jiang Shui's violent assault, rendering her unconscious for 2 days. Xin Yan retrieved an ID card from his pocket and handed it to Xin Shi had not thought the Jiang family would be so efficient. To think they were able to register and prepare an ID card for her in just 2 days. staring at her new ID card. She beamed. She had finally rid herself of that dastardly family and reunited with her biological parents. Even the household registry had been amended, that's right. The Jiang family also gave us 300,000 yuan. They called it a severance gift, Shen Yan casually said as he peeled the skin off an apple for his daughter. Lu Shan chimed in, yes, or at least they tried. Don't worry, Cece. Your parents aren't spineless scoundrels. We threw that stack of bills back in the secretary's face. We don't need their money. As your parents, we definitely won't let you lose face. She smiled bitterly, offering her parents a tentative nod. Mom and Dad are the best. I'm so glad you're my real parents. Still, Shi's heart bled when she heard the sum her parents had spurned. 300,000 yuan was not a lot, but it was a huge sum for the Shen family, whose financial situation was quite dire. Moreover, Shi felt that the 300,000 yuan ought to be considered her medical fees at the very least. After all, Jiang Shui was the reason she was hospitalized. She could not understand her parents. Why did they not accept the money? Weren't they simply benefiting the Jiang family through their false pride? What was done was done. She could only accept her parents' decision with a smile. Nonetheless, she found herself heaving an inward sigh. How were her parents so cute and innocent? It seemed like she would have a lot to consider for the future. She followed her parents, her heart filled with anxiety. She was returning to the home she had once lived in. She had spent 18 years away, and now she was finally back. Soon, a stone cottage rose in the distant countryside. The cottage's interior comprised a living room and a kitchen, with the most expensive electrical appliance being a standing fan in the corner of the room she was to stay in. Not even a gas stove was present in the kitchen. The Shen family still used a kind of earthen stove fueled using firewood. She frowned. It was a home with none of the comforts of modern living. She could not, for her life, understand why the family's situation would be so poor. Yet, the truth was before her eyes. Her furrowed brow relaxed. Whether they were rich or poor did not matter, what mattered most was that they were one family again. As long as they were together, things would work out. Now that it was summer vacation, she could look for a part-time job. Perhaps she could paint and sell her works or go to an art school and teach a few classes. Summer nights were hot, and there was not much she could do to alleviate her situation. Even the fan did little since it blew warm air at her. The sweltering heat made it impossible to sleep, and the thought that occupied her mind throughout the night was that she needed to earn money to install an air conditioner in her room. Chapter 46, Looking for a part-time job. She fixated on the thought of having an air conditioner in her room, which stirred up memories of the room she had stayed in at the Jiang family home. She shook her head, clearing her thoughts. The past should stay in the past. There was no point thinking about things that she could not change. She resolved to treat her time with the Jiang family as a distant dream, but not thinking about her past meant she was now focused on the present. The oppressive summer heat blew at her in lazy rotations of the standing fan. She could not imagine what it must be like in Yan's room since he did not have a fan to call his own. Just then, she heard the soft patter of footsteps nearby. Was it her parents? She quickly closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. Lu Shan whispered to Yan, "Hubby, is this okay?" Yan answered firmly, "Of course it's okay. Your hubby used to be a straight-A student." Lu Shan whispered, "Hubby, I used to be a straight-A student too." Yan acknowledged her and said proudly, "Honey, you are the best straight-A student in my heart." Lu Shan leaned against Yan happily. "Honey, you are also the best straight-A student in my heart." Shi, pretending to sleep with her eyes closed, endured the febrile-inducing heat whilst listening to her parents' lovey-dovey pillow talk. She nearly choked. Just as Shi was wondering what her parents were doing in her room, the wind from the electric fan suddenly turned cold. Wow, the fan's blowing cold air. "Hubby, you're amazing. This way, Cece won't be too hot when she sleeps at night." Lu Shan happily stretched out her hand, feeling the cool air blow past her fingers. Of course, it would blow cold air. It does not take much to put a block of ice in front of the fan as it blows to produce cold air, Yan said proudly, delighting in his wife's adoration and praise. Shinshi was stunned by the conversation between her parents. Her parents worried that she would feel hot in the summer heat, so they procured a block of ice from somewhere just so that she would sleep soundly. Shinshi felt her heart fill with warmth. It was her first time feeling their love and care for her. With such parents, Shinshi would never believe they were the drunkards and gamblers Jiang Shui said they were. Shinshi did not know when her parents left, but she slept well that night. When she woke up the next day, Xin Yan had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast of porridge, eggs, steamed buns, and stir-fried vegetables. The food was simple but hearty. That was how she enjoyed her first breakfast with her parents. After breakfast, Shinshi said to Xin Yan and Lu Shan, "Mom, Dad, I want to go out and explore." Xin Yan, who was in the kitchen washing the dishes, wiped his hands on his apron and said, "Wait for a bit. Your mother and I shall accompany you. We've both taken leave from work today to help you familiarize yourself and settle down." Knowing that it would defeat the purpose if she allowed her parents to accompany her, Shinshi hastily declined. "No, there's no need. I want to check out the area myself. You don't need to worry about me." Seeing her reluctance, Xin Yan and his wife obliged, telling her to be careful while she was out. As they waved goodbye to Shinshi, Lu Shan turned sad, soulful eyes at her husband. "Hubby, do you think Cece will be alright living with us? She might not be used to a life of poverty like ours. Otherwise, why wouldn't she want us to go out with her? Is she afraid that others will laugh at her if they know her family is poor? Will she abandon us?" Lu Shan's eyes reddened as she spoke. "Don't let your imagination run wild. Cece won't do something like that. Cece almost died trying to save me. How could she be the sort to care whether her parents are rich or poor?" Xin Yan chided gently. He believed in Shinshi's character, and until she proved otherwise, he would always place his faith in her. Comforted by her husband's reassurances, Lu Shan nodded. No. I don't think she will. As long as we endure another year, we'll be able to give Cece the best life she could ever wish for." Xin Yan hugged his wife, hope tinging his words. A year will pass in no time. The bitter days of hardship will soon draw to a close. Shinshi transferred from one bus to another, following the map on her mobile phone. Soon, she arrived at her destination, Rongqing, the city of fine arts. It was a hub for painters, calligraphers, and artists alike, producing any number of cultural products that attracted the country's many enthusiasts. Rongqing was a cultural hotspot. Many rich and well-to-do families often sent their children there to learn something about the arts. Shinshi hoped she would land a part-time job related to painting and calligraphy in this city known for its artistic splendor. In her previous life, she had focused on Impressionism, but it did not mean her skill in traditional Chinese calligraphy was lacking. Chapter 47 Painting part-time. Through her efforts, Shinshi hoped she could buy an air conditioner for her home as soon as possible and some common household appliances. A little extra would not hurt either. An elite school was out of the question. She had no money to pay the school's fees. So long as she transferred to an ordinary high school, the tuition fees probably would not be as expensive as at Zhuiying Middle School. Entering a new school was always a new experience, and though she was about to start her third year in high school, it did not lessen how nerve-wracking the process would be. Adapting to a new school environment would take time. Still, Shinshi believed she would do well regardless of the school she transferred to since she had always kept up her grades. It was not hard for Shinshi to find a part-time job. The accumulation of a lifetime's worth of experience and the practice she had had since gaining this second lease at life was enough to land her a job in a relatively high-end art school. With summer vacation in full swing, many parents had opted to send their children for extracurricular lessons, so the art school's pay for talented part-timers like Shinshi was considerable. Shinshi spent the whole day in Rongqing City and only returned home late in the evening. Tomorrow would be her first official day working part-time at the art school, so she thought it would be a good idea to tell her parents. When Shinshi pushed open the door to their humble stone cottage, Xin Yan heaved a sigh of relief. Happily, he called his wife, "Honey, Cece is home." Lu Shan hurried out of the kitchen upon hearing her husband. The sight of Shinshi standing at the door was so moving that she broke out in tears of happiness. Her daughter did not abandon them. Her daughter did not dislike them, and she had returned safe and sound. She had gone out in the morning and, around lunch, had sent word home saying she would not be back till later in the evening. Lu Shan's first thought was that she could not stand their family's poor financial situation and planned to return to the Jiang family. Even so, Lu Shan stubbornly clung to the hope that she would come home. That belief prompted her to cook for the first time in her life, to prepare a meal for her precious daughter. She was caught by surprise. Why was her mother crying again? Did something happen? Was she being bullied? Mom, why are you crying? Is something wrong? Did the Jiang family come knocking? She eyed the house warily, searching for any sign that would indicate the Jiang family's appearance. Lu Shan dried her tears and said, "No, they didn't come. I just haven't seen you for a day. I missed you." Lu Shan cut a strange figure with a spatula in one hand and bits of grass and wood dust in her other. While drying her tears, she unknowingly smeared the dirt on her face. But that did not stop her from laughing. Xin Yan wiped his wife's face and smiled teasingly. Okay. Don't cry. You don't look good when you cry." He turned to Shi and said, "Your mother wanted to cook dinner for you. She would not even let me help her with the firewood." Before Shi could express her gratitude, Xin Yan had already returned to comfort his wife. "Be good. Don't cry, or you'll make me sad too." Shi was so mortified by her parents' casual display of affection that she could barely taste her mother's cooking. Perhaps it was a blessing in disguise, since the blackened monstrosity she was eating was better off as charcoal than food for human consumption. Thankfully, Xin Yan anticipated how his wife's cooking would turn out and had prepared a simple dinner on the side. Otherwise, she would have gone to bed hungry. Before calling it a day, she told her parents she wanted to learn more about the arts and that she would spend some time in Rongqing every day over the summer holidays. Xin Yan and his wife accepted Shi's explanation quite readily. Thus began Shi's days as a part-timer teaching painting and calligraphy in Rongqing. Shi was gentle-natured and had a good temperament. She was bold and taught her classes without any sign of nervousness. With her sound knowledge, she quickly made a name for herself in the art school. Everyone in Rongqing soon learned of a promising young teacher who had started teaching at the Six Arts Workshop, the art school she taught at. "Cici, another parent here would like you to teach their child. Are you willing to take on another student?" The owner of the art school, Li Si, asked Shi, who was creating teaching plans for her classes. It had been less than a month since she started at Li Si's art school, but she had already increased business and spread the school's fame by several folds. Li Si, like any business owner, was pleased by this development. Shi looked up and said rather awkwardly, "My private lessons are fully booked. I can't take on any more students." Li Si pulled a chair and sat down. "They said they would leave a deposit, and you would be free to start lessons whenever possible. Time isn't an issue." Shi thought of her poverty-stricken family and finally nodded in agreement. Chapter 48, A Chance Meeting with an Acquaintance. "Then, shall I accept the deposit?" Li Si asked, grinning from ear to ear. Shi nodded, sharing a tentative smile with her boss. She was usually calm and level-headed, which gave people a sense of security when dealing with her. One might say it was part of her charm. Shi stretched and exited the art school. She was feeling stiff and wanted to get some fresh air when she heard someone call her. "Shi?" In Rongqing, most people called her teacher Shen. Only Li Si would call her Cici da. Shi looked back in confusion and saw Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui did not expect to see Shi in Rongqing. Xiang Cheng's grandfather was a famous painter in Rongqing. To please Xiang Cheng's grandfather, Jiang Shui thought of finding a better teacher to teach her painting. Xia Chen had introduced several teachers, but Jiang Shui was not very satisfied with them. Therefore, she wanted to pick a teacher for herself. She did not expect to run into Shi here. Jiang Shui seemed surprised and affectionate as she ran to Shi. "Cici, what are you doing here?" Shi glared at Jiang Shui impatiently. The girl beside Jiang Shui also ran over. Shi recognized her at a glance. It was her former classmate, Lu Qing. Lu Qing gave Shi the stink eye. She never liked Shi much with her beautiful looks and good grades. Girls of similar ages often compare themselves, and Lu Qing was no exception. It was sad but true that families tended to compare their children with their peers, specifically, those they felt were better than their own. Shenxi was the yardstick her parents compared her to, often criticizing Lu Qing for her failings and cultivating her bitter feelings towards her perceived nemesis. Her parents would say to her, "Look at Jiangxi. How is it your grades are so much worse than hers? Are you trying to lose face for us?" When this happened, Lu Qing would bite her lips, feeling inferior. Things only changed when Shenxi was exposed as not being the Jiang family's child. That was her happiest memory to date. Shenxi was not Jiangxi. She was a lowly peasant from a poor family. She, Lu Qing, was by far her superior, coming from a wealthy family. "Ah, so it's Jiangxi. Oh, I'm sorry. I misspoke. You go by Shenxi now, don't you? My bad. It seems my memory failed me. I forgot you're no longer the young miss of the Jiang family." Lu Qing's words dripped with disdain. Shenxi did not want to waste her breath with either of them, so she tried ignoring Lu Qing and Jiang Shui. However, before Shenxi could go far, she was pulled back by Lu Qing. Lu Qing was very dissatisfied with Shenxi's arrogance. Shenxi was only a child from a poor family. How dare she act so high and mighty? "Shenxi, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Who do you think you are to brush me off like that?" Lu Qing grabbed Shenxi roughly, refusing to let go. A good dog doesn't get in the way. "Lu Qing, let me give you a piece of advice. Let me go now, or you'll face the consequences of your actions," Shenxi said coldly. Shenxi's gaze was like a shard of ice, piercing straight at Lu Qing. That look she received was so frightening that Lu Qing unconsciously let go. Since when was Shenxi so scary? Lu Qing thought with lingering fear. In the past, Shenxi was always kind and amiable. Even if she were a little cold and quiet, she never looked at anyone that way. Jiang Shui ground her teeth. Lu Qing, the useless fool she was so easily frightened by Shenxi that she despised her. If it were not for her not having any wealthy connections in her circle of friends, she would have severed ties with Lu Qing long ago. Jiang Shui quickly intervened. "Cici, how could you be so mean? You were once classmates with Qing Qing. Shouldn't you be a little more polite? Even if you can't afford to go to Zhuiying High School, it doesn't hurt to foster old friendships. A wider circle of friends means more possibilities. There might even come a day when you'll need Qing Qing's help." Lu Qing basked in Jiang Shui's flattery. Jiang Shui was right. Why did she need to fear Shenxi? She was just some girl without any yuan to her name. She would probably live a life of poverty. Thinking about how Shenxi would one day kneel in front of her and beg for a way out, Lu Qing's heart was instantly filled with joy. Chapter 49. I will not apologize. Lu Qing puffed out her chest and said haughtily, "Shenxi, if you apologize now, I won't make things difficult for you. In the future, if you need anything from me, I will help you once for the sake of our many years together as classmates." Lu Qing was the epitome of arrogance. In her mind, she could already see Shenxi bowing her head in apology for what she had done. The thought of which thrilled her. To have the almighty Shenxi scrape for her forgiveness. It was a dream come true. Shenxi could not help but scoff at Lu Qing's wishful thinking. With a cold laugh, she slapped Lu Qing's hand aside. So strong was her action that it caused Lu Qing an acute sense of pain. "What nonsense are you dreaming of in the middle of the day? If you want my apology, you'll have to wait till your next life before you get one. Get lost. I don't have the time or patience to deal with you right now. If you don't, the next hit will be harder than the last." Shenxi's voice was not loud, but it did not have to be. Her warning rang loud and clear. Lu Qing grimaced, clutching her aching hand as she shot Shenxi a glare. "Shenxi, I'll remember this. I won't let you off so easily." Shenxi snorted. "Huh. I'll wait." With that, Shenxi spun on her heel and left. Lu Qing was about to stop her again to save face but was stopped by Jiang Shui, who watched from the sidelines. Jiang Shui tried to placate her. Forget it. I don't think Cici did it on purpose. She's probably stressed about her future, so she came across harsher than she should. Don't be angry. I'll apologize on her behalf." Why are you still talking to that ingrate? Lu Qing hissed resentfully, she robbed you of your life. You suffered in silence for 18 years. Such a shameless person ought to be despised and cursed. Those of lower birth are born with muddy blood, they're base and disgusting. Lu Chen's words were full of anger and malice. She directed her roiling hatred at Shenxi, belittling her as much as possible. Jiang Shui sighed and said, Shenxi is quite pitiful. To go from being the eldest daughter of a wealthy family to a life of poverty. It must be hard on her. Just forget about it. Lu Qing looked at Jiang Shui with a face full of disappointment and said, Jiang Shui, you're too kind. With a character like yours, others will bully you. They'll take advantage of you and your kindness. Jiang Shui smiled faintly, responding in kind, being at a disadvantage is also a blessing. All right. Let's hurry up and get down to business. All right, I'll listen to you, Lu Qing sighed helplessly. Jiang Shui nodded her head in satisfaction. She had wanted to watch Lu Qing humiliate Shenxi, but she did not think that the good-for-nothing Lu Qing would be outdone by Shenxi with just a glare and a few words. However, Jiang Shui had a few important matters to settle. She wanted to find a good art teacher. She had heard that a good teacher had recently arrived at the Six Arts workshop. She was going to see if this teacher was qualified to teach her. Her father, Jiang Luan, blamed the incident of Jiang Shui's car crash on the amusement park employees. Therefore, Xiang Cheng's family did not know that Jiang Shui had tried to hit someone with his car. Still, the car was too damaged to be fixed and could only be scrapped, as for the compensation amounting to tens of millions of yuan. It was a small matter to the rich and powerful Jiang family, who resolved the issue with a wave of a hand. From what she gathered, Jiang Shui learned that the Xiang family was wealthier than hers. With that knowledge, Jiang Shui decided to marry Xiang Qing and become the young mistress of the illustrious Xiang family. Unfortunately, Jiang Shui could tell that Xiang Qing's mother did not like her much, and his father was rather non-committal even though he allowed Xiang Qing to date her. The Xiang family's true thoughts of her remained a mystery. The fact that she and Xiang Qing were still in an ambiguous relationship irked her. The only person who could help Jiang Shui now was the Xiang family's easiest to please, Old Master Xiang, Xiang Jun. Xiang Jun was a connoisseur of the arts and deeply appreciated painting and calligraphy. As long as she could make a few achievements in either or both fields, it would be easy for her to gain Old Master Xiang's approval. Xiang Tian and his wife would follow soon after since they respected Old Master Xiang's words. Thinking of this, Jiang Shui clenched her fists in excitement. She would succeed, no matter what. This time, she would be superior to Shenxi's inferior station, and she wanted the life of luxury that would come with being the Xiang family's young mistress. Jiang Shui and Lu Qing followed the directions on the map to the Six Arts workshop, where the so-called course advisor asked them what they would like to learn. Chapter 50 Expensive Lesson Fees. I'm looking for teacher Shen. I want to hire her as my tutor. The fees aren't an issue, Jiang Shui said haughtily. The course consultant was a smart person. He knew Jiang Shui was a big fish and grew excited by the prospect of earning a handsome commission for obtaining her business. He hesitated, however, when he learned who Jiang Shui was looking for Shenxi. Teacher Shen's classes were all full, so he thought to recommend another teacher. Jiang Shui was not a fish he would allow to escape his net. I'm sorry. Teacher Shen's classes are currently full. Teacher Shui is just as good as Teacher Shen, Before the course consultant could finish, Lu Qing interrupted him. Pointing at Jiang Shui, she said, my friend here is the eldest daughter of the president of Kunlun Construction. We want nothing but the best. Don't bring up whoever this Teacher Shui is when he only commands fees of 80,000 yuan a month. Someone of his caliber isn't fit to teach Jiang Shui. The course consultant looked at Jiang Shui and then back at Lu Qing. It seemed he would need to confer with his boss, Li Si, to see if he could get Shenxi to take on the extra work. Not long after Shenxi returned to the Six Arts workshop. Her boss, Li Si, greeted her with a smile matching the Maitreya Buddha and said, Sisi, an honored guest is here. They would like to speak to you. Indifferent, Shen 11 asked, what do they wish to learn? They've said they want to learn all the basic courses and are willing to pay a high price. It seems the person looking for instruction is the young miss of Kunlun Construction, and she appears quite generous. Lisi gushed happily when she heard the phrase, the young miss of Kunlun Construction. Shinxi's eyes flashed, and the corners of her mouth curled up. With a slashing smile, she purred, is that so? Since she's the child of a wealthy family, anything too cheap would be a slap to her face. I wouldn't mind teaching her if that is something she wants, but the tuition fee will be 350,000 yuan a month. Lisi was stunned when he heard that jaw-dropping sum. 350,000, Lisi felt that he might have misheard. He dug into her ears and repeated slowly, you mean 350,000 yuan? When he saw Shinshi nod again, Lisi was flabbergasted. Cici, the basic course is only a month's worth of training. At the very most, it should only cost between 50 and 80,000 yuan. Anything more than that is excessive. Isn't 350,000 yuan a little too much? Lisi could not help but wonder whether Shinshi had become a renowned artist and was using that as a basis to raise the fees, even though the cost of Shinshi's services had increased. He also benefited, earning more than he would normally have. Then again, if she raised the price unilaterally, not many students would sign up for future lessons. If that were to happen, he would lose more than the amount he had earned. Shinshi saw through Lisi's hesitance and stopped him from letting his thoughts run wild. Boss, don't worry. I'll accept your arrangements for any other student, regardless of how much you decide to charge them, I'll leave it all to you. However, Jiang Shue's fees will be 350,000 a month, and not a yuan less. Lisi was surprised by Shinshi's insight. He did not think she would read him so easily. Rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly, he tried to regain his composure but failed when he caught on to the fact that Shinshi knew who her prospective student would be. How did she know the young miss she was supposed to teach was Jiang Shui? He did not recall mentioning her name during their conversation. It seemed that Shinshi knew Jiang Shui, a vague picture settled in his mind, and he sensed something more to their history. Perhaps they had some conflict, which resulted in Shinshi's hardline stance. Curious, he asked, Shinshi, did Jiang Shui do something to offend you? Shinshi regarded her boss coolly and answered in slow, measured words, yes. She's harmed my family before. There is quite a bit of enmity between us. An intense hatred burned in her eyes, roaring like the righteous flames of retribution. Seeing Shinshi like this, Lisi's expression turned serious. He had thought there might be some unhappiness between Shin 11 and Jiang Shui, but he never thought it would be so serious. Lisi viewed Shinshi as his money tree, while Jiang Shui was just one of many potential clients. Naturally, he stood by Shinshi's side. Since Jiang Shui is your enemy, then she is mine too. Cici, I'll do as you say and inform her that the fees will amount to 350,000. And not a yuan less. No sooner had he declared this did he storm out of Shinshi's office, looking ready to march off to war. In the VIP reception room, Jiang Shui awaited news of her success, but when she heard the figure quoted, she inhaled sharply. 350,000 yuan? Are you crazy? What kind of lesson fees cost 350,000 yuan? Chapter 51 Accepting Jiang Shui as a student. Chapter 51 Accepting Jiang Shui as a student. On the one hand, Jiang Shui was astounded by the sky-high tutoring fees. On the other, she was skeptical that a basic art tutorial would cost so much. Moreover, why was the boss behaving so differently? Earlier, he had been the picture of politeness, eager to secure a big business deal, but now, he was as cold as the Antarctic. Lisi sniffed arrogantly as he said, it's not an outrageous sum. 350,000 yuan is hardly much. If you can't afford it, then you're welcome to look elsewhere for cheaper options. In a much softer voice, he muttered, is she really the young miss of Kunlun Construction's boss? She can't even afford 350,000 yuan. Isn't that a little too shabby? Humph. Jiang Shui flushed in embarrassment at Lisi's words. She snuck a glance at Lu Qing seated beside her and resolved herself. She could not lose face in front of Lu Qing, or all her effort building her image would crumble. A familiar feeling welled up in her chest, and not a pleasant one at that. She hated being looked down on by others. What are you talking about? 350,000 yuan is paper money to me. What makes you think I can't afford such a measly sum? She demanded hotly. Li Si's eyes lit up. Was this the power of his taunts? He had not used much, just a little trick, but Jiang Shui, the rich young lady she was, took the bait. Hook, line and sinker, is that so? You could be saying all this to fabricate some reason for us to return your money, or maybe it's some elaborate ruse to make off with only paying a portion of the deposit. Who's to say you aren't some con artist trying to take advantage of my honest establishment? Li Si added fuel to the fire, hoping to goad Jiang Shui into signing a contract with the school. Jiang Shui's eyes widened. How did the boss know what she was thinking? She had thought of paying the deposit in Lu Cheng's presence before demanding it returned when she fabricated the truth of teacher Shen's competence or lack thereof. After which, she would be free to look for another teacher without losing face. Now that the boss had exposed her plans, however, she had no way out. It was not that she did not have the money. Her mother, Xia Chun, would willingly part with the sum if she requested. Jiang Shui merely felt that spending so much money on something she could not show off was not particularly satisfying. With that same amount, she could probably buy a few branded handbags. She need only appear with the season's latest branded handbags for all her peers to go green with envy. She would be the center of attention wherever she went. Jiang Shui wanted to flaunt herself, drawing the gazes of many. Her pride demanded it. Learning painting and calligraphy would not add to her image. Li Si knew he had hit the nail on the donkey's head from the look Jiang Shui sported. It was almost too easy. Mustering as much sarcasm as he could, he snarked, "Since you can't afford the tuition fees, you shouldn't dream of asking Teacher Shen to mentor you. Teacher Shen is very busy. Time is a precious commodity, so not everyone has the right to receive Teacher Shen's teachings." Li Si peeked at Jiang Shui through the corner of his eyes as he turned to leave. By then, Jiang Shui was blushing like a tomato. "Stop right there," she hissed through clenched teeth. "Who says I can't afford it?" She whipped out her credit card, ordering, "Charge it to my card." "What is 350,000 yuan to me? It's nothing but small change. I don't care about such a paltry sum." Lu Qing was extremely envious of how Jiang Shui could throw money around. Although her family had some wealth, spending 350,000 yuan on hiring a teacher for a month was too extravagant. More so when the skills taught were the bare basics. Jiang Shui was keenly aware of the changes to Lu Cheng's expression and felt comforted. Still, she felt the pinch of spending 350,000 yuan. At least, she had managed to save some face for herself as the young miss of the Jiang family. Li Si grinned from ear to ear. Since she had said as much, he was not overly polite. He quickly swiped Jiang Shui's card and completed the registration process. Li Si recorded Jiang Shui's information, laughing merrily as he skipped back to Shinxi's office. He could barely contain his joy as he said, "Cici, you're the best." Jiang Shui signed up. Shinxi was slightly surprised when she heard Li Si's words. She knew Jiang Shui well enough to know she would not have wasted 350,000 yuan without good reason, and she certainly would not have spent it trying to improve her calligraphy and painting skills. However, from Li Si's narration, Shinxi quickly understood what drove her to make such a hasty decision. It seemed Jiang Shui truly cared more about her reputation than she had realized. People with low self-esteem are often hyper-aware of their shortcomings. Jiang Shui had lived in poverty for many years and was probably afraid of how other people saw her. "Since she's paid, I shall, with great reluctance, accept this student," Shinxi exclaimed dramatically, offering Li Si a meaningful smile. Shinxi arranged for Jiang Shui's class to be at 8:30 in the morning, which was very early. Previously, because Shinxi lived far away from home, she had to transfer several buses to get to work. If she could not make it to work in the morning, she did not arrange a lesson at that time, but now, with Jiang Shui's tuition fees and Si Li's accommodation, she could ride a car to work every morning, saving her time and the hassle of braving the morning crowds. Chapter 52. Don't enter that mall, boss. Can I get an advance on my salary? Shinxi asked Li Si. Shinxi thought her performance that month was not bad. She wanted to get in advance so she could install the air conditioner at home. As it stood, she felt uncomfortable watching her parents place blocks of ice in front of her fan every night so she would not feel hot. At first, she thought of buying an electric fan, but now that she had more money, she decided on the air conditioner instead. Lisi answered without hesitation, sure, sure. With her debit card in hand, she went to one of Rongqing's largest shopping malls and spent 10,000 yuan on 3 1.5 horsepower air conditioners from LX Household Appliances. The Shin family home was not big, so 1.5 horsepower should be enough. One for each of the 2 bedrooms and one for the living room. Please write down your home address for delivery. We will arrange for someone to install it for you, the salesman said politely. She scanned her contacts list and wrote her father's contact details. Her father would be horrified if he learned she was doing all the heavy lifting and would probably give her an earful if she did not let him help her. To save herself the trouble, she pushed the rest to her father for him to handle. After penning the information, she instructed the salesman, please arrange for someone to deliver the units in the next 2 days. It's urgent. The salesperson nodded with a smile and said, yes, yes. We'll have it delivered as soon as possible. Since she was in a home appliance store, she looked at the refrigerators and washing machines on sale. She did not plan on buying them for the time being, but it was a good idea to know how much each would cost. At least then, she could plan and budget for what they needed using her next paycheck. Just as she was about to return, she received a call from her father. Cici, have you finished class today? Xin Yan's voice sounded from the other end of the line. She peeked outside. It was already dark out. She quickly fumbled for her watch, not expecting it to already be past 9 in the evening. She had applied for leave to go shopping for the air conditioners and, in her enthusiasm, lost track of time. Classes just ended. I'll be home soon, she said. Oh, that's good. Your mother and I are in Rongqing, so we should go home together, Xin Yan answered while holding his wife's hand. Upon hearing Shi agree, Xin Yan hung up, a wave of relief washing over him. All month, Shi had been leaving at the crack of dawn and returning well past the early hours of dusk. It was a worrying trend that concerned Xin Yan and Lu Shan, hence their decision to pick up Shi. They vowed never to let her travel home alone again. They lived in a remote area, and it was not safe for a girl to travel by herself so late at night. No matter what Shi said or tried, they would put their foot down on this issue. Mom, Dad. Shi called out when she spotted Xin Yan and Lu Shan at Rongqing's gates. The couple were dressed casually in simple t-shirts and shorts that looked a little off-color from repeated washing, yet, their clothes did not detract from their striking looks. Xin Yan and Lu Shan were holding hands like a young couple, which attracted a fair share of attention from curious passers-by. No one would have thought the pair were 37 years old. Lu Shan was the first to notice Shi's approach and immediately let go of her husband's hand to hug her daughter. Cici, how were your classes? Are you tired? Shi shook her head and replied, Mom, I'm not tired. It occurred to her that she had never gone shopping with her parents before. Since she still had a little left, it would be fun to check out some clothes. Her parents were in serious need of changing their outfits. Mom, Dad, shall we look around? The mall closes at 10 o'clock, so we still have some time. We can go and buy some clothes, Shi suggested. Xin Yan and Lu Shan shot each other looks of despair, waving their hands awkwardly in refusal. There's no need. Our clothes are perfectly fine. Shi thought her parents were concerned about the cost and hurriedly assuaged them. Mom, Dad, I have some money. You don't need to worry about the cost. Shi pulled her mother towards the shopping mall as she spoke. Lu Shan met her husband's eyes, silently begging for help. They absolutely could not enter the shopping mall. Otherwise, they would have wasted 10 years of their forced isolation. Cici, it's getting late. Let's go back today. We'll come back in a year. Dad and Mom will accompany Cici to shop as much as she wants then, Xin Yan tried, anxious to stop his daughter from making a mess out of things. Shi was very confused. It was just a shopping mall. Why did they have to wait a year before entering? Chapter 53, The Lu Corporation's Eldest Miss. Shinshi was confused and did not know what to make of her parents' reaction. They stubbornly clung to the shopping mall's doors, refusing to take a step into the building. Why were they not willing to enter? Could it be that her parents were so poor that they felt inferior and did not dare to enter the shopping mall? Shinshi, who did not understand what was going on, could only take a step back. All right. Don't cling on to the doors like that. People who see you like this might think I'm bullying you both. I'll do as you say. We'll enter in a year. Lu Shan could sense curious eyes all around her, causing discomfort. It felt crass. She shot Xinyan a look, and the two immediately straightened. Shinshi stifled the urge to shake her head in helplessness. Her parents were behaving like clowns. What was she going to do with them? Although she did not know why her parents were unwilling to enter the mall, she respected their decision and did not force them. The small family of three rode home together on Xinyan's electric tricycle, cutting a homely image under the crescent moon. The second-hand electric car shop at the village entrance modified her father's tricycle. Shinshi had wanted to buy her father a new tricycle, but he refused, saying he had grown attached to the worn, patched-up bike they were now riding. Since her father was so adamant about his bike, Shinshi let the matter go, even though the tricycle was not in top form. It still had enough horsepower to ferry them home. Soon, Shinshi and her parents arrived home. Little did Shinshi know that her simple act of purchasing 3 air conditioners had caused ripples in the Lu Group's upper management. The salesperson stared blankly at the big warning word flashing on his computer, not knowing what had happened. Even the manager at his side had no clue what was wrong. Why would a large warning sign appear as soon as they had input the customer's address into the system? The manager had no choice but to report the matter to his superiors, hoping they would send someone to repair what he thought was a faulty system. Otherwise, their latest order to deliver and install 3 air conditioners would not go through. Elsewhere, a woman wearing a black business suit and black-rimmed glasses hurried into the Lu Group building in Beijing. Gossip ran wild as office workers craned their necks towards Secretary Zhao, who was jogging in her black high heels, so different from her usual dignified and steady gait. It was abnormal. Had something serious happened to the company? Zhao Hui pushed open the door to the chairman's office, quickly composing herself before she greeted the most important person in the building. Chairman, the young master of the Shin family just bought 3 air conditioners at the Wanlu shopping mall today. When Lu De heard his secretary's words, the deep wrinkles on his face smoothened. And his eyes shone as he looked at the Shin Corporation building opposite. It looks like I won this gamble. Not only did Xinyan enter a shopping mall belonging to the Lu Group, but he even bought 3 air conditioners. The old man across must be fuming. 18 years. It had been 18 years since he heard from his daughter. Who would have known she would be so heartless as to forget her old man in favor of some stinky brat of the Shin family? The mere thought caused rage to burn his bones. Secretary Zhao frowned, hesitating as she spoke. I've retrieved footage from the mall and gathered statements from our employees there. According to the salesperson, the one who bought the air conditioners was a young woman. Around 18 years old. It was not the young master of the Shin family. I think. Before Zhao Hui could finish her sentence, Lu De interrupted her, confusion evident in his voice. An 18-year-old girl? Lu De arrived at the only conclusion he could reach. Slamming the table angrily, he growled, Is Xinyan cheating on my daughter? Is this woman his mistress? How dare he toy with my daughter's feelings? He'll wish he were dead when I get my hands on him. He immediately ordered, Call my bodyguards over. I want Xinyan to celebrate Qingming Festival next year. Zhao Hui felt a headache coming. Her boss was still as hot-headed as ever, going off like a firecracker at the slightest provocation. Chairman, please calm yourself. There are other possibilities. The girl might be. Zhao Hui blocked Lu De's way, earnestly appealing to his side of reason. However, Lu De waved away her conjectures before she could lay them out for him. He was so angry that everything boiled down to a point. His precious daughter, the sweet little girl he had raised lovingly, was being trampled upon by that no-good youngster of the Shin family. His anger. It was not something he could swallow. He would avenge his daughter, When Lu De heard his secretary's words, the deep wrinkles on his face smoothened, and his eyes shone as he looked at the Shin Corporation building opposite. Huh. It looks like I won this gamble. Not only did Shin Yan enter a shopping mall belonging to the Lu Group, but he even bought 3 air conditioners. The old man across must be fuming. 18 years. It had been 18 years since he heard from his daughter. Who would have known she would be so heartless as to forget her old man in favor of some stinky brat of the Shin family? The mere thought caused rage to burn his bones. Secretary Zhao frowned, hesitating as she spoke. I've retrieved footage from the mall and gathered statements from our employees there. According to the salesperson, the one who bought the air conditioners was a young woman, around 18 years old. It was not the young master of the Shin family. I think. Before Zhao Hui could finish her sentence, Lu De interrupted her, confusion evident in his voice. An 18-year-old girl? Lu De arrived at the only conclusion he could reach. Slamming the table angrily, he growled, Is Shin Yan cheating on my daughter? Is this woman his mistress? How dare he toy with my daughter's feelings? He'll wish he were dead when I get my hands on him. He immediately ordered, Call my bodyguards over. I want Shin Yan to celebrate Qingming Festival next year. Zhao Hui felt a headache coming. Her boss was still as hot-headed as ever, going off like a firecracker at the slightest provocation. Chairman, please calm yourself. There are other possibilities. The girl might be. Zhao Hui blocked Lu De's way, earnestly appealing to his side of reason. However, Lu De waved away her conjectures before she could lay them out for him. He was so angry that everything boiled down to a point. His precious daughter, the sweet little girl he had raised lovingly, was being trampled upon by that no-good youngster of the Shin family. His anger. It was not something he could swallow. He would avenge his daughter. Chapter 54, My Father, Shin Yan. Lu De pushed Zhao Hui away impatiently. What other possibilities are there? He demanded, unable to quell his anger. I've always said that brat from the Shin family isn't trustworthy. He seduced my poor innocent girl. Eloping with her when she was only 18. What's so strange about him keeping an 18-year-old girl as his mistress? A leopard can't change its spots. Since he had ideas of my daughter when she was but a young woman, who's to say this girl isn't another fling of his? Chairman. Have you considered whether this young girl could be the young Mrs. daughter? Zhao Hui said helplessly, seeing Lu De pause, seriously considering the possibility. Zhao Hui regained her usual calm and added, Chairman, the young miss left when she was barely 18. It's been 19 years since her departure. It would not be strange if she had a daughter who is now 18 years old. I checked the surveillance footage. And the girl resembles the young Mississippi. Disbelief colored his words. You mean to say this girl is my granddaughter, that my daughter has a child of her own? It was a long time before Lu De returned to his senses, but when he did, tears pooled in his eyes as he cried, My daughter. How'd this happen? She was so young. How dare that scoundrel lay his filthy hands on my daughter? She must have suffered immensely. Don't stop me. Shin Yan, that wicked child, I'm going to cripple him. As Lu De spoke, he picked up his custom-made golf club and looked ready to give Shin Yan a beating he would never forget. Yet, in the next second, Lu De realized something crucial. He turned to Zhao Hui and asked, Doesn't that mean our Lu family has a successor? Zhao Hui smiled, nodding enthusiastically. Yes, Chairman. Lu De began pacing up and down his office, his gold club all but forgotten. Finally, he met Zhao Hui's eyes, those orbs of patient wisdom, and said, We need to make plans for the long term. Zhao Hui stooped straight backed, the barest hint of a smile touching her lips. Yes. The Lu family's agreement with the other side is still in effect. If we were to fall into disarray, it would open a window of opportunity for the Shin family. We must strike while the iron is hot and take advantage of the Shin family's ignorance. The man before her was not Lu De, but the chairman of the Lu Group. Only someone as wise and steady as him was worthy of her respect and support. Lu De nodded in agreement. I'll leave the details to you. I need to head home and tell my wife that she's now a grandmother. Haha. I can't wait to see her expression. Yes, Chairman. Jiao Hui accepted her task with grace and a professional smile. Early the next morning, Shen Yan drove Shen Shi to class on his small electric tricycle. Cece, when you're done with class, you should wait here for me. I'll bring you home. Shen Shi smiled and nodded. Okay, Dad. You have to be careful when you go to work. Just then, Li Si came over. When he saw Shen Shi, he went up to greet her. Cece, you're here. Who is this? Shen Yan grew flustered. He recalled a day when he had gone to pick Jiang Shui up on his electric tricycle because it was getting late, only for her to say she did not know him. It was one of the most hurtful things he had heard her say, and he still carried the scars. When they arrived home, Jiang Shui threw a tantrum, saying he had lost face for her by picking her up on his old and worn tricycle. From then on, Shen Yan never picked Jiang Shui up again. When they bumped into each other, he would distance himself by saying he needed directions. Hence, out of instinct, he covered his face and said, I was just asking her for directions. Shen Yan did not care about his face, but his daughter was another matter altogether. No matter what, he would do his best to save her face. Shen Shi, who had not had the time to reply, heard Shen Yan's words and almost instantly guessed why Shen Yan would answer in the manner he did. It caused her heart to clench painfully. Gently, she peeled away the hands over his face and hugged him, saying, Boss, my father likes to joke around. Don't take it to heart. Let me introduce you to him. This is my father, Shen Yan. Shen Shi squeezed her father's hand softly and said, This is my boss, Li Si. Chapter 55, Billion. Shen Shi's undisguised introduction made Shen Yan, a 1.8-meter tall man, extremely moved. He was heartbroken. He really wanted to go home and cry to his wife. However, in front of Shen Shi's boss, Shen Yan still restrained his emotions and extended his hand to greet Li Si. Li Si was also very happy to shake hands with Shen Yan and greet him. At the same time, she sized up Shen Yan. Shen Shi had good looks. Although the man in front of him was dressed very cheaply, there was an air of nobility to him. He was also extraordinarily handsome. After Li Si went up first, Shen Yan realized that something was wrong. Cece, what did you say just now? You said he's your boss? Aren't you here for class? Why is there a boss? Shen Shi secretly stuck out her tongue. She had wanted to introduce her father properly just now, but she accidentally let it slip. Shen Shi could only confess, Dad, I didn't lie to you on purpose. I just wanted to work part-time so that I could lighten the burden. I am indeed in class. It's just that I'm a teacher, not a student. Shen Shi carefully raised her head to look at Shen Yan and said, Dad, you won't blame me, right? Although Shen Shi thought that her motive for coming out to work part-time without her parents' knowledge was good, she had indeed lied to her parents. Therefore, Shen Shi still felt a little guilty. Shen Yan looked at his daughter, who pursed her lips and admitted her mistake, and felt a little uncomfortable. He said gently, I don't blame you. I just feel sorry for you. Alright, you should go to class first. Otherwise, you'll be late. I'll come and pick you up tonight. Shen Shi nodded obediently and then walked toward the calligraphy and painting area. Shen Yan looked at his daughter's back and felt very emotional. He instantly made a plan. Before the elevator door was closed, it was opened again. Shen Shi looked at Xiang Qing, who walked into the elevator, and moved to the side. She didn't know what Xiang Qing was doing in the calligraphy and painting area, nor did she want to know. She only wanted to get away from this womanizing idiot. However, it was clear that Xiang Qing didn't intend to let Shen Shi go. He faced Shen Shi and said mockingly, How does it feel to sit on a shabby tricycle? Shen Shi shot a cold glance at Xiang Qing. It seemed that Xiang Qing had seen the scene just now, but so what if Xiang Qing had seen it? Shen Shi didn't think that such a scene was anything special. To be honest, Shen Yan was her father, and that was their family's transportation tool. That was all. Xiang Qing looked at Shen Shi, who was still cold and aloof, and naturally thought that Shen Shi was trying hard to act tough. He thought that she must feel humiliated by her poverty. Shen Shi, I can give you a chance. As long as you become my lover, you will enjoy all the treatment you received in the Jiang family. You will even live a more comfortable life, Xiangqing said. His eyes were already fixed on Shinxi's chest. The dark look in his eyes had fully displayed the evil thoughts. Shinxi raised her eyebrows and looked at Xiangqing sarcastically. I'm afraid that you, the young master of the Xiang family who hasn't weaned, can't support me. When Xiangqing heard the words hasn't weaned, he naturally felt uncomfortable. However, he also admitted that he was still relying on the financial support of his parents, so he wasn't very angry. Xiangqing felt that since he had his parents as his backing, it was also a kind of strength. Those men at the bottom, even if they worked their entire lives, might not have such a carefree and wealthy life like his. However, since Shinxi had said the price, Xiangqing naturally wasn't afraid. In his understanding, with Shinxi's current status, how expensive could it be? He asked confidently, how much? Name your price. Towards a girl from a poor family like you, I'm not to the extent of not being able to afford it. When the time came, he wanted Shinxi to kneel down and lick his meat stick. He also wanted to film it and publicize it so that this former Miss Jiang would be completely trampled under his feet. Just thinking about it, Xiangqing was already getting excited. Shinxi softly spat out a number, 100 billion. Hearing Shinxi's answer, Xiangqing was so shocked that he almost bit his tongue off. He said loudly to Shinxi, "Are you crazy? 100 billion, do you think that thing below you is inlaid with gold? Fuck, you're sick." Chapter 56, The Arrogant Little Wildcat. Shinxi, hearing Xiangqing's dirty words, Shinxi's expression turned cold. "Since you can't afford it, get out of my way. Don't embarrass yourself here, idiot." Hearing that Shinxi dared to scold him, Xiangqing instantly became angry. At that moment, the elevator door opened, and the scene inside was seen by Jiang Shui and Lu Chen outside the elevator. Jiang Shui was unhappy when she saw Shinxi and Xiangqing coming up together. She said with a sad look, "Cici, why did you come up with Xiangqing?" Shinxi said without looking, "I was unlucky. I met a dog on the road and came up together." Xiangqing, who was already angry, was even more furious. However, Jiang Shui and Lu Chen were still here. Xiangqing couldn't say anything and could only clench his fists and endure it. Jiang Shui felt a little relieved when she saw how incompatible Shinxi and Xiangqing were. Shinxi and Xiangqing had spent some time together before, so Jiang Shui was actually afraid that Xiangqing would be seduced by that vixen. However, although Shinxi and Xiangqing weren't on good terms, Jiang Shui felt that she still needed to let Shinxi know that Xiangqing was her man. It was best for Shinxi to be self-aware and stay away from Xiangqing. Jiang Shui pulled Shinxi, who was about to leave. She lectured Shinxi with a patronizing tone. "Cici, let bygones be bygones. I hope you can understand that you should stop dreaming about things that don't belong to you. Only then can you start over and live your life well. Do you understand?" Shinxi naturally understood what Jiang Shui meant. She was just afraid that she would seduce Xiangqing, this idiot. Although Shinxi wasn't interested in Xiangqing at all, when she heard Jiang Shui's insinuations, Shinxi suddenly had a wicked idea. She wanted to dish Jiang Shui. Shinxi looked at Xiangqing with her seductive eyes. Xiangqing's anger from earlier had been reduced by half. Shinxi could tame a lecherous person with just a glance. When she saw Jiang Shui's sudden change in expression, Shinxi smiled and said sarcastically to Jiang Shui, "I heard that you and Xiangqing are still getting to know each other? Then you have to be careful. Xiangqing just asked me if I want to be his lover. TSK, it seems that you still have to work hard." Jiang Shui was so angry that she clenched her fists. Her long nails pierced her palms, causing her to feel pain. She hadn't settled the elders of the Xiang family yet, and now, Shinxi was still trying to make things difficult for her. She was extremely frustrated. Lu Chen, who was standing beside her, couldn't stand it anymore. She said in a hateful voice, "Shinxi, don't you have any sense of shame? You're not a proper person. Yet you want to slander others, as if they're as dirty as you are?" Then, Lu Chen turned to Xiangqing and said, "Xiangqing, are you just going to let Shinxi slander you so that Jiang Shui will misunderstand? Aren't you going to explain yourself?" Shinxi also smiled and said, "That's right, Xiangqing, are you going to explain yourself too?" Xiangqing looked at Shi unhappily, but for some reason, Xiangqing actually felt that Shi was extremely charming. She looked extremely cute. Xiangqing wanted to indulge Shi. Xiangqing only wanted to grab the tsundere little wild cat like Shi onto the bed and spank her butt. As for the rest, Xiangqing had no interest at all. Moreover, Xiangqing thought that Shi wasn't lying. He just wanted Shi to be his lover. Why did he have to explain? As for Jiang Shui, there was still a long way to go. Xiangqing didn't think that he had any obligation to explain to Jiang Shui. Lu Qing didn't expect Xiangqing to look at Shi without saying a word or refuting. She was also very angry. Jiang Shui caught Xiangqing looking at Shi with interest in his eyes. Her heart skipped a beat. She had a bad feeling about this. Jiang Shui thought that she and Xiangqing hadn't reached the level of having a real relationship yet. She really didn't have any right to force Xiangqing to explain to her. She could only smooth things over and say, "I think Xiangqing and Cici only met by chance. Cici was just joking. Qing Chen, don't worry too much. I'm fine." "You're fine, right? Then I'm leaving." Shi looked at the three people in front of her with contempt, then turned around and left. Jiang Shui stared at Shi's back, wishing she could poke a hole in his back. Jiang Shui comforted herself. Shi won't be happy for long. As long as I fix my hymen and has a real relationship with Xiangqing, everything will be set in stone. When the time comes, she will let Shi know that I, Jiang Shui, isn't someone to be trifled with. Chapter 57, Bet. After Jiang Shui had done her psychological work, she returned to acting like the smiling and well-behaved young lady of the Jiang family. In order not to let the Xiang family look down on her, Jiang Shui had been learning etiquette for the past half a month. Even her smile was specifically learned. "Xiangqing, today is my first day of class. I'm very happy that you can come. I was thinking that Grandpa Xiang has done a lot of research in painting and calligraphy, so when the time comes, can you tell Grandpa Xiang that I want to study at his place?" Jiang Shui asked Xiangqing softly as she sat in the VIP classroom. Xiangqing gave a perfunctory okay and then looked down at his phone. Jiang Shui could feel Xiangqing's perfunctory response. She was also very disappointed, but now that Xiangqing and she hadn't officially established a relationship, she felt that it was better for her to bear with it. "Shi, why are you here?" Lu Chen asked Shi, who was holding a book in his hand. Xiangqing, who had his head lowered, also looked up at the classroom door. The moment he saw Shi, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. Jiang Shui asked Shi in confusion, "Cici, what are you doing here? This is a VIP class. You should hurry up and leave. This isn't a place where you should be." Lu Chen's face was full of contempt as she added sarcastically, "That's right, Shi. Jiang Shui spent 350,000 yuan to come here to study. If you have any sense of shame, you should leave quickly. Otherwise, when the teacher comes in later, you will be kicked out like a dog. That would be embarrassing yourself." "That's right, Cici. Stop messing around. No matter how willful you are, this isn't a place for you to make a scene. When the teacher sees you here later, he will be very unhappy. In private, I will give in to you, but in other people's places, they won't give in to you," said Jiang Shui helplessly. Shi smiled and pointed at Lu Qing and Xiangqing as she asked Jiang Shui, "Then what about the two of them? Will the teacher not be happy that they are here?" Lu Qing raised her chin slightly and said arrogantly, "The two of us aren't the same as you. I am the young daughter of the Lu family, and Xiangqing is the young master of the Xiang group. The two of us are people that you can't compare to. In a place like this, a poor person like you just doesn't deserve to come in." Shi raised her eyebrows slightly. "Is that so? Why don't we make a bet and see if you and Xiangqing will be chased out later, or if I will be chased out later?" Lu Chen stood up immediately as she said arrogantly, "Sure, let's make a bet. The loser will stand at the entrance of the art studio until Jiang Shui finishes her class, and then shout welcome to every person who comes in. What do you think?" Shi nodded with a smile. He turned to look at Qing and asked, "Xiangqing, do you want to bet?" Xiangqing looked at Shi's expectant expression and actually nodded. Since you want to play, I'll play with you. That's fine. In order to prevent people from cheating, we'll record a video as evidence. How about it? Lu Chen suggested. Lu Chen thought that Shi was now a nobody. If they didn't admit their loss, she wouldn't be able to do anything to him, right? That was why they had to make sure that Shi couldn't deny it. Shi said straightforwardly, "All right, I'll do as you say." Jiang Shui watched as Shi and the other two were recording the video. She was also looking forward to watching Shi's good show, the former Miss Jiang of the Jiang family greeting people at the door. How embarrassing was that? Jiang Shui thought that she would record it and share it with others for them to enjoy. After recording the video of the bet, Lu Chen looked at Shi provocatively. After a while, she could return the anger she had received to Shi in one go. Since it has started, I'll have to trouble Jiang Shui to call people. Let's see who will be kicked out in the end, Shi said to Jiang Shui with a warm smile. Jiang Shui didn't know where Shi's confidence came from. At this moment, she was still smiling. "Cici, this is your request. I hope that when you are punished later, you won't blame anyone," Jiang Shui said gently. Jiang Shui called Li Si directly. "Director Li, a stranger came to my class. Can you bring someone to help me chase her out?" When Jiang Shui was talking on the phone, she kept looking at Shi. She wanted to see Shi running out in a panic. However, even until she hung up the phone, Shi's expression didn't change at all. It was extremely boring. Chapter 58, Shi was teacher Shin. When Li Si brought her people in, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. She pointed at Shi and said, "Director Li, hurry up and chase this person out of the classroom." Li Si looked at Shi. Her mind was filled with confusion. Did something happen? Shi kindly explained to Li Si, "This is Miss Jiang Shui's private tutoring VIP classroom. According to the rules, only one teacher and one student can be present. The rest of the irrelevant people aren't allowed to appear in the class. Isn't that right, Director Li?" Lu Chen didn't know what Shi meant by this. Could it be that he was thinking that since they were all kicked out, they could call it a draw? That wouldn't do, Lu Chen directly said to Li Si, "The two of us are Jiang Shui's best friends. The one who should leave should be this stranger, Shi, right? What do you think, Director Li?" Li Si finally understood. Shi had been targeted by someone. However, it seemed that these people didn't know that Shi was the teacher that Jiang Shui had hired for 350,000 yuan. Li Si nodded and said, "Okay, I understand." Lu Chen thought that Li Si understood what she meant and waited with a smug look on her face for Shi to be kicked out. However, in the next moment, Li Si politely looked at Lu Chen and Xiangqing and said, "The two of you, in order to maintain the classroom discipline of our art studio's teachers and students, please follow me outside and wait for your friend to be dismissed." Lu Chen's face instantly froze as she asked in disbelief, "Director Li, do you know what you're saying? Shi is someone who intruded into other people's classroom to cause trouble. You won't kick her out? How could you kick your VIP clients' friends out?" Li Si said seriously, "The two of you are the ones who intruded into the classroom to disturb the class. I'm sorry, but please leave." Lu Chen felt like she had been slapped in the face. When she saw Shi's teasing expression, she felt like she had lost all her face. Xiangqing also didn't expect that Li Si would actually leave Shi behind and chase him and Lu Chen out. Originally, he had thought that if Shi lost later, he would be kind to her. As long as Shi stayed with him for one night, he wouldn't punish her. Jiang Shui asked Li Si with uncertainty, "Director Li, are you mistaken? Shouldn't you kick Shi out?" Li Si looked at Jiang Shui in surprise and asked, "What do you mean? Do you really want us to refund the fees and cancel the lesson? We have an agreement. We can only refund half of the fees now." "Are you sure?" Jiang Shui didn't understand what Li Si was saying at all and her voice became impatient. "Director Li, what are you talking about? I'm just asking you to chase Shi out. I'm not asking for a refund." Li Si looked as if he had seen the biggest joke. He smiled and said, "Miss Jiang, you even want to chase out Miss Shin who is teaching you. If you don't mean to refund the fees, then what do you mean?" Li Si's words stunned the three people present. She was the teacher, Xiangqing didn't expect things to turn out this way. It became interesting. She was actually a hidden calligraphy and painting expert, Miss Shen? Shi? You mean Shi is that Miss Shen? Jiang Shui still asked in disbelief. Li Si nodded and said, yes, Shi is the gold medal teacher of our 6 Arts Art Gallery. Miss Shen. Jiang Shui felt that the world was too magical. Shi was actually Miss Shen, who had accepted her 350,000 yuan teaching fee. She had actually spent 350,000 yuan to invite Shi to be her teacher? Wasn't this clearly saying that she was inferior to Shi? Lu Qing and Xiangqing's gazes made Jiang Shui feel embarrassed. Shi looked at Lu Qing and Xiangqing with a smile and said, since the two of you have lost the bet, shouldn't you go fulfill the bet now? Lu Qing looked at Shi's smug look and was so angry that she grabbed her bag tightly. Jiang Shui looked at Xiangqing uneasily since she was afraid that Xiangqing would be unhappy because of this matter. After all, it was because she didn't know who the teacher was that Xiangqing lost the bet. Chapter 59, Refund for Jiang Shui. Lu Qing and Xiangqing didn't move for a long time. Shi, on the other hand, was extremely impatient. What? Are you going to go back on your word? Can't afford to lose? Lu Cheng's face turned red. She didn't want to be a greeter at the door. It was too embarrassing. If her friends knew that she was going to be a greeter, they would definitely laugh at her. However, Xiangqing didn't care at all. So what if he couldn't afford to lose? Could it be that Shi was going to force him to fulfill the bet? Jiang Shui thought for a moment and could only step forward and say, the bet says that the loser will stand at the door until my class ends. If I cancel the lesson now, won't the class end then? Shi looked at Jiang Shui in surprise and said, then you have to think carefully. If you cancel the lesson, we can only refund half of the 350,000 yuan. Are you sure? Li Si also advised Jiang Shui by the side, Miss Jiang, this isn't a small sum of money. Will you consider it again? Jiang Shui thought a little angrily, what else could she consider? This class was definitely going to be cancelled. Not only was it to not embarrass Xiangqing, but more importantly, she didn't want it to be known that Shi was her calligraphy and painting teacher. Otherwise, where would her pride go? We'll take half. Refund the fees now. Jiang Shui doesn't care about such a small amount of money, right? Besides, what kind of superb painting skills could an 18-year-old girl have? Your 6 Arts workshop is a scam. You used an 18-year-old teacher to cheat us. Lu Qing was furious, so her words were out of line. Li Si instantly became displeased. He said sternly, you are born stupid, but do you think everyone is as stupid as you? I tolerated you because you were our client's friend. If you continue to slander our studio, don't blame me for being rude. Lu Qing was frightened by Li Si's angry look and took a step back. She was like a quail, hiding behind Xiangqing, displaying her personality of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. When Xiangqing heard Li Si's rude words, he was slightly displeased. Although Li Si was against Lu Chen was obviously on his side. If he didn't give Lu Chen face, she was going against him. He wondered who Li Si was. He actually dared to be so stubborn even after knowing the identities of the 3 of them. Wasn't he afraid of offending the 3 families? Jiang Shui was also surprised that Li Si wasn't afraid of the 3 of them. Kunlun Construction was a well-known large enterprise built in Rong City, and there was also the Xiong Corporation. The Xiong family could be considered one of the few wealthy families in Rong City. Wasn't Li Si afraid that they would close down this small art studio? However, Jiang Shui didn't want to make a big deal out of this matter. If people found out that she, the dignified eldest daughter of the Jiang family, was actually apprenticed to a penniless girl, their Jiang family's reputation would be ruined. It was best for this matter to end quietly. However, she had lost more than 100,000 this time. Jiang Shui still felt distressed. Jiang Shui endured the heartache and came out to smooth things over. Director Li, she didn't mean that. She was just concerned about me. Let's go get a refund now. Shi echoed from the side, that's right, Director Li. You'd better hurry up and get a refund for Miss Jiang. It's rare to meet such a generous customer like Miss Jiang. If you think about saving money for her, that would be looking down on Miss Jiang. Jiang Shui was so angry that she felt as if a fishbone was stuck in her throat. Li Si made an inviting gesture in a bad mood. Please, Miss Jiang. Xiang Qing took a deep look at Shen Shi and left the classroom with Jiang Shui. When Li Si arrived at Shen Shi's office, Shen Shi was seriously correcting the drawing lessons that the students handed in yesterday. They left? Shen Shi looked up at Li Si and asked, Yeah, I don't know what they are. They have family backgrounds that aren't worth mentioning, yet they still dare to show it off. They are too despicable. Li Si said indignantly. Shen Shi suddenly became curious about Li Si. After all, when normal businesses found out about Jiang Shui and Xiang Cheng's family background, they would fawn over them. However, Li Si obviously wouldn't do that. He even dared to go against them. Either Li Si was really a hothead, or Li Si's family background wasn't simple. Otherwise, Li Si wouldn't have said that Jiang Shui and Xiang Cheng's family backgrounds weren't worth mentioning. Chapter 60 A Box of Treasures. After Li Si vented out her emotions, she said to Shen Shi, although you didn't attend this class, don't worry. I will still give you the commission that we agreed on. After Shen Shi thanked him, Li Si remembered that he still had something to tell Shen Shi today. He almost forgot about it after things being messed up by those people. Li Si asked, Cici, I have a friend here who wants to buy a few of your paintings. Do you think it's okay? Shen Shi was a little surprised. Although she was a little famous in the calligraphy and painting area, no one would come to buy paintings because of her fame, right? Seeing Shen Shi's surprised expression, Li Si slapped her thigh and said, I didn't say the whole thing. It's like this. My friend doesn't like calligraphy and painting class, but his family forced him to learn it. Li Si looked at Shen Shi and didn't have any intention of objecting. She continued, however, his request is a little weird. It's just that these 3 months' worth of paintings must be able to show signs of continuous improvement, from beginner to superb painting skills. Moreover, he wants quite a lot of them every day. But the price he offered is also high. Li Si quickly added the most important sentence. Shen Shi was puzzled, then we can just randomly find one of our students. Don't we have a batch of newbies right now? It's just right. Li Si said with difficulty, but his side also requires that they must reach superb painting skills after 3 months. I'm afraid that those students might not be able to master much after 3 months. If we change the person in the middle of the process, it won't work either. The elders in my friend's family will see that the paintings are different. Therefore, I can only do it alone so that they won't be able to see the difference. Shen Shi thought for a moment and said, That's fine. Ask your friend to send the specific request over later. I'll accept it. After Shen Shi agreed, Li Si happily went to inform his good friend. That night, Shen Yan brought Shen Shi home on time. When Lu Shan saw her daughter and husband coming home, she immediately brought out the small wontons that she had spent the whole night wrapping. Her face was still covered in soot. The two of you, try the supper that I made for you. Lu Shan's eyes were bright, like a puppy waiting for praise. She looked extremely cute. When Shen Yan heard that his wife was cooking, he took a step forward and held Lu Shan's hand while carefully sizing her up. Are you hurt anywhere? Seeing that Lu Shan was fine, Shen Yan heaved a sigh of relief. He pretended to be angry and said, Why did you choose to cook when I'm not at home? What if something happens? Don't do it again, understand? Lu Shan pouted and said, I wanted to cook supper for you and our daughter. And this time, I did it very successfully. Shen Yan used his index finger to scratch Lu Shan's nose lovingly. Yes, yes. My wife is the best. But, you still have to promise me that next time. You can only cook when I'm by your side, understand? Lu Shan was very much like a 20-year-old girl. She said shyly, I understand, hubby. Shen Shi, who was at the side, indicated that she had seen enough PDA and didn't need any supper. After finishing supper, Shen Shi lay on the bed with the fan on. In another day, the air conditioner should arrive, right? When Lu Shan came in, she saw Shen Shi on the bed in a daze. She asked in amusement, Cici, what are you thinking about? Shen Shi got up and sat on the bed. She shook her head and said, I'm not thinking about anything. I'm just thinking about myself. Lu Shan placed a big box in front of Shenxi and said, I have a gift for you. Open it and take a look. Shenxi thought, today wasn't a holiday. Why would her mother give her a gift? Shenxi opened the big box and was almost blinded by the things inside. There were all kinds of gemstones, emeralds, gold, glass marbles, gemstones. They were shining brightly and quietly lying inside the box. Shenxi asked in confusion, this is? Lu Shan sighed lightly and said, this was supposed to be a gift for your 20th birthday, but I discussed with your father and decided to give it to you in advance. You can decide what to do with it. I know that you are now a substitute in the institute, but you are only an 18-year-old girl. I don't want you to be too tired, so if you are tired, you can exchange these for money. Chapter 61, Days of Windfall, Exchange for Money? Shenxi looked at the big box of treasures in front of her in surprise. She couldn't speak for a long time. These should be fake, right? When she was in the hospital, she didn't see her parents take out these jewelry to sell for money. Instead, they spent all their savings. They even sold the electric fan. On Schwer's 18th birthday, I gave this box to Schwer. At that time, she was going to participate in summer camp, but the money wasn't enough. I said that there were jewelry inside that could be exchanged for money, but she didn't believe me. Lu Shan spoke of Jiang Shui. Her expression was a little sad and awkward. After all, she was a daughter who she had raised for 18 years. So she still had some feelings. Lu Shan held Shenxi's hand and sighed. Later on, she threw this box in the corner and didn't open it once. Now that I think about it, maybe it was God's arrangement to leave it for you. Shenxi naturally knew what was going on. With Jiang Shui's personality, she definitely didn't think that there was anything good in this box. After all, this family was poor. They were so poor that they didn't even have the most basic electrical appliances, so how could there be any expensive jewelry, not to mention Jiang Shui? Even Shenxi wouldn't believe that these jewelry were real before she opened the big box. However, it wasn't as if Shenxi hadn't seen the world. The jewelry in this big box was of very good quality. It was even better than the jewelry that she had seen in the Jiang family. The question now was, how could such a poor family have so many precious jewelry? Shenxi still reached out to touch the inside of the box a few times in disbelief. She even found a gold bar under the box. Shenxi didn't believe it and grabbed the gold bar to bite. In the end, it really wasn't that kind of chocolate with gold-plated wrapping paper. It seemed to be real gold. Shenxi was scared silly. She opened the top layer of the big box with trembling hands and was shocked by the gold bars under it. Shenxi's feelings were extremely complicated. She wondered if her parents had robbed the safe in the bank. Otherwise, how could there be so many jewelry and gold bars in such a shabby home? So what should she do now? Should she go to the police? Moreover, Shenxi was very puzzled. Since there were so many jewelry, why was this family so poor and destitute? So Shenxi asked, where did these jewelry come from? And since there are so many jewelry and gold bars in the house, why are you still living such a hard life? Why didn't you sell them when I was hit by the car? Lu Shan looked at Shenxi with a troubled expression and said, these were saved by your grandmother, grandfather, and mother when they were young. Some of them were given to me by your father. As for not selling them for money at that time, there was a reason. Lu Shan wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she only said, anyway, when you're 20 years old, we'll tell you everything. Lu Shan's unspeakable words made Shenxi even more certain that there might be a problem with the origin of these jewelry, so her parents wouldn't use them unless they were forced to. You can't sell them, right? In that case, I'll sell them now. Is that okay? Shenxi asked. Lu Shan thought for a moment, but in the end, she said firmly, if your father and I sell it, there might be a problem, but if it's you, it won't be a big problem. Shenxi was confused by her mother's words. What did she mean by saying that if her parents sold it, there would be a problem? If she sold it, there wouldn't be a problem? Lu Shan knew that Shenxi should be full of doubts now, but she hadn't decided whether she should tell Shenxi the truth, so now she could only say vaguely, anyway, it's no problem for you to sell it. Don't worry. Shenxi could see that Lu Shan didn't want to say it, so she couldn't force her to ask further. She could only agree, but she couldn't let go of this. Oh, right, your father also has a gift for you. Lu Shan immediately changed the topic, then picked up a plastic bag from under her feet and placed it in front of Shenxi. There's more? Shenxi felt her scalp go numb. She actually had a feeling of sadness that her parents had finally been found, but they were going to jail. Shenxi looked at the crumpled bag in front of her. It was a disposable transparent plastic bag used in supermarkets. It was a big bag full of keys. Chapter 62, The Distressed Shenxi. Your father said that he would give you the keys first. When you turn 20, he will personally take you to see it, Lu Shan said to Shenxi with a smile. The corners of Shenxi's mouth twitched. There were so many keys. Could they be fake? Could it be that his father had locked the shared bike with his private key and dragged it home? It wasn't that Shenxi wanted to think so badly of her parents. It was just that such a thing was too unbelievable. Lu Shan looked at Shenxi's distressed look and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Don't you like it? Your father has always been worried that girls don't like these things." Lu Shan looked outside the door as she continued, "But your father only has these. These are all the treasures he collected when he was young. Last time, Shuer threw these keys directly into the trash can. Your father's heart ached so much that he picked them up one by one." Shenxi didn't know how to answer, but she didn't want her parents to be unhappy. She forced herself to raise her little face and say happily, "No, I like your gifts very much. Thank you, father and mother." When Lu Shan heard this, her frown relaxed. She said happily, "Then we are relieved. Your father will definitely be very happy when he finds out. Let me tell you, this is the key to the first helicopter your father bought when he was 16 years old. This is the key to the cruise ship he bought when he was 17 years old. This is the key to the luxury sports car he ordered when he was 18 years old. This is the key to the Linjiang villa." Shenxi's jaw dropped when she heard Lu Shan's introduction. Fortunately, it was only the keys this time. As long as the helicopters and the cruise ship weren't lost, and her father only stole the keys, he shouldn't be sentenced to too heavy a sentence. Right? Lu Shan looked at her daughter's happy face and felt a lot better. After instructing Shenxi to rest early, Lu Shan returned to her room. Xinyan hurriedly went up and asked, "How is it? How is it? Does Cici like it?" This time, Xinyan didn't dare to give the gift to Shenxi in front of her because the last time he gave it to Jiang Shui disliked it and threw it into the trash can in front of him. There was even one time, he even heard Jiang Shui chatting with the neighbor's daughter and ridiculing, "My parents are exactly the same as your parents. My family is clearly very poor, yet my mother still said hypocritically that she would give me a big box of jewelry and gold bars. It's hilarious. Also, my father gave me a bunch of keys. He even said that they were keys to a big villa and a helicopter key. I threw it into the trash can on the spot. Then your parents are even better at bragging than my parents." "They're too shameless," said the neighbor's daughter. "Is that so? You think so too, right? If there really is such a big villa, would the three of us have been living in this crappy house with no air conditioning for the past 18 years? Do they really treat me like a 3-year-old child?" Jiang Shui's tone was full of resentment and sarcasm. Xinyan was ready to be despised by his daughter again, but he still had some expectations in his heart. Lu Shan held Xinyan's nervous face, which was wrinkled like a little old man, with both hands and said gently, "Cici said that she likes your gift very much. She really does." Xinyan's eyes suddenly lit up. "Really?" Lu Shan looked at her husband with amusement and said, "Of course it's true." Xinyan happily kissed Lu Shan's mouth, then hugged his wife and spun around in circles. While Xinyan was rejoicing in this room, Shenxi was very depressed in her own room. Shenxi was very distressed now. She repeatedly looked at the jewelry Lu Shan gave her. She could be 100% sure that it was real. There were even a lot of styles that were limited edition models that big brands had stopped producing. Not to mention the heavy gold bars, coupled with Lu Shan's unwilling appearance, Shenxi was sure that the matter wasn't small. Shenxi thought that either her parents really stole these things and didn't dare to sell them, or her mother and father used to be very rich. Then, they met some enemies and were taking refuge, so they didn't dare to sell them. If it was the second case, then Shin-shi, had a generous mother with a lot of jewelry and gold bars, and a rich father with all kinds of assets. It was still a little incredible to think about it, but if it was the first case, then Shin-shi already thought of the scene of her parents holding on to the iron window and crying. 63 Shin-yan returned the air conditioners. In the end, Shin-shi had no choice but to hide these things first. She didn't dare to exchange them for money like Lu Shan had said. She was afraid that the moment she took them out, she would be in prison the next second. The next day, Shin-shi went out with dark circles under her eyes. Shin-yan thought that Shin-shi was too happy to sleep because she had received a gift. Her mood became heavy for a moment, and then she began to search for gifts in private. His daughter needed to be well off. Otherwise, she would be so touched that she couldn't fall asleep if a random man gave her some small gifts in the future. Then, she would be deceived. This wasn't good, so Shin-yan decided to give his daughter many gifts. This way, Cece would get used to it in the future, and she wouldn't be run away with a man that easily. After Shin-shi left, Lu Shan came in to clean Shin-shi's room, but she accidentally knocked a small notebook beside Shin-shi's bed onto the ground. Lu Shan bent down to pick it up, but when she saw the word ledger, she was stunned. She picked up the notebook and carefully looked at Shin-shi's record of each income, as well as the places where each income was expected to be used. On the ledger, Shin-shi divided the areas that needed money very carefully. School fees, school living expenses, the cost of buying electrical appliances at home, the cost of a new electric car, the cost of home expenses, and so on. Even her and Shin-yan's birthday gifts were on the account book, and at the end of the account book, there was actually the cost of hiring a lawyer. At the end of the cost was written in a pen, the crime of stealing jewelry. Lu Shan's eyes instantly turned red. It turned out that Shin-shi didn't think that the jewelry could be exchanged for money. She even thought that it was stolen. But even so, Shin-shi still thought about how to protect them. After sending Shin-shi to work, Shin-yan came back to see his wife with red eyes. She was crying so much that she couldn't stand it. He immediately went forward and asked anxiously, "Baby, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying?" "Don't cry, my heart aches." Lu Shan handed Shin-shi's account book to Shin-yan. After reading it, Shin-yan was touched and guilty. Shin-shi thought that her family was poor, but she never complained. She even went out to work to earn money. Not only did she earn her tuition, but she also had to use the money she earned to support unreliable parents like them. As parents, they actually didn't realize that their daughter was silently enduring all of this. Just as the two of them were silent, Shin-yan's phone rang. "Hello, Mr. Shin-yan? The 3 air conditioners you ordered have been delivered. May I ask if you can go in and install them now?" A polite voice came from the other end of the phone. Shin-yan was stunned for a moment. He suddenly remembered the air conditioning fees recorded in Shin-shi's account book. It seemed that these 3 air conditioners were bought by Shin-shi. Shin-yan directly refused. "Sorry, we don't need these air conditioners. You can take them back." After saying that, Shin-yan directly hung up the phone. Lu Shan asked Shin-yan, "Are the 3 air conditioners ordered by Shishi here?" Shin-yan nodded. The couple was unusually silent. Just then, Shin-yan's phone rang again. "Hello, may I ask if you guys are Jiangxi?" "Oh, no, are they Shin-shi's parents?" The person on the other end of the phone asked politely. "Yes, may I know who you are?" Shin-yan looked at the unfamiliar number and asked. This person should be someone that Shin-shi knew. Shin-yan turned on the speakerphone and listened to the person on the other end with Lu Shan. "I'm a teacher at Zhuiying High School, and I'm also Shin-shi's form teacher. I only found out about the matter of the children being swapped these few days. I also found out about Shin-shi's transfer today. It's like this. Shin-shi's grades are good. She's already in his 3rd year of high school. If she were to transfer, it would have a certain impact on her grades. Can you guys think of a way to let Shin-shi continue studying at Zhuiying High School in her 3rd year of high school?" Shin-shi's homeroom teacher said on the other end of the phone. Shin-shi's homeroom teacher's words made Shin-yan and his wife, who were already feeling guilty, feel even more guilty. After Shin-shi returned, Not only did she have to work to earn tuition fees, but her grades were so good as well. She even had to be forced to transfer schools. Both of them didn't feel good. Teacher, thank you for calling. I will discuss this matter with Shinxi's mother, Xinyan said after holding his wife's hand and sighing. After Xinyan hung up, Lu Shan buried her head in Xinyan's chest and cried. 64 Ledger, Xinyan patted his wife's head to comfort her. After a while, both of them calmed down. Lu Shan raised her head and said to Xinyan, it seems that there are some things that Shishi needs to know. Now, it seems that even if we give the jewelry to Shishi to exchange for money, she wouldn't dare to go. If we don't tell the truth, Shishi will continue to sacrifice herself for this family. She will even delay her own future for us. Xinyan nodded in agreement. That's true. We can't treat Shishi the same way we treated Shuer. Shishi is a family person. If we don't let Shishi know the truth, she will really do her best to lighten our burden. The couple understood that according to Shinxi's personality, not only would she have a hard and tiring life, she would also suffer all kinds of grievances. She would also disrupt their agreement with the two old men. There was only a little more than a year left. They couldn't just step on the door, it would be too unfair if they still failed in the end. The matter of Shinxi earning tuition fees, the matter of Shinxi transferring to another school, the matter of Shinxi buying things for the family, the matter of Shinxi thinking that they had committed a crime and had planned to save money to hire a lawyer for them had completely sobered the couple up. They could do anything for love, but all of this couldn't be built on the basis of delaying Shinxi's future development. Otherwise, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. When Lu De found out that Xinyan had refused to accept the air conditioner that he had prepared for his precious granddaughter, he was so angry that his beard twitched. That be-starred. The air conditioner wasn't bought for him. What right does he have to return it on his own accord? Secretary Zhao, bring my golf club over. I'm going to beat this be-starred to death. He actually let my precious granddaughter get so hot that she came to buy the air conditioner herself. Chairman, you must be patient. You can't be so emotional. Otherwise, your body won't be able to take it, Zhao Hui persuaded as she helped Lu De soothe his anger. Only then did Lu De slowly catch his breath. On the other side, Shinxi, who had just finished her class, handed over a few basic training drawings that she had drawn to Li Si. Guanlei, who had received the photos, was quite satisfied. He had heard from Li Si that this person's skills weren't bad. He wanted her to imitate a drawing beginner, and she was actually able to imitate it well. After Li Si received the payment from Guanlei, she was overjoyed. The big financier was truly extravagant. Send the original copies of those photos over. Guanlei sent a message over. Li Si's lackey replied, got it. When Shinxi received the money from Li Si, she was especially happy. Although this money was far from enough to go to Zhuiying High School, it was more than enough to go to Rong City High School. After recording today's deposit, Shinxi went back happily. The dinner was prepared by Lu Shan with Xinyan's company. It was a simple 2-course meal and a soup, but compared to before, Lu Shan's culinary skills had improved greatly. After the meal, Shinxi asked in puzzlement, Dad, didn't anyone contact you today? I bought 3 air conditioners. They would definitely come today to install them. Xinyan and Lu Shan looked at each other and said, Shishi, sit down first. Your mother and I have something to tell you. Lu Shan pulled Shinxi's hand and thought of Shinxi's account book. Her eyes couldn't help but redden. Shinxi panicked. Mom, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying all of a sudden? Are you being bullied? Lu Shan hugged Shinxi, who was concerned about her, and said, it's nothing. Mom just feels bad. Just let me hug you for a while. We accidentally saw your account book, Xinyan said to Shinxi. Shinxi didn't understand. If they saw it, so be it. It wasn't a big deal, so why was she crying like this? Is it because the money on it isn't much? Shinxi asked, puzzled. You don't have to worry. I have accepted another big order now. As long as I finish it this time, I can even collect the tuition fees for the university. Shinxi's voice revealed anxiety. Afraid that her parents would feel too guilty, she consoled them. Moreover, The tuition fees for Rome City High School aren't expensive. You don't have to worry about money. I can settle this by myself. It won't be your burden at all. Don't be so sad. 65 Eris, we also received a call from your homeroom teacher. You said that your studies were at the bottom of the class, so you wanted to transfer to Rome City High School, but your homeroom teacher said on the phone that your grades were very good. Are you worried that our family doesn't have money and don't want to make things difficult for us? So you lied to us and said that your grades weren't good? Xinyan looked at Xinxi and asked. Xinxi didn't expect her homeroom teacher to call Xinyan. This time, she was exposed. Initially, Xinxi was afraid that Xinyan and the others couldn't afford the tuition fees of Shuiying High School. So she lied and said that her grades were bad. It would be very stressful to study at Shuiying High School, so she wanted to transfer schools. When she went to do the transfer procedures, she also went when her homeroom teacher wasn't around. She didn't expect that she still got exposed. Don't transfer anymore. Study at Shuiying High School. This small amount of money is still affordable, Xinyan said heroically. When Xinxi heard Xinyan say that Shuiying High School's tuition was a small amount of money, she wondered if she had heard wrongly. That was an international high school with an annual tuition of 800,000 yuan. 800,000 yuan wasn't a small amount of money. Yes, she. Don't transfer anymore. Just because of that small amount of money, we've delayed your studies. I feel that it's not worth it, Lu Shan sobbed as she said with a sobbing tone. Xinyan also said from the side, in the past, Shuer's grades weren't good. It naturally didn't matter where she studied. Anyway, after she turns 20, we would have sent her abroad to study. Her academic qualifications would also look good when she comes back. But you're different. You have academic talent, so you can't just bury it. Xinxi felt that something was wrong with her ears. It was fine if her father said that 800,000 yuan was just a small amount of money, but her mother actually said the same thing. Could it be that the couple hadn't woken up yet? They still wanted to send Jiang Shui to study abroad? Where did they get the money? Xinxi was very helpless, but in order not to hurt her parents' self-esteem, she still said in a weak and tactful voice, Dad, Mom, that 800,000 yuan isn't a small amount of money. Xinyan sighed helplessly and said, It's time to tell you the truth. The truth? What truth? Xinxi thought that her parents might be thieves yesterday. Could it be that there was an even more thrilling thing waiting for her today? Thinking of this, Xinxi felt a headache coming. Xinyan looked at Xinxi and asked, Do you know the 4 major financial groups in Jing City? Xinxi nodded in confusion. She had heard of the 4 major financial groups in Jing City. They were the Guan family, the Shin family, the Lin family, and the Lu family. However, what kind of relationship could such a top-tier financial group have with their family? Could it be that their parents had provoked a financial group? Xinxi was deeply worried. It was already very difficult for their family to deal with the Jiang family alone. If they were to go up against a top-tier financial group, wouldn't they be destroyed in an instant? Even families like the Jiang family and the Xiang family wouldn't be able to withstand a top-tier financial group, not to mention that their family had no power or influence. Just as Xinxi was planning to escape abroad, Xinyanyu said shockingly, I am the only son of the Shin financial group, Xinyan. Your mother is the only daughter of the Lu financial group, Lu Shan. Xinxi felt that she might be dreaming, so she quickly closed her eyes. After a while, she suddenly opened her eyes again, but she still saw her parents' serious faces. It wasn't a dream. Her parents must be having a fever. They must be talking nonsense. Xinxi went forward and touched her parents' foreheads with her hands. Then, she touched her own foreheads. The temperature was normal. Xinyan knew that Xinxi didn't believe her, so she frowned and said, Your mother and I are both normal. We don't have a fever, and we're not talking nonsense. You're not dreaming now. Xinxi pulled a smile and said, Father and Mother, don't joke with me anymore. I know that my family is poor, but I don't care at all. Maybe you think that I went out to work and suffered, so you want me to be happy. You want me to imagine that I'm some rich heiress. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry and continued, but, can't you say something reliable? For example, we are the descendants of the ancient noble families that have declined in the past, and our family has left behind some treasure map. This way, I might be able to trust you guys more easily. The people of the Lu group and the Shin group are still in the world. This isn't something to joke about. 66 Agreement from 20 years ago, Shi looked around the house and comforted her parents. Besides, our house is so empty. It doesn't look like we came from a rich family. Dad, Mom, I really don't disdain our family's financial situation. Working won't be tiring. You really don't have to make up such a lie to make me happy. As long as our family can be together, it's my greatest happiness. Shi's words moved Xinyan and his wife. But after that, they looked at each other and shrugged their shoulders helplessly. They sighed deeply. Sure enough, Shi didn't believe their words at all. Lu Shan held Shi's hand and said patiently, Shi, I know that it's normal for you to be unable to accept such a fact. But, we really didn't lie to you. Shi, what we said is true. Back then, there was some conflict between the Lu family and the Shin family, so we were opposed by the two families when we fell in love. You know Romeo and Juliet, right? We're probably in this situation. Xinyan said. Shi was dumbfounded. How did this involve Romeo and Juliet? Were her parents telling her a bedtime story? Hearing her husband talk about the romantic past, Lu Shan's expression softened a lot. She looked at Xinyan with eyes full of affection, and even her voice sounded a little affectionate. Yes, at that time, your grandfathers were extremely opposed to it, so your father and I eloped. Lu Shan and Xinyan's eyes were affectionate. It seemed like they weren't lying. She finally couldn't hold back her fake smile. Could it be true? Xinyan held his wife's hand. His doting eyes were filled with some grief as he continued, but later, we were all captured. Your mother went on a hunger strike and entered the hospital. When I sneaked out to see your mother, she was already on the verge of death. So, I thought of dying together with your mother and slit my wrists. In the end, your grandfathers also allowed us to run away from home. Lu Shanhui held Xinyan's hand and said, I'm fine now. It's all in the past. Even after so many years, Xinyan still couldn't forget the pain of the world collapsing at that time. Later on, we made an agreement with the parents of the two families. As long as the two of us no longer use the name of the family outside, not appear anywhere under the family banner, not use any products under the family banner, or even use abilities we gained by virtue of our family to make money, they will recognize our love after 20 years, said Xinyan. Xinyan's eyes turned to Lu Shan. He continued, but if we fail, then we will obediently go home and listen to their arrangements. That's why we have been living so poorly all these years. Your mother can't use her paintings to exchange for money. I can't use the knowledge I learned in the past to make money. We can only do some manual work. Shi suddenly remembered that night when his parents were unwilling to enter the Wanlu shopping mall. She probed, so that Wanlu shopping mall? Lu Shan nodded affirmatively and said, that Wanlu shopping mall is a shopping mall under the Lu family. It's not just this shopping mall. There are many other shopping malls as well. In order to make the two of us bow our heads, both the Shen and Lu family have been developing wantonly over the years. They have acquired all kinds of electrical brands, shopping malls, and daily necessity companies. Even your father's electric car brand has been infiltrated by them. She clicked her tongue. Did her grandfathers have to be so ruthless? It was no wonder that the three-wheeled electric car that Xinyan used was assembled. Even the batteries inside had no discernible brand. So that was the reason. It was no wonder that her family was so poor that they couldn't even afford the most basic electrical appliances. It was no wonder that her parents could only work part-time and didn't have a formal job. So, did you return the air conditioners? She suddenly remembered the 3 air conditioners that she bought. Yes, they came to install it today, but your father returned it, Lu Shan said. She thought that it seemed that she had to find a time to get the money back, otherwise she would lose more than 10,000 yuan, 67 winner in life. Shi, at first, we thought that there was only a year left before the 20-year pact. so we didn't want to tell you. But your father and I didn't expect you to be like this. We were afraid that you would always think of us and tire yourself out, so we thought it would be better to tell you. We didn't want you to worry too much about us, Lu Shan said as she looked at Xin Shi with a pained expression. Xin Yan continued, your mother is right. The plan we gave Shuer before was to raise her well until she was 20 years old and then send her to study abroad. Anyway, her grades weren't good, so there was no need to tell her. We originally planned to arrange things like this for you, but you're too thoughtful. You thought of everything, but you didn't take your future into consideration. Your mother and I feel bad. But, even if I sold those jewelry, would my grandpas might not know, right? Why do you have to make it so difficult for yourselves and live such a hard life for so many years? Xin Shi asked, puzzled. That won't do. A man must keep his word. If I can't keep the agreement, how can I face your mother? I don't want your mother to look down on me. Xin Yan said heroically. Yes, it is because of your father's integrity that I like him, said Lu Shan, who looked at Xin Yan with affection in her eyes. If he is the kind of person who is sneaky, then he isn't the Xin Yan I know, and… Lu Shan turned to look at Xin Shi and said, if these things are sold, they will definitely be known. There are some big-name jewelry inside. Your grandfather has made a tracking number. Look at the back of the gold bars. There are also marks. He deliberately didn't take it back. He just wanted me to sell it one day. That way, I would lose, so I would have to follow him back. Then why did you let me sell it for money this time? Xin Shi asked worriedly. A crafty look flashed across Lu Shan's eyes. That was sold by you, not by your father or me. Moreover, it wasn't used on us. So, we didn't break the rules. Xin Yan stroked Lu Shan's small head and smiled. Your mother is right. There wasn't anything that required us to spend a lot of money. Your mother and I could earn some money by doing odd jobs. Other than living a poor and plain life, it was nothing. There was no need for us to think about these jewelry, so we never thought about it. Xin Yan's eyes shone with the same craftiness as Lu Shan's. But before I gave you the jewelry that day, your mother and I carefully read the agreement several times. It only said that your mother and I weren't allowed to use our previous assets to make a living. But it didn't say that you couldn't. Moreover, this money wasn't used on your mother and I. It was used for your tuition. This fee can be found, so it's not considered a breach of contract. But there's no way to prove that the air conditioner was only used by you, so Dad could only return it. Shi, we know that this might be a little unfair to you, but there's really only a little more than a year left. We have endured for so long. We can't lose, or else we'll have wasted our efforts. Lu Shan frowned and looked carefully at Xin Shi. Xin Yan and Lu Shan spoke very clearly, causing Xin Shi to be a little unable to react. It was like a dream. No wonder Jiang Shui always complained that Xin Yan and his wife liked to pretend to be rich. Even though they didn't have the money, they still said that they would send her to study abroad in the future. It turned out that they weren't pretending. They were really rich. They even really intended to send Jiang Shui to study abroad. If all of this was true, then the keys that Xin Yan gave her were very likely to be true. So her parents weren't thieves, and those things were really legally owned by them? Xin Shi widened her eyes in shock, unable to calm down for a long time. Xin Shi swallowed hard. She originally thought that her life was a struggle, and she needed to work hard to earn money to support herself and her parents, but now, Xin Shi felt that her life had changed drastically. She wasn't a pauper who struggled bitterly, but a winner in life. Xin Shi still couldn't process the truth. She said weakly, Mom and Dad, I don't blame you, but I might have to be alone for a while. Shi, we know that this might be a little unfair to you. But there's really only a little more than a year left. We have endured for so long. We can't lose, or else we'll have wasted our efforts. Lu Shan frowned and looked carefully at Xin Shi. Xin Yan and Lu Shan spoke very clearly, causing Xin Shi to be a little unable to react. It was like a dream. No wonder Jiang Shui always complained that Xin Yan and his wife liked to pretend to be rich. Even though they didn't have the money, they still said that they would send her to study abroad in the future. It turned out that they weren't pretending. They were really rich. They even really intended to send Jiang Shui to study abroad. If all of this was true, then the keys that Xin Yan gave her were very likely to be true. So her parents weren't thieves. And those things were really legally owned by them? Shenxi widened her eyes in shock, unable to calm down for a long time. Shenxi swallowed hard. She originally thought that her life was a struggle, and she needed to work hard to earn money to support herself and her parents, but now, Shenxi felt that her life had changed drastically. She wasn't a pauper who struggled bitterly, but a winner in life. Shenxi still couldn't process the truth. She said weakly, "Mom and Dad, I don't blame you, but I might have to be alone for a while." 68 Mysterious employer San, Xin Yan and Lu Shan also knew that this kind of news was a little too exciting for a little girl like Shenxi. After the two of them told Shenxi not to worry too much, they went out. Lying in bed, Shenxi looked at the account book in her hand and instantly felt amused. Before dinner, she was still calculating how many jobs she would have to do to earn enough money for university living expenses. After dinner, she suddenly realized that her parents were both second-generation super rich while she was a third-generation super rich. Shenxi felt like she was on a roller coaster. It was too thrilling. She was shocked for a long time. Suddenly, Shenxi's phone vibrated and pulled Shenxi back to reality. Li Si sent her the payment for the mysterious employer's painting for today. Shenxi looked at the message and felt extremely emotional. She was really overjoyed now. She originally thought that drawing a few pictures for someone was a profitable business, but now she didn't feel that it was good anymore. Shenxi recalled how she had been full of fighting spirit when she had just returned to this family. She suddenly felt ashamed of her current decadent appearance. She realized that she was too rich and didn't want to work hard anymore. What should she do? Li Si's message popped up again. She, add my friend's account. The two of you can contact each other later. I have something to do and have to go home for a period of time. The mysterious employer's account was sent by Li Si, with a responsible attitude. Shenxi added that person's account the next day. The verified message said, I am Miss Shen from the 6 Arts Workshop. Guan Lei, who was in the process of transferring schools, received a friend request. Looking at the message, he remembered that Li Si had said yesterday that he needed to go home and contact Miss Shen, who was painting for him. Guan Lei looked at Miss Shen's profile picture and pursed his lips in disgust. It was actually a guanine lotus painting that only his parents would use. It seemed that the other party was a rather old female teacher. Guan Lei accepted the friend request and wrote 3 words on the note, Miss Shen, who sells paintings. The vice principal politely waited for Guan Lei's gaze to move away from the phone before saying, Young Master Guan, the transfer procedures have been completed. Guan Lei replied indifferently before standing up. Shueli nodded at the vice principal and said, Then in the future, young Master Guan will have to rely on your school to take care of him. The vice principal nodded ingratiatingly and said, Of course. Watching Guan Lei's back as he left, the vice principal straightened his back and let out a long sigh. The young master of the school board's chairman had come to study, so he had to take care of him. Shenxi looked at the message saying that her friend request had been accepted. The mysterious employer's profile picture was black, and there was nothing on it. His nickname was San. It seemed that he was a child surnamed Shur. Shenxi opened San's WeChat moments, but the result was blank. There was nothing. Alright, Shenxi wanted to see if this mysterious employer had any photos. Now, it seemed that he was a very low-key child. She didn't expect that Li Si, who was 20 years old, would actually have a longtime friend at his age. However, Shenxi was only curious. In the following days, she would send some training drawings to that person every day and then collect money. The two of them didn't have any other interactions. When Shenxi first collected the money, she mischievously sent a few emojis and expressed her gratitude, but the other party didn't reply once. He was very cold and aloof. Later, Shenxi simply stopped sending them. During this period of time, under the urging of her parents, Shenxi exchanged the jewelry for money. After all, it was already the important period of the 3rd year of high school. If she couldn't transfer schools, then she shouldn't transfer schools. After receiving the money, Shinshi stared blankly at the balance in her bank account. A single set of jade jewelry had been sold for 1.5 million yuan. When she remembered that there was still so much in the big box at home, Shinshi instantly lost her composure. When Zhao Hui found out that someone had sold the chairman's jewelry with a tracking number, she immediately went to the jewelry store to look at the records. When she found out that Shinshi had sold the jewelry, she immediately notified Lu De, chairman, the youngest madam sold the young madam's jewelry. Zhao Hui placed the information of the set of jade jewelry and a copy of the surveillance footage on Lu De's desk. Lu De, who was originally sleepy, suddenly became interested. He looked at his granddaughter in the surveillance footage and asked Zhao Hui, "Was it my precious granddaughter again?" Zhao Hui smiled and nodded. "Yes. Do you think this counts? Did Shanshan break the agreement?" Lu De put down the information in his hand and asked. Zhao Hui thought for a moment. "It should count, chairman. 69 parents can't defeat their children." Lu De smiled widely and said happily, "If that's the case, make some preparations and set a time. Before old Master Shen notices, we'll secretly bring back the young misses of Lu Corporation." Zhao Hui contacted Lu Shan and said that Lu Shan had violated the agreement. According to the rules, she had to bring Lu Shan and Shinshi back to the Lu Corporation. Lu Shan argued. The agreement said that Lu Shan and Shen Yan weren't allowed to use their previous assets to make a living. However, the person selling the jewelry this time was Shinshi. The money from the sale wasn't used on them. Instead, it was used on Shinshi, therefore, it wasn't considered a breach of the agreement. After Zhao Hui returned, she brought the group's lawyer and carefully took out the paper documents from the agreement. She also felt that what Lu Shan said was reasonable. However, it was also reasonable to insist that Lu Shan and the others had broken the rules. Zhao Hui had no choice but to ask Lu De, "Chairman, how do you think we should decide this matter?" Lu De pondered for a long time, only then did he helplessly sigh and say, "At that time, I thought that Shan was used to living a rich and noble life. She would at most be able to live a poor life for less than half a year before she would return dejectedly. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, 18 years had passed." Lu De lowered his head to hide his slightly reddened eyes. And suddenly, his shoulders drooped dejectedly. He sighed deeply and said, "Sigh, what's the point of winning or losing the agreement now? We still missed out on the past 10 years or so. As parents, we still lost in the end. This time, I'll let it go." But Lu De's dejected mood suddenly improved. She must stay at the Lu family. That's our family's child, so she can't stay at the Shen family. Go find someone to make a plan, and the theme will be how to win the favor of your granddaughter. Zhao Hui nodded and gave the order. After the lawyer at the side left, Zhao Hui talked about the 3 air conditioners that had been returned. Today, the young lady came to the mall and said that she wanted to return the goods. The salesperson didn't know how to deal with it, so they reported it. "Chairman, how do you think this matter should be dealt with?" Lu De took a sip of tea. He was helpless and a little angry. Shanshan and the others are still concerned about the outcome of the agreement. If they want to return it, so be it. Didn't you say that Shishi is transferred back to Zhuang High School? At that time, it won't be hot for Shishi if she stays at school. Let those 2 stubborn donkeys suffer the heat on their own. More than 10 years have passed. 1 or 2 years won't be any different. On the other side, Shinshi, who had received the refund, was happily enjoying the ice-cold watermelon in the summer. Her state of mind was much more relaxed. During the summer vacation, Shinshi did her part-time job happily and soon welcomed the start of school. Shuiying Middle School required all students to live on campus. Shinshi's dormitory had already been arranged when she was in her first year of high school, but because Shinshi transferred halfway and went back, the dormitory was arranged to another room. Some daily necessities had to be purchased again. Fortunately, it was summer now, so there was no need to bring any bedding over. There was only a small mat for one person, a thin quilt, and some toiletries. Lu Shan wiped away her tears as she helped Shinshi pack up her things and said, "You just came back, but you're going to live at school again. Mommy hasn't gotten enough of Shishi yet." Shinshi looked at her mother, who was crying so hard that she couldn't control herself, and she still felt helpless. However, after spending time with her, Shinshi began to get used to her mother's habit of crying. She might have been spoiled, so she was a little more delicate. Shinyan comforted her, "Baby, don't cry. She is going to school, but she has to go home on weekends. You can see her every week." On the other side, Lu Shan also nodded and continued to pack Shinshi's things. Shinshi felt sad. She had just reached adulthood. She didn't want to watch others show off their love for each other every day. "Come, Shi. This is a new school gift from us." Lu Shan took out a panda-shaped doll that was about the size of a palm. It was probably made by Xinyan and Lu Shan themselves. The stitches were a little crooked, but Shinshi didn't mind. Shinshi happily took it and hung it on her school bag. Xinyan and Lu Shan were also happy that Shinshi accepted the dolls they had made. They had missed Shinshi's 18 years, from infancy to childhood to adolescence, so they could only try to make up for it. 70 parents send Shinshi to school. After packing her luggage, Xinyan picked up her phone and said, "I'll call a car for you and send you to school. Mom and Dad won't accompany you." Shinshi was puzzled and asked, "Dad, are you going out?" Xinyan said uncomfortably, "No, it's mainly because that school is so high-end. Mom and Dad are afraid of embarrassing you if we go." It wasn't that Xinyan and Lu Shan had never sent Jiang Shui to school before, but every time, they were scolded by Jiang Shui while crying. She blamed them for sending her to school on a shabby tricycle, which made her lose face. Jiang Shui even despised the two of them for dressing shabbily, telling them not to embarrass themselves at her school again. Therefore, Xinyan didn't dare to send Jiang Shui to school anymore. Every Sunday, he would send Jiang Shui to school by a car. When the second year of high school started, there was a parent-teacher event. Xinyan and Lu Shan couldn't help but go to Jiang Shui's school. They felt that if everyone's parents came, only Jiang Shui's parents wouldn't come. Jiang Shui would be disappointed. In order not to embarrass Jiang Shui, they specifically bought nice clothes and rented a car that looked very high-end, but the brand couldn't be seen. Even so, Jiang Shui was still unhappy. Even when they were taking a group photo together, Jiang Shui's face was full of unwillingness. Fortunately, she didn't say anything unpleasant, so Xinyan and his wife were much more relaxed. Jiang Shui must have thought that their performance that time was pretty good. Jiang Shui cared about the dignity of her parents even at that sort of school. Moreover, Shinshi was now in an international high school. The students there would definitely be richer. If they sent Shinshi to school, Shinshi would definitely be laughed at. When Shinshi heard Xinyan's words, she understood that Jiang Shui was vain and didn't know that Xinyan and the others were actually very rich. She just felt that her parents were poor, so she didn't let Xinyan send her to school. Shinshi pretended to be angry and said, "What do you mean by losing face? I want my parents to send me too. I want them to envy me for having such good-looking parents. My father is a handsome man, and my mother is a beautiful woman." When Shinshi said this, there was even a hint of pride in her tone. Xinyan and Lu Shan looked at each other and felt warm in their hearts. This kind of satisfaction of being accepted wholeheartedly by their daughter was something they had never experienced before. Seeing that Xinyan still didn't move, Shinshi sat on Xinyan's shabby electric tricycle. She urged anxiously, "Dad, hurry up and send me to school. Otherwise, I'll be late for the first class later." "Mom, you should come too." Although Shinshi told the homeroom teacher that she might be late because she still had to go to the dormitory to settle her luggage, it was still better not to miss the first class in the morning. Xinyan and his wife were overjoyed. After putting Shinshi's luggage on the tricycle, the family set off for Zhuiying High School. Seeing her parents by her side, Shinshi felt extremely happy. When she was at the Jiang family's house, Jiang Luan had never sent her to school. He had never even attended a parent-teacher meeting. Most of the time, the chauffeur would take Shinshi to school and back home. Shinshi had once thought that Jiang Luan was unwilling to attend her parent-teacher meeting because she wasn't good enough in her studies. At that time, she had worked hard in her studies, hoping that one day Jiang Luan would proudly appear at her parent-teacher meeting, but Shinshi was wrong. He didn't love her. Jiang Luan never really cared about her. In the past, When Shinshi was young, Xiaochen would go to Shinshi's parent-teacher conference. Later, when she was older, Xiaochen rarely went. In high school, she only came once, but it was only for a short while, and she went back very quickly. Therefore, at every parent-teacher conference, Shinshi would directly tell her class teacher that her parents were out on business and couldn't make it back in time. Shinshi looked at Xinyan and Lu Shan, who were riding toward the rising sun. The empty space in her heart was filled up by her parents in front of her. At this time, in Zhuiying Middle School's grade 12's class 2, the teacher, Sun Ling, was bringing 2 freshmen into the classroom. 71 transfer student. There were 15 classes in their 3rd year at Zhuiying High School. Classes were arranged according to a student's results, with numbers 1 to 3 accommodating the crème de la crème, the brightest minds the school had to offer. So it was not surprising that Sun Ling was notably dissatisfied with the 2 new transfer students. One was the son of the school board's chairman, while the other was a student whose parents had all but thrown money at the school to admit their child. Who knew whether either of them was any good, or would they be extra baggage weighing down the class average? When she looked at the bigger picture, Sun Ling could not help but thank her lucky stars. Back then, she had spoken to Shinshi's biological parents and asked them to allow Shinshi to remain. At the start, Shinshi's grades were not particularly noteworthy, but as she got used to her new environment, her results slowly climbed, soon rivaling students of the top 3 classes. But it did not stop there. At the end of the last semester, Shinshi outstripped her peers, becoming the top of her cohort. It was an astounding feat that greatly surprised many. Since then, the form teacher of Class 1 had lobbied relentlessly for the head of year to transfer Shinshi to her class, citing that the top 45 students were supposed to be under her tutelage. Fortunately, Shinshi was unwilling to accept the transfer. Giving Sun Ling hope for Class 2, Sun Ling despised the teacher of Class 1 for suppressing her for so long. With Shinshi, she stood a chance to turn the tables on her fellow teacher and rival. Sun Ling eyed the 2 students before her and sighed. She prayed to her lucky stars that she would not be receiving students with poor grades, but more so, students who were unwilling to put in the effort to study. Quiet down, please. I have an announcement to make. As you can see, we have 2 new students joining us. Sun Ling gestured at Guan Lei and Jiang Shui and said, "All right, you 2. Please introduce yourselves. Who would like to go first?" "Teacher, I'll go first," Jiang Shui declared proudly. After more than a month of training, Jiang Shui felt that she was no longer the poor little mouse from before. She held herself with confidence and poise, befitting a young lady from a rich family. Before Sun Ling could react, Jiang Shui introduced herself. "Hello, everyone. My name is Jiang Shui. I'm the only daughter of the president of Kunlun Construction. My family owns the most extravagant Rongwan amusement park. I welcome anyone who would like to enjoy themselves to go with me. We may only be together for a year, but I hope we can all be good friends." Jiang Shui was extremely satisfied with her self-introduction. This class was the class that Shinshi had stayed in before. It was why she had introduced herself the way she did. Not only did Jiang Shui want to let her classmates know that she was the real Miss Jiang, but also to plant the notion that Shinshi was nothing more than a fake. Jiang Shui's self-introduction piqued Guan Lei's interest. He recalled asking Shuili to investigate Shinshi. The results were astonishing. This unflattering girl stuffing her status down the throats of his new classmates was the woman Shinshi had hugged. Obviously, there must have been some mistake, and disdain colored his expression. Unlike her students, Sun Ling was privy to more information than most. She knew that Shinshi was supposed to be the young miss of Kunlun Construction, but since she usually kept a low profile, none of her classmates knew her background. As the form teacher, Sun Ling had only been informed of Guan Lei's identity as the son of the chairman of the school's board of directors. No information about Jiang Shui's family background was provided. Now she knew why. The class erupted in gasps of amazement. To think someone so important would be joining their class. Although most Zhuiying High School students came from decent family backgrounds, very few could claim to be equal or superior to the Jiang family's standing. After all, Kunlun Construction was a top-ranked enterprise in Rongqing. Sun Ling took the lead in applauding and welcoming Jiang Shui. she sighed in her heart. Compared to Shinshi, this little girl was still too vain. Thankfully, that was none of her concern. Sun Ling turned to Guanlei and said, "How about yourself?" Guanlei merely swept his gaze across the class, speaking with what could only be regarded as cold indifference, and said, "My name is Guanlei." The class waited with bated breaths, wondering what else he would say, but Guanlei held his peace. The silence stretched, and even Sun Ling began to feel uncomfortable, so she quickly smoothed things over and carried on. Student Guan is still new, so he's probably a little shy. Everyone, please take care of each other. Guanlei probably was not going to be an easy person to get along with. Or so the students thought. Jiang Shui glanced at Sun Ling in dissatisfaction. Sun Ling did not ask the students to take care of her when she introduced herself. She felt jealous and uncomfortable. She was the only daughter of the president of Kunlun Construction, yet she was unfortunate enough to be stuck with a teacher with no eyes. It was terrible. As Guanlei and Jiang Shui were new, Sun Ling arranged for them to sit together. Afterwards, she used the morning reading time to host the first class meeting of the new semester. 72 The low-key Shinshi. Once the class meeting ended, many people gathered around Jiang Shui and asked, "Does your family really own that Rongwan amusement park?" Jiang Shui puffed out her chest and said proudly, "Of course. Why would I lie?" Jiang Shui loved the adoration being showered upon her. It made her feel like she was the center of the universe, the lone flower admired by all. Then, Jiang Shui thought of Shinshi and asked, "Aren't you curious about me and Shinshi?" Her classmates shared confused looks. "Who is Shinshi?" one of them asked. "There's a Jiangxi in our class, but it doesn't look like she's here today." Jiang Shui feigned surprise. "Don't you know that Jiangxi has changed her name to Shinshi?" Su and I, the loudspeaker, came over in surprise. "What? When did Jiangxi change her name to Shinshi? Why was I not informed?" Jiang Shui regarded her new classmates in puzzlement. What was going on? As the previously thought daughter of the president of Kunlun Construction, shouldn't Shinshi be a famous figure in school? She even took the trouble of introducing herself, emphasizing her status as the actual eldest daughter of the president of Kunlun Construction. Normal people would be suspicious of her claim and wonder how she was related to Shinshi. Once she proved that she was the real daughter of the president of Kunlun Construction, everyone would know Shinshi was a fake. How was it possible that they did not draw the dots? There was only one possibility: these people did not know that Shinshi was the eldest daughter of Kunlun Construction. "Don't you know anything about Shinshi's family?" Jiang Shui asked, somewhat exasperatedly. Su and I frowned. "I don't know. I only know that her mother seems quite noble. I met her once during a parent-teacher conference, but that's it. I do not know what her family does for a living." "Hey, Zhao Yuan, aren't you close to Jiangxi? Do you know what her parents do for a living?" Zhao Yuan looked up at Jiang Shui and Su and I and replied rather unhappily, "I don't know. What does it have to do with you guys? You're too free if you're fishing for gossip." Su and I sneered at Zhao Yuan as she whispered to Jiang Shui, "Zhao Yuan has a good relationship with Jiangxi. No one else will be any better if she says she doesn't know." "A noble mother?" Jiang Shui sneered in her heart. That was her mother, not Shinshi's mother. Shinshi's mother was that village woman who bragged that she was a straight-A student but could not find a normal job. So what if Lu Shan was good-looking? She was still a village woman in shabby clothes, a running joke wherever she went. Lu Shan could not compare to her mother, an impressive noble woman. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. Jiang Shui's mother was a lofty cloud drifting in the sky, pure, unsullied, and unattainable, whereas Shinshi's mother was the mud beneath her feet whose only use was to be trampled upon by her betters. It seemed that Shinshi's classmates did not know of her previous status as the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Such a coincidence was simply inconceivable in Jiang Shui's mind. There was no way in her mind that Shinshi would not flaunt her background. Perhaps it was because Shinshi already knew she was not the real daughter of the Jiang family, therefore, she was too ashamed to admit it to her peers. Yet, despite her knowledge, she chose to remain silent so she could enjoy the benefits of living the life of the rich. Yes, that had to be it. Shinshi was a greedy woman who coveted wealth. The conclusion she arrived at fanned Jiang Shue's hatred for Shinshi, putting on a slight frown while covering her mouth as if she was going to spill a secret. She said, "A noble lady? You must have been mistaken. I heard Shinshi's mother is a village woman who holes up at home all day." Although she looked like she was trying to keep it a secret, it was plain to everyone present that she meant for them to hear her. Jiang Shue's words caused a flurry of whispers around her. Most of them still did not believe that Shinshi's mother was some backwater village woman. They may not have known Shinshi's background, but from her clothes, they gathered her family was not short on money. 73 Riding a tricycle to school. Shuiying High School's annual tuition fees totaled 800,000 yuan a year. For Shinshi to attend a school as expensive as Shuiying High School, she could not be poor. The students were split into two factions, each with their own opinions. Guanlei listened to the conversation while resting against his desk. The more Jiang Shui tried to stir the pot, the more he felt she was noisy and vain. Jiang Shui could not compare with Shinshi, who he felt was steady and humble. The other students may not have known that Shinshi was once the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, but Guanlei knew. The difference between Jiang Shui and Shinshi was that of heaven and earth regarding how they wielded the Jiang family's influence. Shinshi had shared the same class with her peers for 2 years, yet not many knew that she came from a rich and powerful family. On the other hand, Jiang Shui leveraged the Jiang family's name from the beginning. There could be no doubt that Jiang Shui wanted her classmates to know who she was and the family that stood behind her. Growing tired of the charade, Guanlei shot his classmates a hard look, instantly silencing the wild speculations of the gaggle of girls and boys. The few students closest to him were so frightened by his glare that their mouths clicked shut, awkwardly returning to their seats. Jiang Shui was a little put off by Guanlei's actions. She was the eldest daughter of the president of Kunlun Construction. It was one thing to ignore the situation and another altogether to disrupt her plans. It seemed he did not understand the importance of networking if he was openly glaring at her. Just as Jiang Shui was about to give him a tongue lashing, she stopped, frightened stiff by the weight behind Guanlei's gaze. If she were anyone else, she would have wilted under that look, but she was not just anyone. Although unhappy, she decided to let it slide. A good woman knew not to quarrel with a lunatic. With that small reassurance to herself, Jiang Shui turned away. Seeing Jiang Shui's tactful retreat, Guanlei rested his head on the table again, hoping to catch up on sleep. The previous night had been a busy blitz. All he wanted was some shut-eye. A student rushed into the classroom, crying, "Big news!" No one knew when Su and I had stepped out, but it could not have been for long. As she gasped for breath at the teacher's desk, she said, "A tricycle just wheeled into school, and it looks like it's going to fall apart at any time. You don't know this, but the tricycle is so far gone I'm shocked it can even move." Su and I supported herself on the teacher's desk as she chattered, relaying her observations as best she could. Suni's words sent shocked ripples through the class, eliciting another heated discussion. "Really? Are you serious? How'd a garbage collector afford to pay the school's tuition fees? Don't joke like that. Who is it? Which grade do they belong to? Which class? Tell me. I need to see it for myself." "I'm not sure," Su and I began. "She was too far away. I only saw her back profile. She's definitely a student of our school, though. She was wearing our school uniform. I think I saw a panda pendant attached to her blue bag." Su and I tried explaining, but her classmates would not accept her answer for what it was and continued bombarding her with questions. "Our school is not a school that is easy to get into. A garbage collector wouldn't be able to afford the tuition fees." When Jiang Shui heard Su and I mention a broken tricycle, she panicked. Jiang Shui's mind immediately called up the image of the Shin family's broken tricycle. It took her a while to remember she was no longer the Shin family's daughter. She was not the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Fortunately, she was now Jiang Shui and not Shin Shui. Otherwise, she would be on the other end of her classmates' contempt. Jiang Shui swallowed. The thought was practically a nightmare. Taking a few deep breaths, she managed to calm herself and joined in on their ridicule. To think someone would ride a broken tricycle to school. It was too embarrassing to put into words. The bell rang and their homeroom teacher, Sun Ling, entered. Trailing in after was Shinshi. None of the students knew that Shi had transferred back into the school, therefore, Sun Ling did not intend to dive into the details. Still, introductions were in order since Shi had changed her name. Perhaps you might like to reintroduce yourself to your classmates. Though you should already be familiar with them, Sun Ling directed. Shi nodded and responded respectfully, okay, Teacher Sunday. Shi wrote the word Shi on the blackboard before greeting her curious classmates. Hello, everyone. I've changed my name. My name is Shi now. I hope we can get along just as well as we did in the past. Su and I took less than a second to recognize Shi's blue school bag and the cute panda attached to it. She was so surprised that she gaped, her mouth opening and closing like a goldfish. Shi was the student who rode the broken tricycle to school, 74 becoming classmates. When Jiang Shui saw Shi, she was stunned. Didn't Shi transfer schools? Why was she here? Shi looked at Jiang Shui's shocked expression and smiled provocatively. You may return to your seat. Class is about to start, Sun Ling said to Shi, a soft smile tugging at her lips. Okay, Teacher Sun, Shi answered, obedient to a fault. Shi made her way to Zhao Yuan's side. She greeted Zhao Yuan and sat down. Zhao Yuan immediately whispered to Shi, do you know that person called Jiang Shui? She said your mother is a village woman who holes herself at home and had no other skill. When Shi heard Zhao Yuan's words, her eyes flashed darkly. She smiled and said, of course, I know her. Shi was not bothered by Jiang Shui's offhand comment that Lu Shan was a village woman. She had never discriminated against those from the countryside. Everyone's life was different. She took issue with Jiang Shui saying her mother holed herself up at home because she had no other skills. Guan Lei, who had fallen asleep, raised his head curiously when he heard the name Shi. It was the Shi that he had met at the amusement park the other day. Guan Lei did not expect Shi to return to Zhuang High School. Didn't they say that Shi's biological parents were very poor? How did they manage to fork out 800,000 yuan to send Shi to Zhuang High School and continue her studies? It seemed that Shi's parents had something in reserve. Shueli clearly had not done her job properly. So her salary for this month would need deducting. Nevertheless, Guan Lei was very happy with this turn of events. He must have struck the jackpot for his chosen ally to be in the same class as him. Heaven's favor smiled on him. With Shi by his side, he could toy with Xiangqing as much as he wanted. As if feeling his gaze, Shi's attention shifted to Guan Lei, who was next to Jiang Shui. He was an unfamiliar face. Had he transferred as she did? The way this new classmate of hers was looking at her seemed a little strange. Was there something wrong with her? Why was he staring at her like that, glaring at Guan Lei with pursed lips? Shi broke eye contact, focusing the entirety of her attention on the lesson. Shi's glare caught Guan Lei by surprise, but that quickly transformed into a smile. As expected of the ally he had chosen, not even he was spared her temper. It took guts for anyone to look at him that way. After class, Jiang Shui sent a message to Shi asking, why are you here? Shi read the message, quirking an eyebrow as she spoke to Jiang Shui. Student Jiang, we're all students of the same class. There's no need to message me so discreetly. If there's something you'd like to say or ask, please speak to me directly. It's not like you have anything to hide now, do you? Since Jiang Shui dared to cast Lu Shan in a bad light, she would do the same. Jiang Shui had the rug pulled from under her. She did not expect Shi to broadcast their conversation for the whole class to hear. It almost instantly embarrassed her. Jiang Shui had wanted to keep their relationship under wraps. No need for anyone to draw the wrong conclusions by associating them or the mistake she made. The fewer people who knew, the better. In that way, she could preserve her image as the well-educated young miss of the Jiang family, while Shi could be the rabid girl from the countryside. After all, her status was much higher than Shi. In Jiang Luan's introduction of her to the family, he had kept things short, vaguely hinting at things but not laying down the specifics. He did not explain who or what kind of family she had been raised in for 18 years. Even less about anything to do with the Shin family. The only reason Lu Qing knew about the Shin family was that she had accidentally overheard a conversation between Jiang Shui and Xiang Qing. This was her chance to rebrand herself. No one knew her as Shen Shui, the poor waif raised by two clowns for parents. If anyone learned about the broken tricycle, everything she had built up would crumble before she could even make a name for herself. Therefore, Jiang Shui was extremely nervous at the moment. She was afraid that Shen Shi would spill the beans. Jiang Shui thought she would never see Shen Shi again now that she had returned to her birth parents. Being the Jiang family's eldest daughter, she lived in a separate world from people like Shen Shi and the Shen couple, and their paths were never meant to cross. Yet, contrary to her belief, she bumped into Shen Shi at the Six Arts workshop and then now in school. They were even classmates. Why? Why was it that wherever she went, Shen Shi would be there to haunt her? 75 Threatening Jiang Shui. Lu Qing, who was in class 4, knew it was Jiang Shui's first day at Shuiying High School. As soon as classes ended for the day, she ran to Jiang Shui's class to see how she was doing. Unlike Shen Shi, Jiang Shui did not possess good grades and relied on the Jiang family's wealth to enter via the back door. Because of this, Lu Qing felt a sense of camaraderie with Jiang Shui and saw her as a potential friend. More importantly, since Jiang Shui reclaimed her birthright, Xia Chen could not flaunt her daughter's grades in front of Lu Qing's parents. Whenever the topic of Jiang Shui's grades was raised, Xia Chen would deflect the question and lead the conversation to other matters, causing Lu Qing's mother to swell with pride. As a result, Lu Qing did not receive the usual scolding she had grown accustomed to under Shen Shi's shadow. Her last summer vacation was the best she had had in years. In short, Lu Qing was very happy to have Jiang Shui by her side. After being suppressed by Shen Shi for more than 10 years, she finally saw a chance to stand out. Her mother would not think to scold her so long as her grades were better than Jiang Shui's in the next exam. She might even receive praise for outdoing the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. The more she thought about it, the more Jiang Shui seemed to glow in Lu Qing's mind. Jiang Shui was her savior, rescuing her from the 10 years of hardship she had endured. When Lu Qing arrived outside class 2, she saw the arrogant figure of Shen Shi hovering over Jiang Shui menacingly. Lu Qing immediately stepped in between Jiang Shui and Shen Shi, her arms spread wide in her benefactor's defense. Shen Shi, what are you doing here? What are you trying to do to Jiang Shui? Do you think you'll get away with bullying her? She exercised caution as she spoke, not wanting to escalate the situation more than necessary. Shen Shi quirked a delicate brow as she studied Lu Qing, who had rushed to Jiang Shui's aid from out of nowhere. Lu Qing was the mother hen to Jiang Shui's baby chick act. Why can't I be here? I'm a student in this class. If I shouldn't be here, then where should I be? Shen Shi asked, her arms folded in an imposing manner. Lu Qing laughed. Your family is so poor. How could you have the money to attend school here? Don't tell me you forced your parents to sell their organs and house just to keep your reputation intact? Or, do you intend to prostitute yourself to the highest bidder to pay the school's fees? Amused, Shen Shi glanced at Jiang Shui, her words dripping in sarcasm. Sell my body, you say? I know of a certain someone who would know it. Don't you agree, Jiang Shui? Jiang Shui felt a shiver run down her spine. Being the focus of Shen Shi's snake-like, poisonous gaze, Jiang Shui knew exactly what Shen Shi was talking about. It was about when she was gang-raped in that hotel because she could not repay the amount she owed to those loan sharks. Beads of perspiration formed on Jiang Shui's forehead. She could not let anyone know about that incident. Otherwise, she would be finished. Seeing this, Lu Qing gently held Jiang Shui's hand, comforting her. Jiang Shui, you don't have to be afraid of this scoundrel. I'm here. Lu Qing turned to Shen Shi, viciously ripping into her. Why are you asking Jiang Shui something like that when you're the one selling yourself? She is a respectable young lady of good standing. Unlike you, she has a bottom line. She's not the one with filthy blood. She would never sell herself or cheat others out of their money. Shen Shi remained unfazed by Lu Qing's words. Instead, Jiang Shui was the one to experience discomfort at Lu Qing's passionate declaration. Shen Shi shot Lu Qing and Jiang Shui a warning look as she said, Jiang Shui, are you sure you want Lu Qing to continue? It won't be good for you if she manages to upset me. Why? I might just accidentally let something slip. No matter how dumb Lu Qing was. She was not so dumb as not to recognize a threat when she saw one. Did Xinxi have something on Jiang Shui? The mere thought infuriated her. How dare some poor scoundrel from the Bunas threaten someone as pure and innocent as Jiang Shui? Rolling up her sleeves, she was about to take matters into her own hands when Jiang Shui stopped her. Ching ching, forget it. Let's not argue with someone like her. Let's go, she said, trying her best to steer Lu Qing away gently. Su Enai suddenly interjected, Xinxi, are you from a family of scavengers? I saw you riding on a broken tricycle to school this morning with your parents. Has your mother been pretending to be a lady when she is, in reality, a typical village woman? A smile tugged at the corner of Xinxi's lips. Are you asking about the woman who attended the parent-teacher meeting in our second year? Su Enai nodded, a soft sigh escaped her lips. Helpless, she said, that's something you'll need to ask Jiang Shui about. Jiang Shui, is the woman who attended the parent-teacher meeting the unpresentable village woman you mentioned? 76 Spreading rumors, Jiang Shui was so regretful that her intestines were turning green. If she had known that her classmates did not know that Xinxi was the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, she would not have mentioned that she knew Xinxi and would not have said anything about the matter. She would have treated her as a stranger. She needed to do something to salvage the situation. If she told Su Enai that the woman was not Xinxi's mother but hers, how would she explain why her mother would attend Xinxi's parent-teacher meeting? Jiang Shui wanted to say that she and Xinxi's mother used to know each other. Coming from a poor family, Xinxi despised her mother's shabby village woman appearance and mindset, so she begged Xia Chen to attend in her mother's place. If she spun the narrative well, she might be able to create the image of Xinxi as a vain woman who was so ashamed of her mother that she could barely acknowledge her. However, Jiang Shui knew that if she said that, there was a real possibility Xinxi would tell everyone about what happened at the hotel that day. Trapped, Jiang Shui's mood plummeted. She could only beat a hasty retreat, saying, I need to speak with Lu Qing in private, please excuse me. She was out the door a second later, pulling Lu Qing along. Her father had chased those scoundrels out of Rongqing, and any footage of the event should have been erased. Moreover, her hymen had already mended. She was, for all intents and purposes, a virgin. What did she need to be afraid of? Even if Xinxi were to spread rumors, no one would believe her. Arriving at this conclusion, Jiang Shui smiled. Xinxi was only one person, and she had only one mouth. While no evidence was presented to the contrary, no one would take her word as gospel truth. Why did she need to be afraid of Xinxi, having been dragged away so suddenly? Lu Qing was confused. Jiang Shui, what's wrong? Why are you scared of Xinxi? Do we need to be wary of her? By then, Jiang Shui had regained some measure of calm. That's not it. I just don't want you to get into a conflict with someone like Xinxi because of me. She said, Xinxi is a spiteful person. Now that she has nothing, it's made her worse. If we were to argue with someone like her, not only would we be demeaning ourselves, but we'd also allow her to hurt us. Jiang Shui became emotional as she continued, I'm fine if she targets me, but I don't know what I'd do if she hurt you because of me. I would never be able to live it down. Jiang Shui's words moved Lu Qing, and she pulled her new friend into a hug. Jiang Shui, you're so good to me. You always think of me. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Besides, I don't believe that Xinxi can hurt me. Okay. I believe you, Jiang Shui said. Jiang Shui's abrupt departure did not stop Su Enai from ferreting what information she could. Instead, it fanned her curiosity to new heights. So, you rode on a tricycle to school today. Were those your parents earlier? She opened conversationally, prodding Xinxi for details. The students around them perked their ears, eagerly awaiting Xinxi's answer. A faint smile ghosted over Xinxi's lips. Yes. My parents drove me to school this morning on our electric tricycle. You aren't mistaken. Xinxi's answer instantly caused an uproar in the class. No one had expected that Xinxi was a child from a poor family. Lu Qing's words earlier quickly gained merit in the eyes of Xinxi's classmates. To send her to Zhuiying High School, her family must have pooled all their resources to pay her tuition fees. Perhaps there was some truth behind Lu Qing's accusations. Could Xinxi have forced her parents to sell their house and kidneys so she could go to Zhuiying High School? Had she sold her body to raise more money? Gossip spread and Shinshi became infamous overnight, the #1 topic trending in Shuiying High School's rumor mill. So, is Shinshi being kept as a mistress? Oh my god, isn't that too disgusting? As expected, girls from poor families are just not right in their thinking. You think so? Maybe it's just her. She does look slightly better than most, but that's probably why her private life is so indecent. She looks clean, but deep down, she is a filthy cuckold to honest men and nothing more than a prostitute. That's too cruel. To go to school, not only did she sell her body, but she also made her parents sell their houses and kidneys. I would strangle her to death if I had such a daughter. Lu Qing listened to her work, feeling quite satisfied. She was the source of these new rumors and was proud of how it had all panned out. Jiang Shui was too nice for her own good. Even if she could tolerate Shinshi's wicked behavior, Lu Qing could not. She would not take the insult to her friend lying down. Besides, it was not as if Shinshi would know who had spread the rumor. There were so many students at Shuiying High School, and to pin the blame on her without evidence would only be asking for trouble. 77 The same dormitory. When Jiang Shui heard this rumor, she smiled smugly in her heart. Although she told Lu Qing not to mess with Shinshi, she helped fuel the rumor on the side. Shinshi had threatened her in class. Back then, she panicked, not daring to refute her. Now that she had the chance to go over the situation, Jiang Shui realized she had no reason to fear Shinshi. Even if Shinshi exposed the gang rape, so what? Shinshi did not possess proof. Without it, her word alone was nothing. A poor girl like Shinshi could easily be silenced, and most people would bat an eye if that happened. Such was the difference in their statuses. As for her poverty-stricken 18 years with the Shin family, well, she would do her best to hide that particular piece of information. The morning passed peacefully with a few different thoughts in mind. Soon, it was lunchtime. Shinshi and Zhao Yuan drew the attention of everyone in the school's cafeteria as soon as they entered, with people whispering and pointing. Zhao Yuan gnawed on her chopsticks angrily as she told Shinshi about the rumors. She despised those tongue-wagging fools the most. Cece, what should we do? Zhao Yuan and Shinshi had been classmates for 2 years. Although Shinshi had not told her about the situation at home, Zhao Yuan felt that Shinshi was not such a person, even if Shinshi's family did not have much money. Zhao Yuan still felt that Shinshi must have encountered some opportunity to give her the means to pay for her tuition. All that nonsense about Shinshi selling herself was simply ridiculous. Shinshi smiled faintly and said, "Just let them be happy for now." Zhao Yuan felt that there had to be something wrong with Shinshi's brain for her to smile and remain unaffected despite the situation. All right. You're going to give yourself wrinkles soon. I wouldn't want to turn you into an old hag before your time. Don't worry, I know how to handle this matter. Thank you for believing in me. Shinshi patted Zhao Yuan gently on her arm, grateful for her support. Shinshi did not take the matter to heart. After all, since the scandal involved a student, she was sure Shuiying High School would handle the matter. When the time came, it would simply be a matter of explaining the source of her funds. Moreover, according to her mother, Grandpa and the others also knew about this matter and had already determined that they had not violated the agreement. When the official investigations were launched, the school would come forward to explain. Having students sell their bodies to pay for their school fees would hurt the school's reputation too much for them to sit idly by. Zhao Yuan blushed, feeling self-conscious by Shinshi's show of gratitude. Why are you thanking me? It's not like I've helped much. Shinshi was very grateful in her heart. Despite the rumors and knowing how poor her family was, Zhao Yuan stood firmly on her side, believing she was not the kind person everyone made her out to be. Such a friendship was rare. After lunch, Shinshi returned to the dormitory. She did not expect to be assigned to the same dormitory as Zhao Yuan. I always wanted to bunk with you, but our form teacher would not allow me to change rooms. Zhao Yuan groused unhappily. Who would have known we would end up in the same room for our 3rd year at high school? Ha ha ha, Cece, I'm glad. Shinshi was also very happy to live in the same dormitory as her good friend. However, when she saw that the other 2 people in the dormitory were Jiang Shui and Su Enai, Shinshi's happiness wilted just a little. It would not be easy boarding with someone she hated. The feeling was worse than swallowing a dead fly. Suni's impression of Shi was shot upon learning about her family background and listening to the rumors making their rounds. Shuang High School was an elite school. For someone like Shi to walk their hallowed halls was an insult, one that tarnished the school's image. Suni's demeanor towards Shi was far from friendly. She did not know how their form teacher arranged things. The thought that she would have to share the dormitory room with a poor, disgusting fly that sold their bodies for money was almost too much for her to stomach. Shi met Suni's sneer without flinching. Previously, she and Suni had been on good terms. However, with Suni's personality that worshipped the high and stepped on the low, disliking the poor and loving the rich, it was no wonder she would show distaste for their current living arrangements. She could not be bothered with Suni. As long as Suni did not provoke her, she was fine sharing the dorm room with her. 78 beating up someone. However, it was clear that Suni was not the kind of quiet person. The moment Shi sat down, Suni scoffed, "I don't know why some people are so shameless. They step on their parents' flesh and blood while soiling their bodies just to attend a decent high school." A smirk briefly touched the corner of Jiang Shue's lips, but she quickly forced down the urge and said, "We're not just classmates but roommates too. Let's put aside our differences." Jiang Shue's words made her feel uncomfortable. Was there something wrong with Jiang Shui? Was she alright with people like Shi? Suni was about to speak up when she remembered that Jiang Shui was the eldest daughter of the president of Kunlun Construction. It did not seem like a good idea to contradict her, so Suni tactfully remained silent. Zhao Yuan did not appreciate Suni's remark on Shi's character and was about to stand up for her friend when Shi stopped her. "Ah Yuan, there is a saying that the wise do not believe in rumors. Only the brainless or those lacking the ability to discern for themselves will take hearsay for the truth. You need not concern yourself with such people, they should be regarded with pity, not belligerence." Shi's words instantly made Zhao Yuan laugh. "Yes, she is quite pitiful. She can't even distinguish right from wrong. If she isn't a fool, I don't know what is," Zhao Yuan joked. Suni could not take it anymore. She stepped forward with her hand raised, preparing to slap Zhao Yuan. Shi intervened by grabbing Suni's raised hand, aiming a kick that brought her tumbling to the ground. In her previous life, Shi, who did not possess any backing, was often beaten up in prison. Though she did not dare claim to be strong, she still had some experience and knew how to give and take hits. Suni was only an 18-year-old girl. Naturally, Shi did not take her seriously. Suni clutched her stomach and wailed in pain as she thrashed on the ground. Jiang Shui quickly arrived at Suni's side to help her. "Shi, how dare you treat a classmate like this? Have you no shame?" Zhao Yuan snorted, derision clear in her voice. "Jiang Shui, stop twisting the truth. I don't recall you stepping in or saying anything when Suni tried to slap me just now. You're nothing more than a hypocrite. A disgusting, two-faced hypocrite. Suni merely tried to slap you. And even then, how much pain would it inflict?" Shi kicked her. "Do you know the difference in strength between a fist and a foot?" Angered by Suni and fed such a ridiculous excuse, Zhao Yuan reached her boiling point. She cursed, "Is that so? Are you saying a slap wouldn't hurt? Alright, let's test it. I could slap and then kick you and let you tell me the difference. If there is no difference, I'll take your words earlier as an attempt to hoodwink me. Well, are you willing to back your theory?" Jiang Shui did not expect Zhao Yuan to be as unreasonable as Shi. Suni recovered amid Jiang Shui and Zhao Yuan's exchange. Using the desk they were each provided, Suni managed to stand. "Shi, I'm reporting you to our form teacher. I'm going to sue you for damages." Suni shoved Jiang Shui's hand aside and ran out of the dormitory. Zhao Yuan followed suit, shouting, "I'm suing you too." Once the two left, only Shi and Jiang Shui remained in the dormitory. Jiang Shui's facade of gentility vanished as she glared at Shi. "Shi, if I were you, I would pack my bags and hightail out of this place. It isn't somewhere you belong anymore. I, for one, do not want my reputation tarnished by someone like you who flirts with men for money. Everyone knows you do." Shinshi sat on her bed, examining the sheets with disinterest. Oh? It looks like you've dropped your act. I wonder. Are you the one who enjoys spending time with men? I recall you spending time at that hotel with your associates. Jiang Shui shot an anxious look at the door. Gnashing her teeth, she said, Shinshi, it would be in your best interests to keep that matter to yourself. No one will believe you even if you say anything. You have no evidence. If I hear a single rumor about that incident, I'll have my father sue you for slander. I'll make sure you suffer. Shinshi snorted, her eyes carrying contempt. Who's to say I do not have evidence? Jiang Shui was so frightened by Shinshi's expression that she swallowed nervously. She shook her head. It was impossible. Shinshi could not possibly have any evidence of the act. She was just spouting nonsense to scare her. Shinshi read Jiang Shui like an open book. She got up, and each step she took forced Jiang Shui to retreat, one step at a time. With a dangerous glint in her eyes, she warned, if you dare lay so much as a finger on my parents, I'll make you the talk of the town. 79 Jiang Shui's sarcasm. Shinshi's look promised retribution should anything happen to her parents, causing Jiang Shui to backpedal and retreat. Jiang Shui could not even meet Shinshi's gaze without feeling intimidated and backed into her bed, crumpling in a heap of trembling limbs. Jiang Shui could not understand why Shinshi would evoke such fear in her. It was almost as if a demon faced her. Not some poor waif. Her mind latched onto Shinshi's status to ground her. Why should she, a noble young lady, be afraid of a poverty-stricken girl with no power or influence? Mustering her courage, Jiang Shui forced herself to hold her head high, loudly substantiating her stance. Shinshi, I'm saying this for your own good. You know very well how poor your family is. Don't be such an ingrate. You may have cheated me of 170,000 yuan, but that still means you had to come up with the other 600,000 yuan. If not for selling yourself to some rich old man, how else would you have raised that sum? Jiang Shui was well aware of the Shin family's situation. After all, she had been their daughter for 18 years. Even if the whole family sold themselves to prostitution, they would not have been able to raise 600,000 so quickly. Other than Shinshi, who had passable looks, who else among the Shin family could have secured the necessary funds? Jiang Shui could not think of any other explanation. Although the rumor mill suggested that the Shin couple had sold their home to make the difference, Jiang Shui knew that was impossible. Shen Yan and Lu Shan did not own the house they stayed in, they merely rented it. How could they sell something that was not theirs? Neither did she think the Shin couple had sold their kidneys. In her mind, Shen Yan and Lu Shan were not a couple who would do something like that out of love for their child. Otherwise, they would not have stopped working and allowed her to lead a life of misery for so long. Even suggesting that they would do so for Shinshi was an insult she could not accept. Jiang Shui was truly pitiful in Shinshi's eyes. Only someone with an impure heart would constantly think the worst of those around them. Jiang Shui was one such person. She viewed the world through petty lenses, thinking everyone behaved and saw things the same way she did. Unsurprisingly, she would jump to conclusions if she used herself as a template to judge others. Shinshi was not such a person. Running her hands on the bed frame, she asked, "Do you think the Shin family is so poor? Did you know? They plan to send you abroad to further your studies after graduating high school." It was like she had heard the biggest joke in the world. Haha. That's funny. Do they think I'm dumb? I'm not going to fall for empty words like those. Don't tell me you actually believe them, Shinshi? You can't be that naive. Dreams and wishful thinking are just that, they aren't real. Shinshi offered Jiang Shui the barest hint of a smile. I'm sorry to disappoint you. But I believe them. Shinshi's open declaration of her faith rendered Jiang Shui speechless. No wonder you're related to them. Only a fool would believe those two bags of hot air. I should know, I've seen it for myself. Don't get your hopes up, Shinshi. Even though you managed to scrounge enough to get into a good high school, you've soiled your name, and not a soul in the country will let you forget it for the rest of your life. You will never be able to turn over a new leaf. Then we'll just have to wait and see who'll end up rolling in the mud, Shinshi quipped, her head tilting a fraction. Shinshi was truly laughable. She was either wholly ignorant of her circumstances or was so busy building sandcastles in the air that she could not accept the reality of her situation. For someone like Shinshi to talk big and compare herself to her. Jiang Shui did not know where Shinshi found the courage. It was embarrassing. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuan and Su An'ai, who had gone to complain to their form teacher, returned with curses traded between them. Their form teacher had gone home at lunch. The Su and Zhao families shared roughly the same standing, so they had always treated each other amicably, neither taking the initiative to provoke the other. Su An'ai, upon learning of Shinshi's financial situation, wanted to put the girl in her place but faced stiff opposition from Zhao Yuan, who was Shinshi's good friend. It was not a secret that the two were close, everyone in the class knew. How else was Zhao Yuan supposed to react when her best friend was bullied right under her nose? When she saw that Zhao Yuan and Sushi had returned, a smile immediately bloomed, and Jiang Shui returned to her default persona as the elegant and well-mannered Miss Jiang. One dormitory, 4 people, 2 camps, with neither side seeing eye to eye, Su An'ai and Jiang Shui formed a united front against Shinshi. Their mutual enemy served to draw them closer to each other. In the afternoon, their form teacher, Sun Ling, gave Shinshi an entry form for the national physics competition. Jiang Shui craned her neck to see the document, a strangled croak leaping out of her throat. Teacher, aren't you being a little biased by giving Shinshi an entry form but no one else? Sun Ling and the other students looked at Jiang Shui in surprise. This physics competition was in its semifinals, so only those who passed the preliminary competitions could participate. Aside from Shinshi, no one else had passed the earlier rounds, hence, she was the only one invited to participate in the semifinals. 80 The physics competition. In June, Shinshi clinched second place, giving her the qualifications to participate in the provincial competition in September. Su An'ai quickly tugged at Jiang Shui's skirt, hoping to prevent her from putting her foot in her mouth. Since Jiang Shui had just transferred from another school, there was a high chance she was unfamiliar with the competition's rules and did not know what she was talking about. Unfortunately, her attempts fell on deaf ears. When she introduced herself earlier that morning, Su An'ai ignored her, paying more attention to Guan Lei. Jiang Shui still smarted from that slight and disliked Su An'ai for it, even if she tried maintaining good relations with her as a matter of principle. Now that she had caught Suni's attention, she would milk it for all it's worth. She had to let Su An'ai know that she, Jiang Shui, was not someone to be ignored. Agreed, Jiang Shui said. Teacher, don't mind my words. I don't understand what's going on, hence my question. Please don't take offense. Shinshi shot Jiang Shui a polite smile. Oh? Are you interested in participating too, Jiang Shui? When Jiang Shui heard Shinshi's despicable question, it felt like 1,000 needles pricked her heart. Whether I participate or not isn't the issue. Since it's a competition, shouldn't anyone with sufficient skill be allowed to participate? Jiang Shui, if you'd like to participate, I'd be more than happy to give you my place, but only if you produce your results from the preliminaries of the national physics competition. We'll need some assurance of your ability, and what better way than to see how you placed in the city. As long as you're in the top 3, you'd be able to participate even if you transferred from another school. Quick! Let's hear it. It will be a loss for everyone if Teacher Sun doesn't enter your name into the competition in time, Shinshi said with concern. Zhao Yuan burst out laughing. Shinshi was being deliberately obtuse to annoy Jiang Shui. Everyone in their class knew who the top 3 in their city were. Not one of them was called Jiang Shui. The other students looked at each other in dismay. Was Shinshi at odds with the new transfer student? She was practically mocking Jiang Shui. Shinshi did not usually speak much. She was the quiet sort and often kept to herself. It was their first time seeing her antagonize someone openly. Jiang Shui missed the looks her peers shared. She was honestly perplexed by Shinshi's words. What preliminary round was she talking about? Zhao Yuan kindly explained, this is the provincial semi-final of the national physics competition. Only the top 3 in the city can participate. Shinshi took second place in the city, so she has the qualifications to participate in the semi-finals. Jiang Shui, don't tell me you don't even know about this? Zhao Yuan's words caused Jiang Shui to flush in embarrassment. How was she supposed to know what preliminary round they were talking about? In her last school, her teachers had signed everyone up for any competition they could enter. Although it was common knowledge that the school screened all entries, they were, as a rule of thumb, fair in so much that they gave each student a chance to participate. These competitions were a yearly affair, and they only ever needed to submit one form to indicate their interest in participating, like many of her schoolmates. Jiang Shui had signed up on a whim but was eliminated by the school during their screening process and did not participate in the competition. Jiang Shui had thought the physics competition form that Sun Ling had given Shi was the same as her former school, which resulted in her jealously challenging Sun Ling's fairness. She now realized that the competition entry form her previous school had handed out was for the preliminaries of the national physics competition. Since no one had passed the preliminary rounds, Jiang Shui erroneously believed anyone could register for the national physics competition. Jiang Shui's mortification was as clear as day, and Zhao Yuan knew she had hit the nail on the head. You didn't know? Haha. I never thought I'd meet someone who does not know the rules of the national physics competition. What a joke. She ridiculed. Jiang Shui wrung her hands, trying her best to hide her embarrassment but to no avail. All she could do was lower her head and remain silent, hoping to make herself as small as possible. Before the situation could devolve further, Sun Ling stepped in to smooth things. Jiang Shui has just transferred here. It's perfectly normal for her not to know the difference between the preliminaries and semifinals. Alright, class is about to start. Your language teacher has arrived. Everyone, back to your seats. Sun Ling may have tried to help Jiang Shui out of her pickle, but it translated rather differently in the ears of her students. Many of Jiang Su's classmates began whispering in hushed tones, I don't think transferring from one school to another is the problem. The preliminary rounds for the national physics competition take place in June, and the semifinals at the end of September. How does she not know anything about it? Isn't it the same every year? Shoo. Teacher Sun is just giving Jiang Shui a way out. Don't take it too seriously. Jiang Shui's results probably aren't very good. Everyone with the right grades should know about the national physics competition. This is a science class, isn't it? That's right. Which one of us hasn't participated in the preliminaries? Even if we didn't secure a good rank. No one should be oblivious to the rules, should they? I'm curious to know Jiang Shui's grades. How did she end up in our class? Did she buy her way in with money? It's possible. Her family is rich. Chapter 81 Show Off. Jiang Shui's eyes turned red out of anger after hearing the whispers. She originally wanted to make Shi and Sun Ling uncomfortable. She didn't expect herself to be tricked. Jiang Shui glared as she stared at Shi. She could no longer control her resentment towards Shi. It was all Shi's fault. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made a mistake in a rush. No way. She had to kick Shi out of Zhuiying High School. Otherwise, she would feel terrible. Jiang Shui turned on her phone and sent a message. Although it was an elite school, there would still be school bullies. If she could not deal with Shi, then let someone else deal with her. Jiang Shui could easily find someone to serve her since she had the money anyway. Jiang Shui returned to the dormitory at night. As she looked at Shi opposite her, she couldn't suppress the anger in her heart. She had been too embarrassed this afternoon. Jiang Shui suddenly remembered Xiangqing. She put on nice makeup and dialed a video call to him. Xiangqing had just laid on the bed when he received the video call. Recently, Jiang Shui had been sending him messages from time to time, so he understood her feelings too. Although Jiang Shui was not as pretty as Shi, she had changed quite a lot in the past month. She also became more graceful than before. Xiangqing's mother was also treating Jiang Shui a little better than before. Yet, it was just slightly better. Most people didn't know that Jiang Shui was raised by the Shen family in a rural area. Yet, the Xiang family knew about this. Therefore, Wang Yu couldn't get over the fact that Jiang Shui had grown up in the countryside. She felt that Jiang Shui was not presentable, Jiang Shui glanced at Shen Shi, who was lying on the opposite bed. Then, she said in a sweet voice, "Brother Chung." Zhao Yuan just got into her bed and heard Jiang Shui's voice. She felt goosebumps all over her body. "What's up? Do you miss me?" Xiangqing sounded happy. His voice was a little husky and sexy. Since it was on loudspeaker, the other 3 people in the dormitory heard Xiangqing's voice. Jiang Shui felt a little embarrassed. After all, it was the man she liked. "Brother Chung, don't talk nonsense. I'm on speakerphone." "My roommates heard you saying it," Jiang Shui said coquettishly while looking at Shen Shi proudly. However, Shen Shi was not interested in Xiangqing and Jiang Shui's matter at all. She pulled the curtain by her bed and practiced painting for Shirsan today. Seeing Shen Shi's actions, Jiang Shui thought that she was mad. Jiang Shui was delighted. "What are you afraid of? Let them hear it." Xiangqing smiled. Jiang Shui looked at Xiangqing in surprise. What did Xiangqing mean by this? Was he planning to get into an official relationship with her? So he was not afraid to let others know that they were getting to know more about each other? Suppressing the ecstasy in her heart, Jiang Shui said shyly, "All right. By the way, Brother Chung, do you want to come these 2 days? It's our school's anniversary. Aren't you an alumnus? You studied here before, right?" Xiangqing suddenly recalled that the principal of Shuiying High School sent him an invitation. He would have forgotten that he was going to attend the school's anniversary if Jiang Shui had not reminded him. Shuiying High School was a private aristocratic school. Among the shareholders, there was the main shareholder, the Guan family, and a few others. The Xiang family was one of them too. Hence, Xiangqing's father would be invited to the school's anniversary every year. This year, Xiang Tian happened to be abroad. The school invited Xiangqing instead. Xiangqing could attend as a representative of the Xiang group, as well as an outstanding alumnus. Xiangqing laid lazily on the bed and said, "You just reminded me. Well, I will be representing the Xiang family and the school's alumni." When Jiang Shui heard Xiangqing's words, she was instantly surprised. Originally, she just wanted her classmates to think that the young master of the Xiang group was pursuing her. She didn't expect that the Xiang family was a shareholder of Shuiying High School. Moreover, Xiangqing was an outstanding alumnus. Jiang Shui could foresee that if everyone found out that Xiangqing was pursuing her, they would be so envious of her. Chapter 82 Playboy Xiangqing. Jiang Shui smiled in excitement. She couldn't wait for time to pass faster. "Is that so? Brother Xiangqing, you are so amazing. Is your family the director of Shuiying High School? Anyway, you're the most amazing. I just found out that you're an excellent alumnus." Jiang Shui deliberately raised her voice. She said it in an exaggerated tone so that her roommates would hear it. As expected, Su Enai was attracted by Jiang Shui and Xiangqing's conversation. That was the school director. Jiang Shui was fair, rich, and beautiful. Even the people she interacted with were so amazing. Su Enai thought that if she could get closer to Jiang Shui, then she would have a backer in the future. Su Enai sneakily moved closer to Jiang Shui. They had the double-decker bed in the dormitory. Su Enai leaned against the railing of the bed on Jiang Shui's side and smiled obsequiously. Su Enai knew Xiangqing was the only heir of the Xiang Corporation. According to her brother, her parents had been looking for an opportunity to cooperate with the Xiang Corporation recently. Now that she knew that Jiang Shui was close to Xiangqing, she had to suck up to Jiang Shui. Zhao Yuan smacked her lips and silently rolled her eyes at Jiang Shui. Then, she put on her headphones and closed the curtains disdainfully. Shen Shi, who was busy working, heard Jiang Shui's conversations and laughed mockingly. Shen Shi knew how Xiangqing became an excellent alumnus of Shuiying High School. Xiangqing won an entrepreneurship award in his 3rd year of high school. After a year, that company's development was very good. It became a high-tech benchmark for Rong City. However, that project was led by Xiangqing only on the surface. Xiangqing's father had deployed outstanding talents from the Xiang Corporation to complete all of Xiangqing's tasks. Meanwhile, Xiangqing was only a nominal project manager. He did not even know what the project was about. As soon as Jiang Shui hung up the phone, Su Enai looked at her with admiration and asked, "Jiang Shui, is Xiangqing from Xiang Corporation your boyfriend?" Jiang Shui blushed and rebuked Su Enai, "Don't talk nonsense. He's not my boyfriend. He's just someone who admires me." Su Enai was surprised. "What? Really? I'm envious of you. You have such an amazing admirer." "Indeed, outstanding people only mingle with the same kind. I shall spend more time with you in the future. This way, I can become outstanding too." Jiang Shui was greatly pleased by Suni's flattery. Her expression was proud, but her tone was modest as she said, "It's nothing. I'm just an ordinary person." "You're great too. Why are you saying yourself like that? You're not just an ordinary person. You're much nobler than us. Don't be modest. You're the angel in the sky. How can we compare to you?" Su Enai tried to flatter Jiang Shui. She rolled her eyes when she heard that. After sending the drawing to San, she put on her headphones and listened to music. Suddenly, a message popped up on her phone. She took a look. It was a message from Xiangqing. "I'm going to attend your school's anniversary as an outstanding alumnus 2 days later. Let's have a meal together then." She sneered. Xiangqing was a master of time management. He had just finished sweet-talking Jiang Shui. The next moment, he came to ask her out. He was scum. Jiang Shui was dumb enough to treat a playboy like Xiangqing as a rare treasure. She even showed him off. She ignored Xiangqing's message and fell asleep. The next morning, Jiang Shui woke up very early. Clang. She was woken up with a face full of resentment. With anger, she opened the curtain of the bed and roared, "Jiang Shui, what's wrong with you? What are you doing so early in the morning? Are you rushing to die?" Zhao Yuan also got up with a face full of resentment. She sat on the bed, sulking. Jiang Shui looked at Shi provocatively and continued to apply makeup on her face. Su Enai, who had also been awakened, spoke up for Jiang Shui. "Shui is diligent, self-disciplined, and punctual. If the two of you have any objections, move out." Chapter 83 called the wrong brand name. She snorted coldly. After that, she smiled and nodded in agreement. "Su Enai, I suddenly think what you said makes sense." Zhao Yuan looked at Shi with a puzzled expression. However, she saw Shi give her a reassuring look. Zhao Yuan could only glance at Su Enai full of hatred and came down from the ladder beside the bed. Jiang Shui continued to put on her makeup proudly. It was great to be rich. She didn't even have to say anything. Someone else would stand up for her. Zhuaying High School didn't prohibit the students from putting on makeup. The school even set up elective classes to improve the students' personal image, such as etiquette, makeup, posture, and appearance. Those who were interested could join the elective classes. However, Class 1 to 3 were usually the school's focus classes for cultural classes. Most of the students in these 3 classes focused on their academic achievements. Su Enai immediately switched on the sweet-talking mode and exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Wow, Jiang Shui, you have such a good skin. It's so smooth and fair. Are you the legendary natural beauty?" Jiang Shui inadvertently pushed her skincare products forward and said with a smile, "It's not as exaggerated as you say. I just care about my skin a lot." Su Enai also asked tactfully, "Then what skincare products do you use?" Jiang Shui glanced at Shi, who had just washed up. She replied proudly, "It's just Pliny. It's pretty good. I've always used this brand. But they have very small bottles, so I always stock up their products." After Jiang Shui said that, Su Enai was stunned. She responded, "I have to wash up now. I'm running late." Then, she took his toiletries and left in a panic. She tried to hold back her laughter but failed. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuan just laughed out loud, box a novel. C0M, Jiang Shui felt there must be something wrong with Zhao Yuan. Why did she suddenly laugh like a lunatic? Zhao Yuan laughed so hard that her eyes became teary. She asked while trying to catch her breath, "Jiang Shui, what did you say? Did you say you've been using Pliny?" Jiang Shui puffed out her chest and said, "Yes, I've been using this all the time." Jiang Shui had asked around. Pliny was the more high-end skincare brand so far. She brought it to the school intentionally to educate her poor roommates. Zhao Yuan looked at the skincare products on Jiang Shue's table and laughed even louder. Her behavior instantly angered Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui yelled loudly, "Zhao Yuan, what do you mean? What is so funny?" Zhao Yuan laughed until she felt suffocated. She did not answer Jiang Shui's question. Instead, Shenxi could not help but ask, "Do you know what La Prairie is?" Jiang Shui had no idea. She did not understand what Shenxi was talking about. Shenxi carried her school bag. She smirked as she said sarcastically, "Next time, get the name right before you show off. Otherwise, it will make you look dumb. You can't even remember the product name that you have used for a long time." Zhao Yuan followed behind Shenxi and carried her school bag. She added, "Come, repeat after me. The name is La Prairie, and the Chinese name is Leiboni. Do you remember it now? Next time, you can't be wrong again. Otherwise, you will embarrass all of us." Jiang Shui was so embarrassed that her face turned red. She stood up and pointed at Zhao Yuan, but she ran out of words to say. Shenxi happily went forward and pulled Zhao Yuan away. She talked to Zhao Yuan, "Don't get so close to dumb people. Stupidity is contagious." At this moment, Su Enai had left the battlefield and carried her basin away. She shouldn't get involved in such an incident that would embarrass Jiang Shui. She had better pretend not to know about it. Su Enai knew about the brand, La Prairie too. It was expensive and small in quantity, but it wasn't a rare skincare product. She could afford it, but it was inevitably a little extravagant for long-term use. However, Su Enai was surprised that Jiang Shui pronounced the brand name wrongly despite using it for a long time. This was a little strange. When Su Enai returned, Jiang Shui was still in a fit of anger. She sat still on the chair halfway through her makeup and kept sulking in rage. Su Enai cautiously asked, even though she knew the answer, "Jiang Shui, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly unhappy?" Jiang Shui pushed the skincare products in front of Su Enai and asked her with an unpleasant expression, "Do you know what this brand is called now?" Chapter 84 accidentally bumped into someone. Su Enai looked at the skincare product with foreign language written all over it. She tilted her head and thought for a moment before saying, "It's all in foreign languages. I can't understand it either. It should be called Pliny, right? I've heard someone mention this brand before. It looks a little similar." Suni's pretentious words made Jiang Shui feel slightly relieved. Right? She was not the only one who would make such a common mistake. Perhaps many people would mispronounce the name of this brand. So it was not her fault. The name of this brand was too difficult to pronounce. Jiang Shui regained her confidence. She looked at Su Enai and explained arrogantly, "Then you must have heard wrong. This brand name is so weird. Many people get it wrong. I just deliberately said it wrong just now. Before I could finish, you left to wash up. Its real name is La Prairie. You'll know it next time now that I've told you." Based on the gentle and dignified image that Jiang Shui had created for herself, she would not have used such a haughty tone to speak to Su Enai. However, she had just been embarrassed by Shenxi. She urgently needed someone to vent her anger. Jiang Shui wanted to let out her emotions by suppressing others. Su Enai clicked her tongue. That wasn't very nice of Jiang Shui. However, when she thought of Jiang Shui's family background and her relationship with Xiang Qing, she shamelessly said, "Yes, thank you for telling me today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known." Jiang Shui was very satisfied with Suni's attitude. She was humble and submissive. That was very smart. As soon as recess time ended, Shenxi received an urgent message from Zhao Yuan. "Please help me to get a sanitary napkin and send it to the bathroom next to the music room. I suddenly have my period." After reading the message, Shenxi was puzzled. The bathroom in the music room was slightly further. Why did Zhao Yuan go there to use the bathroom? However, the thought only flashed through her mind. Shenxi took out a sanitary napkin from her bag and ran to the bathroom in the music room. When she was about to reach the bathroom, Shenxi accidentally bumped into something hard. With a yell, she fell with her bottom on the ground. The sanitary napkin in her hand fell to the ground too. Guanlei had just walked out of the bathroom when Shinshi bumped into him. He frowned slightly and looked at her impatiently. However, when he saw Shinshi, whose face was wrinkled out of the pain, he subconsciously eased up, his gaze focused on the item next to Shinshi after she fell down. Guanlei's expression suddenly became uneasy. His face flushed red. Guanlei reached out his hand to help Shinshi, but he stopped in midair awkwardly. He was a little puzzled as he stood rooted to the ground. His hand was frozen on top of Shinshi's head, while his gaze slowly wandered away uncomfortably. If he was not mistaken, that was a sanitary pad for a girl's period. Shinshi ignored Guanlei, who was trying to help her up. She picked up the sanitary pad and quickly got up from the ground. Once she got up, Shinshi began to apologize without even raising her head. "I'm sorry." "Sorry." After apologizing, Shinshi rushed to the bathroom. She did not want Zhao Yuan to wait too long. Before she could run away, Shinshi was stopped and grabbed by the collar. Her back was pressed against the wall, the fragile button of her shirt was ripped open. Shinshi's well-developed bust and bra showed in front of Guanlei. The atmosphere instantly froze. The two of them stared at each other in a daze. Guanlei had never expected it. He was just annoyed that Shinshi wanted to leave without even looking at him. He wanted Shinshi to stop and look at who she had bumped into, and apologize to him afterward. Suddenly, a voice came from the bathroom. Guanlei suddenly felt a stream of heat up his brain. He immediately pulled up Shinshi's collar and covered her chest. Shinshi pushed Guanlei away in panic. Guanlei made a few steps back out of surprise. When he looked up again, Shinshi had already run into the female bathroom. Shinshi's fair and tender skin just now lingered in Guanlei's mind for a long time. It was so tempting that Guanlei began to fantasize about her soft breasts under the pink bra. Suddenly, Guanlei felt a warm and moist sensation in his nose. He wiped it with his hand. He had a nosebleed. Chapter 85. Catch the leader first. Guanlei comforted himself that his nosebleed was due to the hot summer. Then, he went into the bathroom to wash his face. As soon as Shinshi entered the bathroom, she was surrounded. Zhao Yuan was tied up in a corner with a rag stuffed in her mouth. She shook her head at Shinshi. A leader among them was holding Zhao Yuan's phone, which was used to send Shinshi the message just now. Shinshi instantly understood that she was lured here. Shinshi instantly knew who was the mastermind of this plan. It must be either Jiang Shui, Lu Chen, or Su Enai. Shinshi looked around. There were 7 people in total. Although they were all wearing school uniforms, some looked older and did not seem like students here. The leader was big and muscular. Her hair was dyed golden and she was smoking a cigarette. She asked flirtatiously, "Are you Shinshi?" Shinshi answered calmly, "Yes, I am." "May I know who you are? Why are you looking for me?" A female thug beside her came forward and introduced the leader. "This is our great and powerful sister Peach. She is the big sister around Shuiying High School." The girl who was called Sister Peach took a sip of cigarette in satisfaction and slowly walked to Shinshi. She spat a mouthful of smoke at Shinshi's face provocatively. Shinshi was choked and immediately stepped back. The girls burst into laughter. Sister Peach sized up Shinshi with an unfriendly look. Jiang Shui said it right. She looked seductive indeed. She was born to seduce men. How despicable. Shinshi was on guard against them while carefully observing the situation on Zhao Yuan's side. "I heard that you're the one who seduced my man." Sister Peach approached Shinshi slowly. She showed her yellowish teeth while speaking with an unpleasant tone. With Zhao Yuan in their hands, Shinshi had no choice but to step back. She warned, "I don't know who your man is. In any case, it has nothing to do with me. Also, I don't care who you are. This is a school. I advise you not to act recklessly." Peach smiled and looked at Shinshi disdainfully as if she was looking at a poor little wretch. She said, "Are you threatening me? Ha ha ha, this bitch is not afraid of death. How dare you? Girls, strip her naked. I'll record the video." As soon as Sister Peach gave the order, the girl next to her rolled up her sleeves and rushed toward Shinshi. Her eyes were filled with excitement and evil. However, Shinshi rushed towards the blonde-haired girl named Peach at lightning speed. With a quick step, she pulled Peach's hair forcefully. Peaches cried out in pain. Her big, fat body fell onto the floor with a loud thud. She was instantly knocked down and could not give any response. However, Shinshi was not planning to let Peach go. She sat on Peach's body and threw punches at her. It was so loud that everyone around could hear the punches. The other girls were stunned. It took them a while to remember that they had to save their boss. However, no matter what they did, Shinshi was not letting go of Peach. They tried to pull Shinshi's hair, drag her away, and punch her. Yet, Shinshi kept throwing punches at Peach and made her scream ceaselessly. Soon, Peach became unconscious. There was not a single part of her face that was excused. She could no longer talk and could only lay on the ground like dead meat. Then, Shinshi turned her head to look at the other girls. The girls became so afraid now. The few of them looked at each other in horror. Then, they retreated timidly. Shinshi sat on Peach's body. Peach's blood was splattered on her face and formed bright red spots. On Shinshi's fair face, there were the handprints and scratches that were left when the girls hit Shinshi. However, Shinshi's eyes turned red and became bloodshot. She looked like a red-eyed demon holding a sharp blade. It was so terrifying. The girls hurriedly tried to escape from the bathroom, but Shinshi stood guard at the door while sitting on Peach's body. They did not even dare to approach. Chapter 86 Slapping each other. Shinshi looked at those people and smiled. "Now, can you let go of my classmate?" she asked. Although Shinshi's voice was soft, it reached the ears of those girls. It sounded like the sound of a ghost. Coupled with Shinshi's evil smile, they were so scared they immediately untied Zhao Yuan. Shinshi's expression was so terrifying that it sent shivers down Zhao Yuan's spine. She never thought Shinshi could be so ruthless. Still, despite the fear Shinshi evoked, there was no one else who gave her the same sense of security as her friend did. Once unbound, Zhao Yuan ripped the gag from her mouth and kicked the nearest girl before rushing to Shinshi's side. Shinshi examined Zhao Yuan carefully and asked, "How'd they bully you? You should return the favor tenfold." Zhao Yuan gaped in surprise, hesitant to do as Shinshi suggested. How was she supposed to return the favor? The odds were 6-1, revenge did not seem feasible. Shinshi nodded, not a shadow of doubt in her demeanor. "Do whatever she asks you to do," she said to the girls, "or I'll make sure you end up looking like Tao Zi." Shinshi knew the gang of bullies were afraid of her, which was not a surprise after experiencing her reckless fighting style firsthand. The first year of prison life had seen her beaten up several times. Though that was a distant memory from her previous life. The experience was engraved in her mind. Under Sister Jiao's care, Shinshi learned to deal with multiple aggressors. Sister Jiao taught her the most important lesson, identifying the leader and turning them into an example. If the leader was too strong for you to deal with, finding someone stronger than them was necessary to set the matter straight. It was best if the leader was beaten till they were covered in blood, since it was the easiest way to instill fear in their lackeys. Only then would there be an opportunity to escape. Trust is a precious commodity. It is not something loosely affiliated bullies possess in spades. Once the leader was dealt with, it was unlikely for the rest to charge in blindly. Too afraid that they would be the next one to look like a peach if no one else followed their lead, Shinshi did not expect her first instance of killing the chicken to scare the monkeys would occur on such an occasion. With Shinshi's support, Zhao Yuan unconsciously straightened her back. She placed her hands on her hips and commanded, "Take off your socks and stuff them into your mouths." Zhao Yuan would never forget how they had stuffed her mouth with a toilet rag. The group of bullies hesitated, clearly reluctant. Shinshi tilted her head a fraction as she eyed the girls. Pointing a blood-stained hand at a girl with a short bob cut, she said, "Shall I make you the next Tao Zi?" The girl with a short bob cut stepped back in fear. Shinshi smiled and pointed at another girl wearing a green headband. "How about you? Would you like to be next?" The girl wearing the green headband was so scared she burst into tears. Her eyes drifted to Tao Zi's bloodied form and nearly lost it. She did not want to be the next Tao Zi or to suffer any disfigurement, so she did as Zhao Yuan demanded. She knelt and pulled off her socks, stuffing them into her mouth. The other girls soon followed her example. Zhao Yuan still was not satisfied. Her anger would not be so easily discharged. All of you are to slap one another. You will do so while kneeling and keeping your socks in your mouths. Anyone who disobeys will be punished. Zhao Yuan touched her face, which had swelled considerably. A fire raged in her chest, and it refused to die down. Just 10 minutes earlier, she was the one kneeling and being slapped. Now, it was their turn to suffer as she did. The 5 girls obediently knelt, save for the girl with the short bob cut. She would not kneel. How could she? It was embarrassing, too embarrassing. It would be the end of any shred of self-respect she had for herself. Shinxi's gaze locked on the girl with the short bob cut. She slowly stood up and stomped on Tao Zi's head, grinding the girl's face under her heel, a half-smile playing on her lips. The girl with the bob cut felt her legs go weak. And she succumbed under the weight of Shinxi's glare. It was too much for her to bear. The sight and sound looped in her mind. It was too scary. Slapping sounds rang out in the ladies' toilet next to the music room. Guan Lei, who was washing his face to calm himself in the male washroom, took a few deep breaths and stepped out, only to hear muffled groans and the sounds of slaps echoing from the female washroom. Remembering that Shinxi had just entered, Guan Lei turned serious, and he kicked open the door to the ladies' toilet. Chapter 87 Outside his expectations. Everyone in the toilet froze, shocked by Guan Lei's sudden entrance. Guan Lei had thought Shinxi was being bullied. He would be the hero to save the damsel in distress. After all, Shinxi was not only his classmate but also the enemy of his enemy, in other words, his partner. However, the scene that greeted Guan Lei shocked him to the core. A plump girl lay prone on the ground under Shinxi's heel. He met Shinxi's startled gaze with cautious suspicion. Next to Shinxi was a young girl who stared at him blankly. In front of them were 6 girls kneeling on the ground with their mouths stuffed with their socks, their faces red and swollen. Guan Lei's original aggressive stance morphed into a wooden facade. "What's going on?" he asked Shinxi. Guan Lei was like a ray of hope for those girls kneeling on the floor. They immediately spat out their socks and hurried past Shinxi, swarming around Guan Lei. Guan Lei's expression changed, saying, "Get away from me. Don't come near me." His fierce tone scared the girl who was about to pull Guan Lei's hand to ask for his help, causing her to withdraw like she had been bitten. Still, it did not stop her from laying blame at Shinxi's feet. "Please help us. That ruthless hoodlum is bullying us," she said while sobbing pitifully. "Save them?" Guan Lei eyed the plump girl, bloodied and bruised under Shinxi's heel, then back at the red marks marring Shinxi's face and school uniform. He frowned and asked, "Shinxi, are you okay?" The girls crowding around him took a step back. Could he be Shinxi's accomplice? With that thought in mind, they tried to flee, but Guan Lei stopped them, preventing any from escaping. Guan Lei shut the door to the ladies and locked it. He directed his attention to the girls around him, his eyes narrowing dangerously. "Before this mess is cleared up, none of you may leave. All of you are to stand facing the wall." The girls shuffled in the direction Guan Lei indicated, trembling as they faced the wall. Shinxi alone was scary enough. Now that she had a helper, what were they supposed to do? "I'm fine." Shinxi did not know what to make of her new classmate. His concern for her was endearing, which drove home the message of how awkward her current situation must look to him. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she removed the foot she had on Tao Zi's face. She had an image to maintain. Guan Lei nodded, seemingly satisfied by her answer. "That's good. We're classmates. We can't let others push us around." He turned to Zhao Yuan. She was the woman who stood next to Shinxi earlier. Shinxi had entered the ladies' toilet alone. This other girl was unfamiliar. Since Shinxi entered the ladies' toilet by herself, this girl next to her must have been in cahoots with those other girls who swarmed him. Guan Lei pointed at Zhao Yuan and said angrily, "And you, go stand with your friends facing the wall." Zhao Yuan's eyes grew to the size of copper bells as she stared at Guan Lei in disbelief. How could he treat her so poorly when he warmly greeted Shinxi, acknowledging her as his classmate? His words to Shinxi continued to echo in her mind. "Are you okay?" he asked, but when it was her turn, he said, "Go stand with your friends facing the wall." Zhao Yuan touched her face. Did she look like some hoodlum? Seeing Zhao Yuan's inertia, Guan Lei grew impatient. Don't make me repeat myself. A note of warning crept into his words. Shinshi quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Guanlei, Zhao Yuan is our classmate. Guanlei was taken aback by the revelation. He only knew Jiang Shui and Shinshi. He did not know the other girls in his class. Zhao Yuan gave Guanlei the stink eye as she introduced herself. Hello, my name is Zhao Yuan. I'm your classmate. Guanlei coughed, attempting to cover up his awkwardness. My mistake. I thought you were with them. Zhao Yuan forced out a smile. Guanlei had mistaken her for an accomplice to the girls facing the wall, yet he did not apologize. Such handsome features were wasted on him. Guanlei possessed a deep masculine charm that made him look rugged, while the mole under his eye added a sense of mystery which drew a person in. Although it was only the second day since Guanlei's transfer, many students were his avid fans, gushing over him on the school forums. No one really knew what he was like. They viewed him as a cool, handsome young man. Stoic and unapproachable. Chapter 88 Cleaning up the mess. What's going on? Guanlei asked the 6 girls who were reflecting on their actions. They shrunk in on themselves and did not respond. Guanlei sneered, raising his voice. Well? I'm asking you girls a question. The short-haired girl with the bob cut was startled by Guanlei's ferocity and sputtered. It was Tao Zi. She said something about being paid to take photos and a video of Shinshi nude. She said that Shinshi seduced that person's boyfriend and even hers. Shinshi is a mistress and a minx. She has tempted honest men to cheat on their girlfriends. Guanlei frowned as he heard the girl's answer. The thought of anyone stripping Shinshi and taking nudes of her made Guanlei angry. Did they not know how being subject to bullying in school could ruin people's lives? If they bullied someone with a weaker mentality than Shinshi, that person might have been driven to suicide. It was no different from murder. Who bought you off? Guanlei asked. I don't know. Only Tao Zi knows, the short-haired girl with the bob cut said. Guanlei pointed at the unconscious girl lying on the ground and asked, Is she this Tao Zi you've been mentioning? Is she a student of this school? The short-haired girl nodded. Yes, she's Tao Zi. She graduated 2 years ago but failed to enter university. She's been hanging around the school ever since. Everyone addresses her as Sister Peach. You two should head back first. I'll handle this matter, Guanlei assured Shinshi and Zhao Yuan. Delinquents were not a big deal in his eyes. The delinquent girls might have instigated the conflict, but few would view it as such, seeing as Shinshi had emerged relatively unharmed, having beaten up the opposition. With the Shin family's situation, it was better that he resolved matters. It would be safer, that's right. Wasn't Shinshi having her period? It was another reason he ought to look out for her. The thought of which caused Guanlei's face to heat up. Shinshi and Zhao Yuan looked at each other in surprise. Neither of them knew what their new classmate meant. They hardly knew Guanlei. Why would he step in to handle the matter for them? Seeing Shinshi standing there, unresponsive, Guanlei was puzzled. He urged her, Quick, wash up and go to the infirmary. The nurse should have something to help with the swelling. Zhao Yuan touched her face. She distinctly remembered being slapped, and her face was black and bruised. Why did this new classmate of hers not show any concern? Was she invisible to him? Shinshi did not know what Guanlei was thinking but gladly accepted his offer to help. Since he wanted to clean up the mess for her, why not? Then, I'll have to trouble you. Shinshi replied. Just as Shinshi was about to leave with Zhao Yuan, Guanlei called out. Wait. What's wrong? Shinshi asked. Guanlei pointed at Shinshi's chest and said, Button up your uniform before you go out. Only then did Shinshi realize her uniform was unbuttoned, revealing her pink bra. Had it been ripped open during the fight? She had not noticed. Shinshi hastily offered her thanks and rebuttoned her uniform before exiting the ladies' toilet. Afterwards, she called her form teacher to apply for a leave of absence. Shinshi and Zhao Yuan returned to their dormitory to change into fresh uniforms and then went to the infirmary for a checkup with the school nurse. While in the infirmary, as Zhao Yuan applied medicine for her swelling, she said, Shinshi, when did you become so strong? Did you see the look on their faces? It was like they were staring down a ghost. Zhao Yuan had never been in a fight before. She quarreled with her peers, sometimes, things got physical, but never to the extent of real violence. Shenxi had taught her bullies a lesson and allowed her to tag along, which made her happy. Zhao Yuan was someone Shenxi always thought of as calm and mature. She did not expect Zhao Yuan to react happily to violence. Don't talk so much. Your face is so swollen, Shenxi teased with a smile while applying the ointment to reduce her swelling. Huh. They're more swollen than me. I'm happy. Can't I talk to my heart's content when I am happy? Zhao Yan rolled her eyes. They were targeting me. It's my fault you got hurt. I'm sorry, Shenxi suddenly apologized to Zhao Yuan, the epitome of seriousness. Zhao Yuan was an accessory to the disaster, one that caused her to face a beating she should never have had to suffer. Chapter 89 Jiang Shui's handiwork. Zhao Yuan put down the medicated ointment, setting her hands against her hips. She pretended to be angry, saying, Cici, what are you talking about? They were the ones who did something wrong, not you. Why should I blame you? It's not like you hit me. Besides, we're friends. You even took revenge for me. What's there to blame? If you continue to say sorry, I'll get angry. We're not strangers. Shenxi quickly backtracked. Okay. I shan't apologize. Don't be angry. I won't do it again. Zhao Yuan happily dropped her act upon achieving her desired outcome, her red and swollen face full of smiles. They returned to the dormitory together once the nurse gave them the green light. On their way back, they bumped into Jiang Shui and Su Li. It appeared that they, too, had just returned. Jiang Shui was ecstatic when she saw the red and swelling faces of Shenxi and Zhao Yuan. Feigning concern, she asked, Cici, what's wrong with your face? You look rather roughed up. Shenxi ignored Jiang Shui, but the latter would not let the matter rest. After all, she did not often get a chance to mock Shenxi. How could she let her nemesis off so easily? Jiang Shui covered her mouth and gasped in an overly exaggerated manner. Cici, did you get beaten up by that man's girlfriend? Look. Your pretty face is all banged up, it's heartbreaking. I've always said you should not sell your body for money, but you would not listen. This is what happens to mistresses. Shenxi looked up sharply. We didn't even tell you how we were injured. How are you so sure I was beaten up for playing the mistress to his girlfriend? Did you hire someone to bully Zhao Yuan and me? How else would you be so well informed? Jiang Shui refused to meet her gaze, her eyes darting away furtively. Shenxi caught on to the action. It seemed the mess with Tao Zi was Jiang Shui's doing. Naturally, Jiang Shui did not affirm Shenxi's accusation, immediately refuting, why would you think that? Why would I get someone to beat you up? I'm just speculating based on the rumors flying around. It would not surprise me if you managed to implicate Zhao Yuan in your mess. But that is how it goes for mistresses, isn't it? Don't you think so, Zhao Yuan? Jiang Shui tagged on at the end, belittling Shenxi as much as she could get away with without exposing her involvement. Zhao Yuan remained silent. Her family did not possess the same standing as Jiang Shui's. It might be all right if she rebuked her now and then, but nothing good would come out of offending Jiang Shui. If she did and created a family feud, her parents would probably beat her up before Jiang Shui could. She might even be forced to go to Jiang Shui's house to beg for her forgiveness. Zhao Yuan was many things, but she was not dumb. Jiang Shui's snide remarks were more than enough to hint at her involvement. The Shen family may not fear the Jiangs, but the same could not be said of her. Her only recourse was to suffer in silence. Fortunately, she had not gone overboard in her revenge. Otherwise, things could spiral out of control. Zhao Yuan might have feared Jiang Shui, but Shenxi did not. She rolled her eyes as she directed her words at Jiang Shui, you don't have any proof to speak of. Unless you happen to have some, you should remain silent. Honestly, did you even brush your teeth this morning? I can't help but smell something foul whenever you open your mouth. Shenxi's words angered Jiang Shui. It took her a great effort to rein in her anger, but some of it leaked into her words in the form of a threat. Shenxi, I've always been polite when speaking to you. Don't you think you've been rather rude? Before you speak, I think you ought to consider the consequences of your words. Shinshi sneered. Consequences? What consequences do you have in store? Are you going to send trouble to my doorstep? Who? Another peach? Jiang Shue's eyes flickered with uncertainty. But she rallied herself by raising her voice. Who is this peach? What are you talking about? I don't know anyone by that name. Jiang Shui was so obvious in her cover-up that Shinshi burst into laughter. Peach? Who said I'm referring to a person, not a fruit? Shinshi's comeback caused Jiang Shui to panic. She blamed herself for being too impatient and exposing herself just like that. All she could do was play along and act dumb. As long as she did not admit to anything, no one could lay a finger on her. She had been cautious in contacting Peach, using a newly bought number. Even the deposit was in cash, and Peach had had to collect it from a random storage box. The chances of Shinshi acquiring evidence of her transaction were close to nil. She knew it, and Shinshi did too. For Shinshi, it was not about digging up the evidence so much as knowing who the perpetrator was. Revenge is a dish best served cold. She had plenty of time to lead Jiang Shui to her comeuppance. Chapter 1990 Cleanup. Jiang Shui did not answer Shinshi's question. Instead, she hurriedly went to bed and sent a message to Peach on her phone. Send me the video, and I'll pay you the rest. Tao Zi's phone buzzed. However, it was not Tao Zi who received the message, but Xueli, Guan Lei's assistant. Xueli read the message and showed it to Guan Lei. Earlier that morning, Guan Lei called Xueli and instructed her to meet him in the ladies' toilet. As soon as she entered, she saw a plump girl curled up in a corner with blood caking her face. 6 girls stood around her, each facing the wall. Her boss, young Master Guan, leaned against the door to the ladies' toilet. Had she not known better, she would have thought the young master was a pervert. It was a very strange image. Guan Lei read the message and returned the phone to Xueli. I want to know who the owner of this number is. Yes, Xueli replied. I've interrogated the person nicknamed Peach. She does not know who paid for her services. She was asked to take a video of Shinshi naked and beaten. The sum for services rendered is 50,000 yuan, and the deposit was 10,000 yuan in cash. The remaining 40,000 yuan would be paid when the video was delivered. Guan Lei nodded, gesturing for Xueli to continue. Though the person nicknamed Peach is covered in blood, she has not sustained any serious injuries. Miss Shin's goal was not to inflict serious injury but to make her bleed. Peach has a few chipped teeth and numerous surface wounds. She probably fainted from the fright induced by minor blood loss, hence, it looks more serious than it is. Guan Lei hid a smile. It seemed Shinshi knew how far she could take things without causing serious injury or death. I'll leave you to handle this matter. I want a thorough investigation into this person nicknamed Peach and all the details regarding her background and history to be on my desk as soon as you have verified the information. As for the rest of these girls, those who should be expelled shall be expelled. The school has no place for bullies, Guan Lei said with a cold and stern gaze. Xueli nodded in assent but wondered why the young master would take such an interest in the affairs of a classmate when he had never done so in the past. Young Master Guan was often cold and indifferent, so it was rather surprising he would involve himself in Shinshi's matters. Guan Lei had asked her to investigate Shinshi before, and now he was cleaning up the mess Shinshi had left behind. Did the young master fancy Shinshi? Was this the beginning of love? Guan Lei met Xueli's curious look with a frown and no small amount of displeasure. Why are you looking at me like that? Xueli quickly bowed in deference. Young master, when did you become so close to Miss Shin? Guan Lei subconsciously retorted, when did I become close with Shinshi? Young master, you've never meddled in other people's affairs before, Xueli mumbled. Guan Lei was taken aback by Xueli's words. Xueli was truly awful when it came to expressing herself. How was Shinshi unrelated to him? Shinshi was the partner he had chosen, so naturally, they shared a different kind of relationship. Shinshi is just anybody. Shinshi is my partner. It's different. Guan Lei expressed himself in the way his mind put things together. No one knew if he was trying to explain himself to Xueli or justify the nature of his relationship with Shinshi. You've never been so attentive to any of your other partners. Shueli retorted, her voice softening as she spoke such that it became inaudible. Guanlei did not hear her clearly and asked, "What are you saying?" Shueli smiled, her front teeth sparkling white. "No, nothing. I definitely did not say anything." Jiang Shui, who had not received a reply from Peach, was extremely frustrated. Su and I could see that Jiang Shui was frustrated, so she sent a message to Jiang Shui whilst lounging in bed. Su and I, Jiang Shui, don't be angry. Shenxi isn't worth the effort, Jiang Shui, thank you. I'm fine. I'm just a little unhappy. I don't know why Shen 11 would think that I was the one who got someone to beat her up. It was her matter. What does it have to do with me? Su and I, that's right. Shenxi was the one who got beaten up for seducing someone else's boyfriend. It was unfair of her to blame you. I'm just speechless, Jiang Shui, sigh. I originally thought that Cece was quite pitiful. Now that I've been misunderstood, I'm feeling quite angry. Su and I, don't be angry. I'll help you vent your anger. I'll let everyone know that Shenxi is a person with no sense of self-respect. It was just a rumor that she had to sell her body to pay her school fees, but now that something like this has happened, it seems they were spot on. Chapter 91. She's rumored to be a mistress. Jiang Shui knew well that Shenxi was not the so-called mistress everyone thought she was, but Su and I did not know that. The misconception seemed to build on itself and renewed Suni's belief that Shenxi was a mistress. A smile tugged at the corner of Jiang Shui's mouth. Her expression reflected her ill intentions, but they were not observable to anyone else under cover of her bed's curtains. She kept her true thoughts to herself as she continued typing on her phone. Jiang Shui, don't do anything rash. I'm fine. It's alright if Shenxi targets me. I don't want you to get hurt just because you want to help me vent my anger. Su and I, don't worry. Shenxi is like that. She can't do anything to me. Jiang Shui, yes. It would put me at ease to know you're being mindful of your safety. Su and I, Shuer, you're such a good person. My brother will be here for the school's anniversary the day after tomorrow. Do you think you can pull some strings to allow him to get to know Xiangqing? Jiang Shui, of course. Su and I was extremely happy. If she could help her brother get to know Xiangqing, her parents would probably think highly of her too. When Shenxi and Zhao Yuan arrived at their classroom the next day, they were keenly aware of the number of unfriendly eyes trained their way. Su and I eyed Shenxi and Zhao Yuan. Smirking as if she was enjoying the show, Zhao Yuan trailed after Shenxi in confusion. What's wrong? Why is everyone looking at me and Shenxi like that? She asked the students closest to her. That classmate glanced at Shenxi and pulled Zhao Yuan aside. People are saying that Shenxi sold her body to some rich old man and got beaten up by someone. Is it true that you were beaten up as well? He asked in hushed tones. Zhao Yuan flew into a rage upon hearing her classmate's question. She slammed her desk, cursing Su and I, are you gossiping behind my back? Do you know that harming someone else's reputation like that is tantamount to defamation? Su and I was not afraid of Zhao Yuan. What's wrong with what I've said? It's the truth. When you've done something dirty, you should expect others to gossip. Now you're pinning the blame on me for a rumor you have no evidence to show I started it. Isn't that slander? Su and I sneered. Zhao Yuan gritted her teeth in anger, not knowing how to respond. She could only glare at Su and I with bloodshot eyes. Su and I returned the glare with full force. The two were like cats with their hackles raised, hissing and posturing. The atmosphere grew tense, with no one willing to step forward to defuse the situation. Jiang Shui looked at Shenxi and said sarcastically, Cece, I want to believe that you're not such a person, but you have to prove yourself. On the first day of school, rumors abounded of your status as a mistress to some wealthy old man. Yesterday, you were beaten up for seducing a man and becoming the third wheel in another relationship. If you don't provide us with proof to the contrary, how are we to believe you? Whispers broke out in the crowded classroom. Many felt Jiang Shui's words were reasonable. Although they had been Shenxi's classmates for 2 years, no one was exactly close to her, and most knew nothing of her family or situation. If Shenxi was not some man's mistress, she should have proof of her innocence. The whole class's attention focused on Shenxi, waiting for her to explain. before Shinshi could defend herself. 6 girls rushed into the classroom, tears streaming down their faces as they crowded around Shinshi and Zhao Yuan. The girls tugged at Zhao Yuan's clothes, staring at her pleadingly. The short-haired girl with the bob cut cried pitifully as she said, "Shinshi, Zhao Yuan, please spare us. Don't let the school expel us. We were just following orders. Please, we beg of you both." As if on cue, the other girls began wailing hysterically. The classroom was instantly filled with the wails of ghosts and wolves. Shinshi shook herself free from the offending hands gabbing at her uniform, her expression one of complete neutrality. "Whether the school decides to expel you or not has nothing to do with me. I never raised any allegations. You're begging the wrong person, there's nothing I can do." Zhao Yuan hurriedly interjected, "I didn't report you girls either. I don't have the power to influence the school's policies or to expel anyone. Please don't drag me into your mess. Also, could you get your hands off of me?" A tall girl with a swollen face shuffled into the classroom. That girl was Peach, who had been beaten black and blue by Shinshi. Behind her was Guanlei, who strolled in leisurely. When the short-haired girl saw Guanlei, she immediately recalled Guanlei's sharp gaze, which was as fierce as a hawk, and the bodyguards all dressed in black. The memory caused her heart to skip a beat. 92 Peach begs for mercy. Guanlei had forced them to apologize to Shinshi and Zhao Yuan when he learned the rumors flying around were growing too outrageous. His Guan family was a major shareholder of Shuiying High School. Any bad press attributed to the school because of the rumors surrounding Shinshi would undoubtedly impact the school's reputation and the Guan family. Therefore, it was not strange for him to step in and handle this matter. Guanlei convinced himself that he was meddling in Shinshi's affairs because she was his partner and that he needed to protect the school's reputation. Many students recognized Peach. She was a known bully, and several had even been at her mercy. However, it took them a long time to reconcile the image of Peach in their memories with the miserable-looking girl standing awkwardly in their class. It was too great a shock for most. "Isn't that our senior, Li Tao? Isn't she called Sister Peach these days?" The familiar name caused ripples. Peach was originally called Li Tao, and she was 2 years their senior. When they were in their first year of high school, Li Tao was already in her third. She was tall and had a robust physique, which she often leveraged to bully those around her. Things were made worse by the fact that Li Tao came from wealth. The potent combination allowed her to run amok in school, and even teachers feared her wrath. Once, a teacher offended her, and she had no choice but to quit because of pressure from Li Tao's family. Li Tao failed her college entrance exams, and since then, she had roamed around the school, haunting its grounds. The teachers often told them to keep their distance from her. Who would have thought that Peach, the fear-inducing bully, would be reduced to such a state? When Jiang Shui heard her classmates confirm the person in front of her who was beaten like a pig's head was Li Tao, who she had found to bully Shin 11, she panicked and hid in the crowd. Although she and Li Tao had kept in contact via messaging, neither knew what the other looked like, so Jiang Shui was confident Li Tao would not recognize her. Still, it did not dispel the pinprick of worry she felt. Li Tao's eyes were almost slits with all the swelling. It took her a long time to parse out Shinshi and Zhao Yuan from the crowd of students, but when she did, she bawled loudly, spilling the beans. "Shinshi, Zhao Yuan, I only did what I did for the money. That person said they would give me 50,000 yuan if I beat you up and recorded you flailing naked. They said you were the seductress who seduced my boyfriend, so I was going to beat you up." Li Tao sobbed as she admitted everything. Guanlei had threatened to dig up her past and bring it to light, which would certainly see her spending time behind bars, and it caused her to panic. Her family was only wealthy when compared to the average person. She relied on that little bit of wealth to throw her weight around, but it was not something her grandfather knew. If she were to go to prison, everything would come to light, and her old-fashioned grandfather would probably beat her to death before she could disgrace the family further. There was even the very real possibility that she would be disowned. At this point, Li Tao could not care less about her face, and she wailed like the hounds of hell were hot on her heels. "That person asked me to take nudes of you and send them videos. I did neither. I couldn't even lay a finger on you. You guys beat me up so badly that I now look like this. Please let me go. I know my mistake, I won't do it again. Please let me go, I beg you. Li Tao's words were a wrecking ball, shattering any semblance of composure the students listening possessed. Had they not discussed Shinshi being beaten up because she was a mistress to some man earlier? Now, they did not know what to think. The revelation that the people who beat up Shinshi were hired to do so made the accusations of her being a mistress rather suspect. Before Shinshi could respond, Zhao Yuan burst out in anger. What do you mean you didn't lay a finger on me? My face is all swollen. Are you blind? Li Tao squinted through swollen lids as she stared at Zhao Yuan. Suddenly, she was on her knees, hugging Zhao Yuan's thigh as she cried, I was wrong. Why don't you beat me up again to vent your anger? I'll let you hit me if you let me go. You want me to let you go? Huh. You're begging the wrong person. There's nothing I can do for you, I would never have offended you, to begin with, Zhao Yuan snarked, extracting herself from the plump girl's grip around her thighs. Zhao Yuan was clear about Li Tao's family background. Although her family's situation was not as good as Li Tao's, it was obvious the school or someone in the administration was backing her up. In which case, why did she need to be a saint? Why should she let Li Tao go? Shinshi was unsure what had caused their sudden change of heart. But the difference was humbling. Even the school would not abide by injustice, stepping forward to expel the bullies who tormented its students. However, the one thing she was certain of was that Guan Lei must have had a hand in the matter. Shinshi looked at Guan Lei with a complicated expression. Perhaps he had sensed her gaze, but Guan Lei turned to look at her. Shinshi must have guessed his involvement. She was probably trying to express her thanks covertly since they were still in class and there were too many people around. Was she too shy to speak openly? Guan Lei nodded at Shinshi, sending her a look he hoped conveyed, I understand you are grateful. It was a look filled with indifference but infused with kindness. Shinshi was bewildered. What was Guan Lei trying to say with that smile that looked better suited on the face of a wizened priest? Chapter 93 No arguing. Due to the sudden appearance of Peach and the others, Sun Ling, their homeroom teacher, rushed over upon receiving the news. Sun Ling looked at Peach kneeling on the ground and said, You aren't a student of the school any longer, yet you dare to gather people and beat up our school students. This matter will not be resolved so easily. Shinshi cut in before her teacher could go on a tirade. You said someone was directing you, but you don't know who they are. How can we believe you? As she spoke, Shinshi pointedly stared in Jiang Shue's direction. Though she made it look unintentional to anything but the trained eye. Jiang Shui did not notice Shinshi's gaze, too caught up in trying to disappear discreetly. Li Tao mulled over details regarding her interaction with her employer. Suddenly, she whipped out her phone and said, I have that person's phone number. We've been communicating via text, and I've kept all records of our correspondence. Sun Ling seized the phone, quickly scrolling through the text messages, a serious look on her face. Then, in front of the whole class, she phoned the number and put it on speaker. Sun Ling was grasping at straws, hoping to learn something about this mysterious figure who hired Peach to beat up her students. She did not expect to hear a response from someone in her class. All eyes turned to the source of the vibration. The sound was coming from Suni's desk. The shift in expression was instantaneous. The person who ordered Li Tao to beat up Shen was Su Anai. Suni's mind went blank, stunned by the turn of events. She ran to her desk in a flight of panic. It was a reaction based on instinct and not any conscious thought. If anyone got their hands on the phone, she would be finished. Unfortunately, Zhao Yuan beat her to the punch. She arrived at Suni's desk, pushing away Jiang Shui, who was in the vicinity, and retrieved a black phone set on vibrate. She handed the offending device to Sun Ling. Sun Ling's expression darkened as she saw the caller ID reflected on the phone. There could be no doubt that the call was from Li Tao's phone. She swiveled to Su Anai and demanded, It was you who hired Li Tao to gang up on Shinshi, wasn't it? You even spread rumors of her being someone's mistress. To think you would go so far as to demand nudes of Shinshi. I'm ashamed and disgusted. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. That isn't my phone. I don't even know what it's doing under my desk. Teacher Sun, please believe me. I never told anyone to beat Shinshi up. Su Anai nearly descended into hysterics. She could not understand why a phone that did not belong to her would be found under her desk. However, Sunyi's pleas fell on deaf ears. Sunyi's previous actions had built up her image as someone who stood at odds with Shinshi and Zhao Yuan, and any deniability on her part was instantly discredited. A buzz stirred in the crowded classroom, with many students believing she had orchestrated Shinshi's beating. Hey, do you remember what Su Ni said about Shinshi's parents on the first day of school? She called them trash pickers. There seems to be bad blood between the two. You're right. Wasn't a rumor spread around the same time that Shinshi's family was poor and that she needed to sell her body to pay the school's fees? Sunyi's been slandering Shinshi from day one. Now, she's even recruiting people to beat her up. Who else could it be but her? Su and I must have been plotting this for some time. Who knows how deep her schemes run? She's too vicious. I don't know. Why would Su and I do something so horrible? Isn't it a little much? Send her to detention. She needs to be re-educated. I wouldn't be surprised if she did this again to someone else. Su and I was about to go mad. She did not hire Li Tao to beat up Shinshi, yet no one was willing to listen. Su and I turned to Jiang Shui for support, desperation bubbling to the surface as she latched onto her friend. Jiang Shui, I didn't do it. I'm innocent. Please, believe me. I'm sure they'll listen if you explain it to everyone. Jiang Shui immediately became the center of attention. She cursed Su and I in her heart. Here she was trying to keep a low profile only to be exposed by her blasted roommate. Jiang Shui slowly pried Sunyi's fingers away, remaining expressionless as she did so. I want to believe you, I really do, but why would that phone be in your possession? I think you owe everyone an explanation. Su and I stared wide-eyed at Jiang Shui in disbelief. Betrayal is a bitter pill, and Su and I struggled to swallow it. Her eyes burned red, any trace of hope vanishing into thin air. Shinshi offered the red-eyed Su and I her token condolences. Doesn't it feel awful not being able to defend yourself? When you slandered others, did you stop to think whether there would be a day when you would find yourself in a similar position? Although Shinshi knew Su and I was not the one who hired Li Tao to beat her up, Su and I was definitely the perpetrator behind the rumors flooding the school. Chapter 94 Jiang Shui intercepts the police report. Su and I spun on Shinshi, shouting angrily, "You don't have to get sarcastic with me. If I say I didn't do it, then I didn't. If you insist on blaming me, I'll laugh and call you blind. You will be the one to hurt next time, you fool." Huh. You still have the nerve to scream and shout. Zhao Yuan rolled up her sleeves and was about to give Su and I a lesson in humility when Shinshi stopped her. Sunyi's outburst did not anger Shinshi. Instead, she offered her a piece of advice out of the goodness of her heart. If you didn't do it, you could always file a report with the police. I've heard the police station has the technology to verify fingerprints and call access. Since the cell phone appeared in our class, the perpetrator must have been in our class recently. The scope of the investigation isn't too large, so something should turn up if they launch an investigation as soon as possible. Shinshi's words were a bolt from the blue, bringing clarity to Sunyi's panic-addled mind. Since she was innocent, she could seek help from the police to clear her name, couldn't she? On the other hand, Jiang Shui was petrified by the possibility of Su and I going to the police. When her homeroom teacher used Peach's phone to call her, she immediately chucked her phone under the desk beside her. She did not have the presence of mind to realize it was Sunyi's table. If Su and I sought help from the police, and they checked the phone for fingerprints, Jiang Shui knew she would not be able to escape. Meanwhile, Su and I had picked up her phone and was about to call the police to file a report. Jiang Shui was so anxious she leapt forward, grabbing hold of Sunyi's hand as she whispered, "If the culprit isn't found even after you've called the police, you'll be punished not only by the school but be held captive by the police until they extract a confession out of you. Please reconsider. Why would Shinshi offer you advice when you've harmed her? This is very likely a ploy to get you carted off to jail." Su and I felt her heart skip a beat. Already beset by anxiety over her situation, Jiang Shui's words added to her fluster. She did not want to be sent to jail. Shinshi glanced at Jiang Shui, a teasing half-smile on her lips. "Oh? Jiang Shui, why wouldn't you advise Sue and I to report the situation to the police? If she's innocent, there's nothing she needs to be afraid of. Or are you saying that the police aren't trustworthy? What is it you're afraid of? Sue and I eyed Jiang Shui suspiciously. Jiang Shui swallowed her instinctual retort. How was it that she could read her thoughts? I think the school should resolve this matter. If a student not from our school did it, it would tarnish the school's reputation if the word were to spread. I'm saying this for the school's sake, Jiang Shui said, doing her best to maintain the air of righteousness around her. Moreover, we don't even know whether this is a big or small problem. Why go to the police when the school could easily resolve the matter? No real harm was done. Shenxi, why do you need to hound Sue and I so aggressively? Shenxi found Jiang Shui's words rather amusing. You say that no real harm eventuated. If not for Guan Lei, those students would have shown no mercy. The truth remains unchanged. Someone hired people to hurt our students, causing innocent students bodily harm. Jiang Shui, I'm not the one preventing Sue and I from clearing her name. You are. The others may not have known what Shenxi was referring to, but Jiang Shui did. Shenxi knew she was responsible for hiring Peach to beat her up, and now she was trying to use Sue and I to expose her. Zhao Yuan, who was at the side, exposed her injured arms and face, allowing everyone to see what she had suffered. Am I not proof enough that real harm was done? Jiang Shui, why don't you let someone beat you up and see whether that counts as real harm? Jiang Shui knew there was no way to wriggle out of the situation unscathed, so she did what she did best, deflected. It's not like I did anything. The two of you don't have to gang up on me like that. I'm just stating the facts. We're all classmates. Do you have to push Sue and I over the edge? Can't you forgive and forget? In this way, Jiang Shui subtly influenced public opinion, pushing the blame onto Suni's shoulders. Sue and I tugged at Jiang Shui anxiously. She knew that Jiang Shui was speaking up for her, but she was innocent, so Jiang Shui was misrepresenting her involvement. Jiang Shui patted Suni's hand, supplying her with a measure of confidence. Sue and I naively thought that Jiang Shui had a way to help her, so she instantly quieted down. Seeing how they had reached a stalemate, and the bell for the start of the class had just rung, Sun Ling had no choice but to escort all the students to the office to avoid delaying the day's lessons. Chapter 95 Sue and I escapes a calamity. As far as anyone knew, Jiang Shui had nothing to do with the assault, so she was not escorted out with the others. However, before they left, Jiang Shui whispered into Suni's ear, "Don't be afraid. I'll ask my dad and Xiangqing to help you plead for mercy. Remember, the police won't help you. So long as you don't turn to them for help, we'll be able to resolve the issue." Yes, I understand. Jiang Shui, thank you. Sue and I answered. She did not know what to do. Jiang Shui had effectively taken the choice out of her hands, and the only thing she could do was pray for her to work a miracle. A while after the students involved in the assault exited the class, Jiang Shui sought permission from the substitute teacher to visit the washroom. Sun Ling questioned the girls and found out which of the classes they belonged to before seeking their form teachers to discuss the matter at hand. Just as Jiang Shui had said, incidents of bullying usually resulted in a light slap of the wrist and nothing more. That was especially so in minor cases. The present case was not too serious, and no real harm occurred. It was unusual for the school to take such a hard stance on these students, going to the extent of expelling them. Sun Ling could not understand the rationale. Following earlier precedents, if Sue and I could not explain herself, there was a high chance she would be expelled. The teacher in charge of the girl who had beaten her rushed over. Sun Ling thought that she would have to waste her breath. There's no need to investigate the matter any further. I planted the phone under Suni's desk. I also paid Li Tao to bring people to beat up Shenxi, the short-haired girl with the bob cut proclaimed. Everyone present was stunned. Had she not claimed innocence earlier? Why would she suddenly confess and admit to being the mastermind? A slight frown marred Shenxi's face. She stepped forward and asked, "I don't understand. I have no enmity with you. Why did you do this? Moreover, why would you tag along if you paid Li Tao to beat me up? It doesn't make sense." For some unknown reason, the short-haired girl who had been crying all this time was surprisingly calm and determined. It doesn't have to make sense. I was jealous you got first place and wanted to teach you a lesson. I wasn't sure if I could do it myself, so I paid Li Tao to help me. There's nothing better than seeing the job done with one's own eyes. I wanted to see you trampled and humiliated with my own eyes. Shinshi found the short-haired girl's nonsense very hard to swallow. Would a normal person seek to beat up another over a disparity in grades? She did not even know the other girl. Nothing the short-haired girl said made any sense in Shinshi's mind, which raised red flags regarding the matter. Are you certain you were the one who orchestrated everything? Shinshi asked. The short-haired girl's head shot up, tears pooling in her eyes as she stared at the ceiling. I confessed. It was me. Who else can be more certain than me? The short-haired girl's confession took a weight off Suni's shoulders. It was almost too close for comfort. Shinshi, what do you mean? The culprit has already admitted to it. If she didn't do it, who else could have done it? Are you trying to blame an innocent person like me? Su and I seethed. Shinshi glanced at the agitated Su and I but ignored her. Su and I had almost taken the blame for Jiang Shui, yet she was none the wiser, since the culprit stepped forward and confessed. The matter drew to a close, even though it was an outcome outside anyone's expectations. Sun Ling hurriedly instructed Shinshi and the others to return to class. Having proven her innocence, Su and I relaxed. She snorted coldly at Shinshi with her chest puffed out. Zhao Yuan could not stand Suni's arrogance and ruthlessly mocked her for paying off someone to take the blame for her. The two left in a cacophony of noise. Shinshi bought 2 bottled drinks from the vending machine outside the teacher's office and handed one to Guanlei. Thank you for your help. Let me treat you to a drink, she said, expressing her sincere thanks. Guanlei accepted the icy beverage without fanfare. However, when he saw Shinshi about to drink hers, his hand moved faster than his brain could process and snatched the cold drink away. Chapter 96 I need to have 2 bottles of drinks, you. What are you doing? Shinshi's eyes widened as she asked in disbelief. Shinshi was confused by Guanlei's behavior. She looked at Guanlei, who had a bottle of ice-cold drinks in each hand. What was he doing? Didn't she give him a bottle? Why did he still snatch another bottle from her? Guanlei held the drinks tightly. He pursed his lips and looked away awkwardly. After a few seconds of silence, he said in a low voice, I heard that it's not good to have cold drinks while having your period. What? Shinshi could not hear Guanlei at all. She only felt that Guanlei looked so awkward now when he was usually fierce and overbearing. Guanlei was too embarrassed to repeat about the girl's matters again. He raised his head and said, I'm too thirsty. I need to drink 2 bottles. Perhaps this reason was a little far-fetched. Guanlei turned around and left quickly after that. Shinshi was left in the same spot, frowning as she watched Guanlei walking away. Shinshi thought to herself, this person is really annoying. If he is that thirsty, just say it. She would have bought another one for him. Why did he snatch it from her? Shinshi turned around and bought another bottle for herself. At the same time, she also brought a bottle back for Zhao Yuan. Under the scorching sun, the few girl gangsters and Peach walked out. The short-haired girl looked at her phone. It was a message from her father. Regarding the matter of the phone, you got to admit it. If you offend someone you shouldn't and harm your brother's career, I won't pay for your mother's medical expenses. The girl revealed a bitter and helpless smile. Her mother was in a vegetative state. Her father brought a mistress and a brother who was 2 years older into her house before divorcing her mother. This was too ridiculous. Now, someone must have used her half-blood brother to threaten her father. So, her father used her mother to threaten her without considering that she might get expelled from school. She would not be able to continue living in Rong City. The girl looked up at the scorching sun above her head. She suddenly felt dizzy and fainted. In the evening before they left school, the matter was cleared up. Peach and a few girls publicly apologized to Shinshi. At the same time, Su and I also proved her innocence. However, the school's decision to expel the few girls remained unchanged. Peach was sent to prison because of what she had done before. That night, Luda found out that his granddaughter had been bullied and was extremely angry. He slammed the custom-made mahogany furniture with his palm and yelled, "Be starred, how could they bully our little princess? Secretary Zhao, go and find out. Deal with them one by one." Zhao Hui quickly went forward and said, "Chairman, those girls have been expelled. One of them has been sent to prison." Luda finally calmed down and said, "How's it going? I'll see how I can build a good relationship with my precious granddaughter. I can't wait to hang out with my granddaughter." Zhao Hui handed the prepared plan to Luda and explained, "Chairman, in our opinion, it's better not to act rashly. After all, you still have the bet with the Shen family. I'm afraid that it will be a mess later on. Why don't we ask the young man of the Lu family who is about the same age as the young miss to get along with her first? It's easy for young people to get together." When Luda heard that he couldn't meet his granddaughter, he was displeased. "Why must I be so timid to meet my own granddaughter? That's frustrating. I don't care about the old man of Shen family. If he finds out, let it be. Do you think I'm afraid of him?" Zhao Hui immediately coaxed, "Chairman, of course not. It's just to avoid trouble in the future. It's better to refer to our suggestion. For example, we can ask third young master to attend the Zhuiying High School's anniversary celebration, right? Nowadays, young girls love to chase after celebrities. With that, you can say that you're going to meet him. Even if the Shen family finds out, they won't be able to find any mistakes." Luda immediately became excited and exclaimed, "Then what are we waiting for? Bring that Be-Starred back immediately." Zhao Hui looked awkward as she said, "Chairman, I checked when I first came here. The third young master should be abroad now. He has an important international film audition." "Are you sure?" Luda was furious as he said, "Be-Starred, is the so-called audition more important than bringing his sister home? Call him back immediately." Zhao Hui smiled tactfully and left to contact the person. Chapter 97. The art gallery in his dreams. The night was as heavy as velvet. The layers of thick curtains made the entire space seem unusually heavy. It was suffocating. The young man on the bed was covered in sweat. His slender and fair hands were clutching the air-cooling quilt uneasily. Guanlei looked around in confusion. It was an unfamiliar place. There were all kinds of paintings on the walls. It seemed like an art gallery. Suddenly, the crowd began to stir. They kept running out of a curved corridor. Guanlei felt an inexplicable determination in his heart. Clearly, something must have happened inside that these people were running out. However, he could not control himself and went against the flow of people. When Guanlei finally reached the open door, his vision suddenly became blurry. In the whiteness, the figure that had been troubling him slowly appeared. This time, it was slightly clearer. The figure was skinny. Her long black hair fell behind her back. She seemed to be holding something in her hands. Suddenly, the girl turned around in the white mist. It was still a little blurry, but Guanlei could already see the girl's deep eyes. Her face was so sunken that her facial bones were so prominent. The girl in the white fog looked very much like the white-boned spirit in a fairy tale. It seemed like she had human skin, but there was no flesh underneath. With her straight black hair, she looked terrifying. Guanlei opened his mouth to say something, but he could not make any sound. He could only watch as the girl screamed in fear, "Go, go quickly." Then, an ear-ringing explosion was heard. An unbearable blazing fire dragon dashed toward Guanlei. Guanlei instantly opened his eyes and panted heavily with cold sweat. The scariest thing about this dream was that Guanlei could feel the intense pain of his flesh being roasted and his internal organs being burned every time. It kept repeating. Looking at the time, it was 4 a.m. Guanlei sighed helplessly. He wondered why he kept having this dream. If this continued, it would seriously affect his sleep. However, this dream had made great progress. For example, he knew that the explosion happened in an art gallery. Besides, he saw the ghost-like girl. Although it was not very clear in the white fog, there was still a little progress. Guanlei got out of bed and thought of the art gallery in his dream. He wanted to draw it and ask Shueli to check. Yet, he realized that he couldn't draw it out as he lifted the pen. Guan Lei thought of teacher Shen who had drawn for him before. He picked up his phone and sent a message, "Can you draw according to the description?" Shenxi, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the vibration of her phone. The 5 years' experience in prison in her previous life made Shenxi especially sensitive. Even though she was asleep, she maintained absolute vigilance. She was afraid of being dragged out to be bullied in her sleep. Shenxi picked up her phone to take a look. It was a message from her mysterious employer. Sher-san. Shenxi rolled her eyes. There must be something wrong with Sher-san. He sent a message at 4 a.m. asking strange questions. Shenxi put her phone under her pillow and continued to sleep. On the other side, Guan Lei did not receive a reply from teacher Shen and sat in a daze until dawn. His lower eyelids turned black. The next day, teacher Shen finally replied Guan Lei. Then, he described the art gallery in his dream and sent it to teacher Shen. It was the school's anniversary on the following day. According to the timeline, there would be registration and tour campus activities in the morning. At noon, there would be a school cafeteria food exhibition. In the afternoon, there would be commendations and speeches from excellent teachers, students, and alumni. In the evening, it would be a networking party. Fortunately, Shenxi and the others were now in their 3rd year of high school. A lot of the decorations and registration work were done by the 1st and 2nd year juniors. Zhao Yuan looked around sneakily and said to Shenxi, who was strolling around, "Let me tell you some insider news. I heard we have a mysterious guest today. It's the world-famous actor, Lu Lin." Lu Lin? Shenxi frowned slightly. She had heard of Lu Lin before. He was a renowned international actor. It was impossible for Shenxi not to know about him. "Wait, what's with your expression now?" "It's Lu Lin. My husband. He defeated many outstanding movie stars from other countries to become the best actor," said Zhao Yuan as she looked at Shenxi unhappily. "Husband? You're not old enough to get married. Can you get a marriage certificate?" Shenxi looked at Zhao Yuan in surprise. Zhao Yuan covered her helpless face. She was speechless. Suddenly, a voice interrupted from the side. Chapter 98 Best Actor Lu Lin, Husband. "Ha ha ha, Zhao Yuan, aren't you shameless? How dare you call yourself Lu Lin's wife? You're a whimsical piece of trash," Su Enai mocked loudly. "Su Enai, are you a rat? How dare you eavesdrop on our conversation? You're the one who's shameless." Zhao Yuan was angry that Su Enai, who was a big mouth, overheard her insider news. Su Enai covered her mouth and laughed exaggeratedly. "Do you think you're the only one who knows that Lu Lin is the mysterious guest? Let me tell you, I've already known. I'm a big fan of Lu Lin." Zhao Yuan really did not expect Su Enai to know. She knew it from the junior who was in charge of receiving Lu Lin. He was her neighbor's younger brother. He knew that she liked Lu Lin, so he came to tell her. Su Enai glanced at Zhao Yuan with disdain and left. In a place that Shenxi and the others could not see, she quickly posted this important news in her national Lu Lin fan group and Zhuiying High School's Lu Lin fan group. Instantly, the fan group was in an uproar. The fans in the group expressed that they wanted to come to Zhuiying High School to support their idol. Those who were out of town begged Su Enai to take photos. They wanted to buy the photos for as much money as possible. Su Enai looked at the lively messages in the two groups happily. She thought to herself, "How lucky. I'm going to have pocket money again. This time I will get a lot of money. I can buy the bag I like." Thinking that Zhao Yuan knew about this news before her, Su Enai felt uncomfortable. Moreover, she had been wronged and almost expelled because of Shenxi and Zhao Yuan's incident. Su Enai held this grudge in her heart. Suni's eyes darkened. She opened one of her accounts and entered Zhuiying High School's Lu Lin fan group to send a message. "Miss Hong, sisters, it is said that the studio only informed our group leader about Lu Lin coming to Zhuiying High School. By right, we are supposed to be the only ones who know about it. However, there is an extreme fan in our school. She announced this matter to the paparazzi in exchange for money. It is really evil to hurt Lu Lin like this." Fan 1, which shameless person is this? Tell me her name and I'll beat her to death. Fan 2, This kind of extreme fan is the most disgusting. At Miss Hong, please post her name and let her experience the power of Elks. Fan 3, we care for Lu Lin from the bottom of our hearts. We won't allow anyone to use him to earn unethical money. The mood in the group had been stirred up. Sue and I watched it with a cold smile and sent a message. Miss Hong, I heard that there are 2 people from grade 12 class 2. One is called Shinshi, and the other is Zhao Yuan. After sending the message, Sue and I deleted all the information on her phone and then cancelled the account. She even uninstalled the application and downloaded it again. On the other side, Shinshi and Zhao Yuan, who were on their way to meet up with their classmates, had no idea what was going on here. Jiang Shui rushed to the school gate, fully dressed. Xiangqing was supposed to come in the afternoon. However, Jiang Shui knew that Xiangqing would be busy preparing for the speech if he came in the afternoon. So, he might not be able to take care of her. Therefore, Jiang Shui cleverly asked Xiangqing to come earlier and accompany her on the campus tour. She also suggested the entire class gather under a big tree at the school gate so that everyone could see that Xiangqing coming to meet her. In this way, everyone would see Xiangqing accompanying her on the campus tour in the afternoon. He was an excellent alumnus and the school director. With that, Jiang Shui would become the topic of everyone's compliments. It would also reflect her status later. However, Jiang Shui was suddenly knocked down by someone when she was at a corner. She fell to the ground. It was an old man wearing the janitor uniform. Jiang Shui was extremely disgusted. She felt her body was extremely stinky. It was filled with a poor and sour smell. Her good mood disappeared in an instant. When she saw that her exquisite dress was messed up, Jiang Shui was furious. She stood up and yelled at the old man angrily, "You old thing, are you f***ing blind? Do you know how expensive this dress is? You can't even afford it if you sell your entire household." Lu De got scolded as poor for the first time in his life. He was momentarily stunned. Shinshi and Zhao Yuan, who were just heading to the school gate, witnessed Jiang Shui shouting hysterically at an old cleaner. Chapter 99 Grandpa Cleaner. Lu De's eyes lit up when he saw Shinshi not far away. He completely ignored Jiang Shui, who was going crazy. He then ran in the direction of Shinshi and Zhao Yuan. Zhao Hui had secretly sent someone to take many photos of Shinshi. Lu De had been watching them every day. So, he could recognize the adorable girl in the school uniform, his granddaughter at one glance. "Little girl, I just came to work today and got lost. I don't know, get out from school to have my meal. Can you show me around?" Lu De stopped in front of Shinshi and said the lines he had prepared. At this moment, Lu De looked excitedly at Shinshi, whom he had just met for the first time. He was overwhelmed with emotions. It was his granddaughter, the child his daughter gave birth to, the continuation of his bloodline. These thoughts lingered in his mind. His usually irritable eyes were gentle at this moment. His face was full of kindness. Zhao Hui reminded him not to be too abrupt during their first meeting. Lu De tried his best to suppress his emotions and make his actions as natural as possible. Shinshi looked at the old man in front of her. He looked relatively healthy despite his gray hair. He had a determined and overbearing aura on his face. There was an indescribable sense of love in the old man's eyes when he looked at her. Shinshi felt that he looked a little familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Zhao Yuan wondered why Shinshi stood still with no actions. She went forward and said, "Grandpa, we are just about to gather at the school gate. You can come with us." Lu De immediately nodded. That was exactly what he wanted. However, he fixed his eyes on Shinshi. It made Shinshi feel that this old man was a bit strange. Before the 3 of them could leave, Lu De suddenly stumbled to the side. Fortunately, Shinshi held on to him. Otherwise, Lu De would have fallen this time. After that, Shinshi turned over and glared at the culprit. She asked, "Jiang Shui, what are you doing?" Lu De was pushed down by Jiang Shui, who had rushed over in a huff. Jiang Shui's anger had yet to dissipate from the earlier incident. The person who had hit her ran away without even apologizing. The poor cleaner simply did not respect her. She got even angrier. If she did not teach this cleaner a lesson, she would not be able to calm down. "What am I doing? This cleaner bumped into me and made my expensive clothes dirty. What do you think I'm doing? Shenxi, please mind your own business, Jiang Shui said arrogantly. In any case, there was nobody else here. She had been enemies with Shenxi and Zhao Yuan anyway. She didn't need to hold it in and pretend to be nice. Shenxi snorted coldly, you bumped into this old man at the corner. Why didn't you say that it's your fault that you were running too fast? Zhao Yuan continued. Yes. How are you sure that you weren't at fault? It's hard to tell. Jiang Shui, don't make things difficult for the old man here. Jiang Shui said arrogantly, it's definitely his fault. Who am I? I'm a student who spent a lot of money to study at Shuang High School. I'm a client. He's just a cleaner hired by the school. He's a servant. How could a client be at fault? So it's definitely his fault. He has to apologize and compensate me. Shenxi went speechless after hearing Jiang Shui's logic. She mocked, the cleaner has his labor contract signed with the school. His duty is to maintain the campus environment, but he is not responsible for serving you. What, is the Jiang family bankrupt? Don't you have the money to hire servants? Lu De did not expect that his first meeting with his granddaughter would cause Shenxi to have a conflict with her classmate. Lu De was afraid that Shenxi would not get along well with her classmate. For the first time, Lu De apologized to a teenage girl in a soft voice, little girl, I was too anxious just now. Can I say sorry to you now? Don't make things difficult for Shenxi. Lu De's words made Jiang Shui extremely uncomfortable, as if she was making trouble without reason. Old thing, do you have the right to speak here? Why don't you take a look at yourself? Jiang Shui said fiercely. Jiang Shui raised her leg and was about to kick Lu De. Chapter 100 added as friend. In the nick of time, Shenxi quickly pulled the old man back. Jiang Shui's kick missed. She fell to the ground and let out a scream. She fell with her face covered in dust. Zhao Yuan burst out laughing. Jiang Shui was extremely angry. She looked at Shenxi and said fiercely, Shenxi, are you going against me today? Shenxi shot a cold glance at Zhao Yuan on the ground and said sarcastically, haven't we always been against each other? Isn't it funny that you're asking this? Jiang Shui was immediately stunned by Shenxi's words. She had indeed been on bad terms with Shenxi. She had always wanted Shenxi to get out of Shuang High School. Indeed, they had been against each other all this while. Shenxi couldn't be bothered with Jiang Shui. There were many disputes between her and Jiang Shui. They would definitely be in a life and death situation. She wasn't afraid of any more conflicts. Shenxi looked at the people not far away and said to Jiang Shui with a faint smile, someone is coming over. You'd better get up quickly. Otherwise, you won't be able to maintain your gentle image as the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Jiang Shui turned her head in panic. As expected, there were a few familiar faces walking over. She immediately got up from the ground and tidied up her clothes. Shenxi looked at Lu De and said, Grandpa, come with us. We are going to the school gate too. Lu De exclaimed happily. It felt really good to have his granddaughter backing him up. Jiang Shui watched angrily as Shenxi left with the cleaner. Then, she turned around and ran in the direction of the dormitory. She had to quickly change her clothes before going to the school gate to meet Xiang Qing. Lu De cheerfully followed behind Shenxi. Along the way, he kept asking Shenxi questions like he was investigating her. He flooded her with questions about Lu Shan, her favorite food, how was Shenxi's mother doing, and whether her father treated them well. Zhao Yuan went speechless. She gave Shenxi a look and whispered to ask if Shenxi knew this old man. Shenxi shook her head gloomily. She thought that the old man was a little chatty. Perhaps, it was because they had helped this old man just now. The three of them soon arrived at the school gate. Shenxi pointed in the direction of the school gate and said, Grandpa, you can just go out from here. That's the main gate. Lu De looked at the school gate that was just a short distance away. His heart was filled with reluctance. Why was this path so short? He only had a few words with her before he had to bid farewell to his precious granddaughter. Lu De looked at Shenxi with a melancholic expression and asked, Little girl, can we add each other as friends? Lu De's request frightened Shenxi and Zhao Yuan. The two of them looked at each other in shock. Could this old man be some kind of pervert? Shinshi hesitated and said, Lu De saw Shinshi's expression and recalled what Secretary Zhao said. He could not scare the little girl. After all, he was just a stranger to Shinshi. Anyone would be on guard if a stranger acted so close to an 18-year-old girl out of nowhere. Lu De hurriedly explained, don't misunderstand. It's just that you're the same age as my granddaughter. So, I thought of my granddaughter. She left to somewhere far away with her mother. I couldn't reach her, so I thought of adding you as a friend. Just take it as me reminiscing my granddaughter. Shinshi was slightly startled. Somewhere far away? He couldn't reach her? Could it be that the old man's granddaughter had passed away? At this moment, Lu De's expression was desolate and sad. The sense of decadence made Shinshi feel a little upset. Shinshi immediately took out her phone and handed it to Lu De. She said gently, Grandpa, you can add me. Lu De happily turned on his phone. In order to avoid being found, he had deliberately turned off his phone so that he would not get disturbed. When he turned on his phone, it was full of missed calls. Lu De ignored those calls and opened the app to add Shinshi as a friend. Then, he held his phone in his hands as if he had gotten a treasure. He asked Shinshi, can I save your name as she?